Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Tuesday afternoon. It's December 17th. We've had a busy week of Netrunner. A lot of news, a lot of video content. Back. This is our last week, mind you, before holidays. So while I aspirationally am going to have video content ready for next week, there's definitely not going to be a stream. So 1 week from now, on a Tuesday, what day will it be? Will it be like Crimbus? It'll be Crimbus Eve. So we won't be here. Hopefully you're doing well though. Hey, Mango Feed, good time of day to everyone. Piotr, good time of day to you too. Thanks for dropping in. How y'all doing? Exu, soon? Welcome. Exu, did you win in like a tournament this weekend? Did you win like a thing? Did you like play a deck and do a thing? Did you win it? How'd it go? How was it? Aim me through. Soon? Wound? Soon. I did win Eternal, so I heard. I was unavailable to watch too much Eternal. I dropped in chat. Was fun. Did you publish your list? So a lot of stuff happened this weekend. There was 2 big tournaments in off meta month. We had a ban list on Friday. I went to an event on Saturday. So there's a lot to talk about. We're going to roll through it relatively slowly. We'll see where we start. I think we should probably just start with the ban list and go in a linear order so I don't forget anything. I think I'll be fine. No Andre and the Santa Hat Christmas stream? Hey JD, I don't think we ever got that. Did we get that at any point? JD, you played in RAM, didn't you? Hopefully you had a good time. RAM was another thing that happened this Sunday. There was like 36 players came out. I think a smaller number finished, which is like, it makes sense. It's not the best time zone for everyone, and deck building is half the puzzle. So I'm really stoked how many people came out. RAM, the card pool. We have a lot to talk about, so we're gonna get into it. Hey Jai, how's it going? Jai also participated in multiple events this weekend at time zones that also don't make sense. I just uploaded all my OMM decks, as you can see. Yeah, Jai spammed the shit out of Netrunner DB. Jai, just getting them all done. Did you like have them all copy pasted all your deck write-ups in like a notepad.exe and you just like paste send, paste send, paste send? Or was it just that quiet between? It was fun. Did terribly though. 2-4. 2-4 is not terribly, JD. I think 2-4 is actually pretty good. It was like a lot of the players there were really like solid players, so the field was very hard. But I think going 2-4 is like, especially in that meta where I think runners are not particularly favored. I don't think that's that bad. Hey Brendan, it's the Grid. How you doing? Hey Radish, that was a wild RAM card pool. It was cool to see Seb be good in such a weird format. Yeah, Seb was okay. I think Anarch was like 1 or 2 cards away from being like really exciting. Seb was definitely okay. It wasn't like, there's parts of the Seb card pool. I think when we rolled on Thursday, we got an even better Seb card pool than we did on Sunday. So yeah, 1 or 2 more cards I think would make Seb even better. I don't have any time for these off-meta events because of Path of Exile. Solmir, how's the PoE 2? I haven't touched it at all. I've been playing a bit of Marvel Rivals, which came out on the same day, and I think it's actually pretty great. It's free, so you can try it out. Also, the good thing happened, my brother. So Steam sharing, Steam, what's it called? Indiana Jones Circle of something, the Great Circle. This came out a couple days ago, and it's an Indiana Jones game made by Machine Games. Machine Games did the modern Wolfenstein games, which are pretty great. They're pretty good games. And this game was coming out and it reviewed really well. I didn't have very big expectations, but I was excited because it's a nice game that will run well on my nice new machine. But I wasn't going to buy it because Canadian video games are incredibly expensive. Like, you want to buy the normal edition, it's 90 Canadian dollars. With tax, it's like $100 for a game. So I generally, unfortunately, don't buy like new games. But I'm part of Steam family sharing, which means if someone in my family buys this, I'll have access to it because Steam is like pretty great like that. And my brother loves the he really likes the modern Wolfenstein games. They're some of his favorite games, so he's like, whatever Machine Games come out, I'll buy it. However, when this game came out, it was just too nice to run on a Steam Deck. My brother is a Linux gamer, and so he does all his gaming on his Steam Deck, which is a portable Linux machine. Turns out like a week later, they have updated it so that I think you can run the Xbox settings, like the Xbox quality settings on PC now, or on Linux, like on your computer. And so it will run on Steam Deck. So he finally grabbed it and I just logged into Steam and it was in my library. And so I played a couple hours of it yesterday and it is really good. It is just really good. I had no expectations for it and it is just great. You start, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's like a first person exploration game. It kind of sounds like that would make it an Uncharted game. And there is a bit of like, you know, platforming and technically there's guns and stuff, but most of it is just like walking around cool areas and exploring. Okay, first level is in the Vatican, largely, and so you're sneaking through the Vatican in like 1937, and you have to like sneak. It's cool. You're just touching things and explore. It feels great, honestly. So excited to play more of it. Really, really good. It barely runs on Steam Deck. From my understanding, they made it run on Steam Deck because it didn't when it came out. Ah, excuse me, chat. Jai farming this stuff, SMH needs to get that number up. It was my first day forced back to work. Happy to see the grid. Oh, Brennan, sorry about that. Hopefully you have a couple monitors off there at work. Like, it doesn't matter where you put Brennan, whether he's at home or whether he's at work. Like, he's still gonna do a Brennan job. To be honest, I wanted to submit my Eclipse decks earlier, but Netrunner DB ate up my write-up. Oh yeah, you did say that. I've been no-lifing PoE. Have you finished Wind and Truth? I don't know what this is. No-lifing hard enough if you have time to play these events. Rivals is solid. I feel like the time to kill is a little too fast, but overall it's fun. It's like fun. It's refreshing. There's a lot of characters. Like, it's basically Overwatch, except while Overwatch has, at least when Overwatch came out, right? Like, had maybe 12.5 characters. There's like 30 characters, and they all play very differently. Like, Spider-Man plays just unbelievably different than everything else. Like, you're a melee assassin that swings. Like, there's just something for everyone in it. It's quite nice. This is correct. This is the most Brennan of days. Wind and Truth is the newest Sanderson novel and wraps up a 5 huge book arc. Did that just come out too? Did Sanderson just put a thing? Spider-Man is wild so fast. Yeah. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting frustrated too, where my backline, like, I'm just playing Moon Knight and I get dove by Spider-Man and there's literally nothing I can do if my team is not coordinated and you're playing casuals. So like, yeah, I feel some of those pain points. My favorite character, unfortunately, by a mile, is Captain America. I just love playing Captain America. I just like being an annoying shield tank with mobility. Just dive in, get in the way, everyone shoots you, you bounce everything off, you run away, you never die. For some reason, that is my playstyle. Is not being very damaging, not being incredibly supporting, but just getting in the way. No game night tonight, need to wrap presents to post. Yo, Shockwave, we'll enjoy some wrapping. Can't be too rough. Sorry you can't go out to your locals. I gotta get, these are presents for other folks. I gotta get Maddie's presents wrapped up, I think, tomorrow. Imagine being able to post things. Yeah, for what it's worth, I actually don't know what this means. So Canadian Post has been on strike for about, I want to say about 30 days now. It's been nearly a month. I think the government is mandating that they go back to work for a bit and then they can strike again, which I honestly, if that's correct, which I might be misunderstanding the situation, I don't know what that's going to do, because already there's like a backlog of 8 million packages and envelopes and stuff. So those have to be mailed out. And everyone knows that they're going to go back on strike in 3 months because they haven't settled on anything, which means I don't think a lot of people are going to use Canada Post. Like, all the businesses that switch to using private, you know, Purelator or FedEx or whatever you have, like, they're not going to use Canada Post knowing that it'll be just pulled away from them in 3 months. It's very weird. Obviously for the holidays, it's been a bit stressful. A lot of like Etsy small sellers, they're just like, we shut down because we use Canada Post, which it sucks. I think I read that by forcing back to work, the union auto gets some concessions. That's at least good, but still, that doesn't seem like what they want it to be. Like, they want more than that, right? Concessions are good, but I don't think they're getting everything they want. Playing Rivals as we speak. Meteor, who are you playing as? Yeah, like 14 kills and 1 death in my first play as Punisher. That sounds right. I do think your first play, like, people are not going to respect. Punisher does a lot of damage. Like, Punisher's turret does an absurd amount of damage. I missed that Wind and Truth came out. I'm finishing up Expanse book series now, but I think I'm going to go to after Wind and Truth after I finish it up. Love the show, one of my faves. Long story, we're back to work until May, but CP has zero incentive to negotiate because the government will step in. There were 0 concessions. Brennan, are you working as part of Post? Oh, this is what you mean when you're back at work. I didn't know you're part of Canada Post. Unless you're reading on top of we as in just like the general we. Yeah, Canada Post has 0 incentive to negotiate because the government will step in. Yeah, it seems like they went on strike and the government just says, sorry, you have to do it. Oh man, okay. Hopefully things are going well. We stand with you. I don't know how it ends. It seems really annoying. Hopefully things are okay. Moon Knight deletes people. Moon Knight's really good if people group up. If people play like solo queue and they dive you with Spider-Man, it's useless. Is CP a government agency? Yeah, Canada Post is just like, I'm imagining if in America, like American, the Post, it is the government, like the federal Post. It is an institution that's been around, I imagine, for hundreds of years. Oh, 1867, okay, 100 of years. Yeah, Yeah, but it is like the social post. We love to see worker solidarity. Yeah, we do. Vicetron, how's it going? It's a crown corporation, so government adjacent. Okay, yeah, probably a bit more subtle than I know. The U.S. Postal Service is not 100% government org. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't watch a lot of the series, but from what I've heard about Expanse, I think it was pretty close adaptation. But the show combines a few plot points, characters together to simplify and quicken things. I'm sad about NBN. Yeah, Vicetron, you wrote a message I know in the last like ban list article. I guess we'll talk about the ban list in a second. About NBN not being a thing. I think NBN still is a thing, but I think NBN is in a weird spot where they have to kind of be reinvented by Dawn, or whatever Dawn actually is going to be turned out to name. I feel like we spent so much time calling Dawn Dawn that we're going to be surprised when we realize Dawn is just a code name and it's not the name of the set. So I feel like we spend more time calling it Dawn than we are going to call it anything else. We'll find out how it goes. It's heavily subsidized, but still a separate entity. The U.S. Postal Service. Good job, Under, keeping up with 6 different conversations going on in chat. The ones about the books, I cannot engage in, so I'm just making sure everyone's having a good time. I'm doing fine, but we could use a 2-credit Anarch event now. Yeah, sorry, Brennan. NBN has picked itself up from every ban list. It'll be fine. I mean, it'll maybe be fine. I think we're going to find out that Ismari is just really good text and you can do anything in it. Like, can you just take your RP deck and put it into Ismari? And honestly, yeah, maybe. You do get 2 credits, maybe not as consistently, but you only get the 2 credits when the runner runs. This is the opposite, where you get 2 credits if the runner doesn't run half the time. So there is a chance that you can just take an NBN deck and move the shell to the best, most generous NBN identity and realize that Ismari is just busted. You mostly can, but that's rotating too. Yeah, I'm aware that that's rotating, but like every faction is rotating to the point that's unplayable. Mostly, right? Like Dawn needs to do a lot of work. Right? Like some factions are hit worse than others, but like NBN, you're losing a couple good identities, you're losing some good asset stuff, but you still keep, I don't know, seamless launch and crypto crash. I don't know what you're trying to do. AJM, long time since I could follow along live. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully Tuesday's doing well. DJ and asset spam NEH still works. Right now, I think NEH asset spam probably still works. I don't think people are super hard tech for asset spam. London and I's vegan R plus bounce that did well at Worlds was probably better in Ismari with Amani. Now safe from Trickshot. Yeah, that's another thing too, is like understanding what is good. Like R plus obviously is banned out now, but I don't know if R plus was a great matchup into Trickshot. The idea is with less Trickshot, less Shaper in that way. Like, does your matchup spread get better? In some ways, I worry it's the opposite, right? Like I do think mulch based Anarchs, like destructive Anarchs, those are generally pretty good into NBN. While Oppo research can be a bit tricky. If you can just pull apart their combo pieces, you're gonna have an issue, so that might be a problem. We'll find out. It's gonna take some testing. Right now, NBN draw Dawn IDs are GameNet, dead, Prov, never alive. No, Prov is alive, and Epiphany, goodish, but doesn't do tags. I think Epiphany might not. That's the thing about Epiphany, is like Epiphany inherently struggles to do tags in some way. And that's because Epiphany ability feels like it disincentivizes you from playing operations. Now, that being said, Near Earth Hub is kind of the same thing. Like if you want to build a new remote server in Near Earth Hub, you shouldn't have that many operations. And so you probably just play like the 6 to 7 operations you play, and that's fine. I do think Epiphany can take up the mantle of NEH and probably be okay, but it's going to be more based on context of the power level of that deck, how it lines up against the power level of the expected runners. We have no idea. Obviously, we're going to get new NBN cards. I think that is really big. I don't think a lot of the NBN cards in System Update were that good, unscientifically. E, S2, 21F, NBN, right? Like, obviously, we're losing more than this, but like a lot of the System Update cards that we're losing aren't particularly good. So the card pool's not going to shrink as much as you think it is. So like Beal and DBS, Beal's fine to good. DBS sees very little play, but it's fantastic. None of these really see play. Wraparound is its own thing, but none of these see play. So this is not going to be huge for rotation, if you ask me. And then when it comes to the other cycles, which I don't know their names because they're numbered. Yeah, I don't know the names of the sets. Pop-up window, I miss pop-up window. Pop-up window is one of my favorite ice of all time. Really, really, really cool. You just don't see it. Fizzarum killed Toll Booth hard? No, yeah, not only Fizzarum, Slap Vandal. You just don't see any Toll Booth, but Fizzarum is the worst case. Hey, Cold Lava, congratulations for the weekend. A drop and a Shaper leads to drop and cup, so we can get back to playing Waroid. I guess. Is cup the only thing keeping Waroid away? I'm not actually sure. Hey, Gyro, things are going well. How you doing? What is the new distinguishing quality for NBN after the bans? I don't really get what yellow's supposed to be now. For what it's worth, I don't either. I think there's still obviously the faction that cares about tags. So Oppo Research at the end of the day, if you have 7 credits, still gives a runner 4 tags. That is just going to be hard to deal with no matter what. And then of course they have tag punishment. I think Public Trail is a card that's also very hard to play around as long as you have single tag punishment. Like tags is probably it. Now their ice suite isn't terrible. They have reasonable okay ice. Like a lot of this ice is going to get imported for the best thing it can do. Like Mist and Chesto is fine. You obviously have Holloman and shipment from Vladislavsk City Grid. Like these are also very, very good. The issue is that they don't have a really strong or like wide agenda suite that seems to work with this, right? Like Crypto Crash is the one thing in faction that sees a lot of play or could see a lot of play, and it doesn't. Like it doesn't often. But this is the mean thing you can do, like seamless launch, this sort of stuff. I honestly don't know, but like I've never been a big NBN enjoyer. I think Near Earth Hub is still 70 influence go wide. You still have technically Mindscaping. Like Mindscaping and the line combos are still going to happen because if less people are playing Shaper, that means less people are going to play Onacom. To some extent, more people are going to play Onacom because less people are going to play Swift. And then that means the 7, 8, 9 hand size Shapers might not exist as commonly. It's going to be hard to tell until the meta settles, but like if you asked me what NBN did before Reality Plus got banned, the answer is the same. The only difference is that there was a deck that gave you slightly more tags more commonly. Like I don't think it actually changes the texture of the landscape too much. Like NBN is pigeonholed. It feels like Jinteki is wider than NBN, and NBN used to have that problem. We're a little worried about Anarch. Still crush most Crim. Epiphany feels bad. Hey Sock Monkey, it really needs more cards in the pool that want to not be installed from HQ. I agree. I think it could use more tools like that. I think it's easy to see more cards like that, like operations that do something if you haven't played a card from hand, stuff like that. Like I think that space is pretty easy to explore. For what it's worth, Seamless Launch kind of is like an Epiphany card to some extent, but like cards that have templating that work with Epiphany but not directly have to be Epiphany cards, that also can work. This is, you know what I mean? This kind of is an Epiphany card, but not really. Could be. As a Spark Agents fan, I love pop-up so much. One of my favorite ONR ideas of a card, and mind you, pop-up window did exist in ONR, is there's this ONR called misleading access menus. And I just love this for so many reasons. Firstly, the idea that the corporation's security is just made by being annoying. This is basically pop-up window. So this is proto pop-up window. 0 to res, code gate, 1 strength, whatever. There's a whole bunch of 0 cost ice in ONR that when you resed it, you gained money. So they all gained 3 credits. They were always 0 cost ice, so they're econ cards. And this is the end the run unless the runner pays 1. So basically pop-up window. But just the idea that the defenses are just by being annoying is kind of what pop-up window is, right? It's like it's hard to navigate our menus, and that slows the runner down enough. I think that's just absolutely charming. I feel like the cards like this too, and to some extent, I don't know, I think cards like this specifically make you realize that ice is placed specifically to keep runners out. And obviously that seems like an explicit or maybe an implicit thing when you like put your Brawn on the remote server, the Brawn exists to keep runners out. But when it's something like this, which is like, it focuses on the humanity of the runner itself, I think it's just so charming. To be like, yeah, we want to be annoying and slow them down slightly. Very, very cool. Yo, Dioshan, how's it going? I thought I'd see you on the weekend. Hopefully you're doing well, huh? Just rough to have a faction that's so firmly in the Dawn waiting room right now. Yeah, but I hear you. I don't know how to fix it, right? Like, I still think NBN's going to do fine at tournaments, but it's going to be like 1 or 2 decks. It is what it is. I love how the Crypto Crash Altart has a tiny salt shaker icon above the prize icon. Oh yeah, it does. I think there's a couple that had those. Because they were the 2022. Asmari Re-Education will still be around until rotation. Yeah, and I'm not sure if anyone really enjoys Asmari Re-Education competitively or casually that much. I do think also that deck, if you're playing less of the free card draw cards, but that deck is not going to get better over time. I don't think. The more people know how the deck works, I don't think it's going to get better. Veronica, things are good. How are you doing? It's going okay. We're just above holidays, so we have 1 more week of streaming. Gonna make some content, hopefully. Hopefully you've been good. I think R plus ban has more to do with Dawn than current meta. This is another thing too, and like you can get your conspiracy hat on. Was Reality Plus going to be banned regardless when Dawn came out? Because I would actually be incredibly surprised. I know I said this in the video that Reality Plus being banned is very good for the design of Dawn because you don't run into the issues where you're designing cards that are free in Reality Plus but cost 2 credits outside of Reality Plus, right? Like balancing and designing cards with the word tag on them, which classically in most sets we've seen are half the NBN to cards. It's very, very difficult when all these cards can be rezzed or played for 2 credits cheaper, right? Like it's just messed up. I do not know whether Reality Plus was going to be banned, because this is the thing that we've seen before. We've seen sets where when this set comes out or when this rotation happens, on day one, there are bans on the basis that testing for the set was done with this in mind. I think 3 months is too little time between now. Well, maybe not necessarily. You can always change the numbers on cards. Maybe that's not entirely true, but we're at the point where like maybe Reality Plus was going to be banned regardless when the set came out, and it just happened as well in standard, right? Because I just refuse to believe to some extent that this card can be around forever, and it just causes so many problems when it comes to NBN. Did a cat sneak in? Hold on. Oh, maybe not. We'll see. I think Epiphany also wants more cards that make use of future sighted grants. I would love Epiphany cards that allow me to look at the top or give me benefit from seeing the top. Like again, that would be so cool to know what's on the top and get benefit from knowing. Right, like hitting the Epiphany button and then on second click doing something with your card pool that is only based off the fact that you know the next 2 cards. That would be incredible. I'm excited to see something like that. If you take an R+ deck and just add 4 econ cards and an agenda, NEH helps you draw those cards and make money. Yeah, and I think that's a big part of like why the end of the line combo decks were in NEH. They needed the influence, they wanted the card draw. You could have played that deck in R+. And honestly, if you change that into R+, people might have played differently against it because they didn't expect it. And for what it's worth, that deck was also at Worlds, right? The R+ NEH. I can't wait to have new cards to lose to. R+ ban is 100% a designs based ban, but it sucks to be down IDs, 5/3 agendas unless you want to play re-edge a combo, etc. I hear you. Man, I want NBN to be wider. Yeah, and for those who played back in the day, for the first many years, NBN was just a fast events identity. And to some extent, I missed it. I kind of miss NBN being a fast events identity. It was like busted powerful back then, but it's weird how, and again, it's been a long time. It's been over a decade, but how the what you relate to how the faction plays has changed so much over time. Now that you've built your own R cube, do you have a favorite card? Oh, in ONR? It's hard to say. I would need to play more ONR. I think there's a lot of designs that are very goofy. Like I sometimes want to say some of the dice rolling cards because there's a lot of dice rolling cards, and I don't know how those are going to feel when your opponent plays them at games. Like there's a card that just says roll 3 dice. Okay, so in ONR there's a card that says roll 3 d6, gain credits equal to the amount of pips you roll. How much money do you think that event costs? Right? How many credits should that card cost for it to feel like a reasonable economy card? So I don't know. Well, I'll have to get back to you probably next month when we play the cube. Unsubscribing from some of the online services is so filled with dark patterns it does feel like hacking. I really like the entertainment theme on some newer NBN cards. Want more dark patterns and web game design type things in future cards. Yeah, GameNet was definitely trying to explore that. Didn't really land. A lot of the GameNet cards also, like, I think playing against this was just a slog that people found out. But yeah. Hey Lucille, Smari gets a buff out of a lat nerf. I find it really fun to play against. You are an Ismari enjoyer. I don't mean to belittle that. Also, shout out to your game on. I'm glad you played some RAM. That 1 in 12 on R&D against, I believe, Nightjar. That's really exciting. Anybody need a new computer case for free? Did not realize how toxic big new GPUs have gotten. Actually, what GPU did you get? They've gotten really, 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 really big. My new computer case is much bigger than my old computer case for a reason. With everything said, I'm completely okay with R+ ban if we get Bologna back. I don't think you'll ever see Bologna back. I'd be very surprised. How would you design an NBN that does things with tags without being miserable? So what I was thinking about, and this would be awful. This would be bad because I don't think you can balance it. But what about if you had an ability that gave you a benefit if you gave the runner a tag, but it replaced the tag itself? I think this is very hard to balance because the numbers wouldn't make sense. But what about now instead when you res a ping, you gained, anytime the runner took a tag, instead you gained 4 credits, but the runner didn't take the tag. I think that would probably be miserable as well, because it's just like interaction is bad. Res and ping, they gain 2 credits, that feels awful. But I feel like using the tag as a resource that's external, kind of like Freedom uses with viruses. If you can use tags in a way, like this rewrites what tags are, but if tags aren't the sort of like win condition attached directly to something like trashing resources or playing end of the line, but you can use it in a different way, right? Like if tags could not be used by any other cards, but you can remove 3 tags to fast events or something like that. I think that'd be very difficult to balance and you still probably end up in oppo hell, but I think there's ways to make tags just work different as tags. I just think it's going to be very, very tricky to get the numbers to make any sense. What if we had a sync plus as a reverse R plus? Cost 2 credits more to remove the first tag each turn. Oof. Oofa doofa. That would be really painful. I think you'd end up in situations where, like, obviously you want to batch remove tags, but you probably would just go tag me immediately. Hey Kevs, is errata hard on a printed card game? Different games do it differently. So for instance, what's a game that does this? Doomtown, for instance, is a card game I casually play. And if they do errata a card, I feel like there's other cool examples of this. If they do errata a card, I think Ashes maybe does this as well. They will print that card for free in the next product inside the product. So the idea is that they errated a card in pack 1. Later on, when you buy pack 4 or pack 3 down the line, it'll have the fixed cards for pack 1 in pack 3 or pack 4, and everyone gets them for free as long as you were buying that product regardless, which wasn't free. That's a thing you can do. When it comes to Netrunner, we've seen some erratas, some of them small erratas and FFG time. So things like Wireless Net Pavilion after One World, it was errated to have a unique icon. Notice the original printing doesn't. That is relatively important. We had things like AstroScript Pilot Program. This was the original core set, and this was, you got 2 of them in the original core set, and then they later gave it limit 1 per deck. I think this weekend we saw Maxwell James. Maxwell James, I think they even changed the art here. Says uses ability only after successful run on HQ. Maxwell James, derez a piece of ice. Now the current text is uses ability only during the next paid ability window after successful run on HQ ends. So you have to do this immediately after the run on HQ has ended, as opposed to running the remote server and using this on encounter. So classically, FFG was not worried about doing erratas. They would do erratas. Now, Null Signal Games has accessibility to be a it's very, very important to them. And so they do not want to do card erratas. They don't want to have 2 people to have the same card that have a misunderstanding of how it works. That's just like on a fundamental level, not something they want to do. So you're much more likely to see this. And we probably have good examples. I just can't think of any right now, where it's more likely that they'll ban a card and then in the future print a card that does the thing the ban card did, but more reasonable. So like, for instance, Nanocivic Grid got banned, and largely, if you ask me, it got banned because either it was not unique and or it doesn't say remote server only, and Nanocivic Grid got banned. Now, in theory, they could have just said, we errated this to remote server only, and maybe it would have been healthy, right? Like, you can just do that, but they decide not to. And probably in the future, maybe years from now, we'll see a card like Nanocivic Grid that is functionally a fixed Nanocivic Grid. Overall, I don't mind, like, it's ugly when you're playing with a deck that has a lot of erratas and understanding the card text doesn't work in the game text. Like, people who are plugged in, like maybe you are, I know like I am, that won't be too much of an overhead, but for newer players, it is pretty annoying. I was picking up like L5R, and Legend of the Five Rings has a whole bunch of erratas where cards don't work the way they do. Like literally one of the identities in the core set doesn't have the same text as it did when it came out. And so I'm sitting there playing my Scorpion Clan deck and understanding that the text was changed. That's wild. Like, that's a hard thing to communicate, and it does cause some barriers, more than it sometimes sounds. So I like what Null Signal Games does. I think it would be easier to be I think if Null Signal Games puts out cards on a faster basis, again, for better for worse, we would not feel it so bad. Like losing a card when you only get, you know, so many cards a year feels worse. I think that is one thing that could help with that feeling, but I don't mind it too much. But Null Signal Games clearly doesn't want to do text erratas, and I get it. Faster Biotics. Prop is fun, and not just for asset spam. NBN has the second best card pool after HB. Hot take. Yes, super hot take. Even Prop is fun is a hot take, I'll be honest. Sand City Grid is so expensive to res. It is, Jello. Back in the day, though, you would res it. If you had 6 credits, you'd score out your agenda, because next turn you're scoring another agenda. It was very, very different. The big thing with NEH back when was not knowing if you were across from FA or Butcher Shop. For the first like years, there was no Butcher Shop, right? Like I think the kill NEH, you could tell somewhat quickly depending on the ice suite and how they spent influence, but that was a later contrivance. Should tag punishment cards all say remove a tag as an additional cost rather than if the runner is tagged? It would be interesting, honestly. It would be interesting. I think it would actually make things feel better. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe if all cards just said that, like it stops you ending up with single tag win conditions, but if Self-Growth Program removed the tag for you, it would feel like it has a more balanced tempo cost. Now that would technically mean some of the weird tag cards, like the bad tag punishment cards, would be worth playing. But overall, yeah, that is a way to make tags less frustrating, I think. Gain 10.5, probably 6, 8, it was 7. It was 7 credits for that card I described a long time ago in chat. Maybe the problem with tags right now is Oppa Research. They placed HHN, but not any of the tools runners had to deal with them, which is problem IMO. I think if we get a fun way, like literally a fun way to remove tags or an on-tempo way to remove tags, Oppo research will be an easier pill to swallow. I think right now, again, removing tags using the basic actions is literally anti-fun technology. And whether that still makes an interesting game state at competitive tables, I think it does. But casually, removing tags sucks. RX 7900 XTX, that stuff is way too big. That's probably huge. Hey Steve, sorry I'm responding to your comment really late. I turned up to a GNK yesterday with R+, and the girls deck playing Trick Shot. Didn't realize it was set up with a new ban list. No one in Brighton minded. They are lovely. Firstly, congratulations to going out. Secondly, sorry it was the new ban list. We also had a GNK this weekend, but the organizer decided to do pre-ban lists, so we still played Trick Shot and Luminal. Some folks did. I decided not to, but I played decks that wouldn't make sense. Glad you came out, and I think that's what's gonna largely happen. Is that you go out with your deck that might be illegal when you bring your first system gateway deck and has Reality Plus and they're playing standard. They'll just be like, it's cool. And I'm glad you came out. They are lovely. There's some really nice folks in Brighton. Big fan of the tag cards that remove tags of the design space. IDs with the numbers 2 on or busted change my mind. I don't think I'll need to. T identity X2. Oh, never mind, null. You got nulled. You got nulled. Null, not busted. Ian Sterling, not busted. Sabotage 2, pretty good. Argus, pretty good. Ampere, not busted, has 2. I wouldn't say Seb is busted yet. I wouldn't say Nuvenk or is busted. Okay, wait, no, this is not a hot take anymore. A lot of these 2s are not good 2s. Half of these 2s are good 2s, though. There's way more 2s than I thought they'd be. What if we made door-to-door an NBN identity? Oh, no. Every turn, it just doesn't stop. Is the music supposed to be playing? No, it's not. Good catch. It's at like 36% volume. Apologies. Hopefully it wasn't too loud. Thank you. Standoff got eroded. Standoff did not get eroded. Standoff, they just made it more clear how it works. There's a lot of cards that look like they got eroded. I think this one did not get eroded. This is just the text is more obvious. Very few cards got eroded. Null Signal Games just does text changes. So like one of my favorite ones is Demolition Run. It was an original core set, even the revised core set. Read this text, make it run on HQ or ID. You may trash and no cost any cards that you access. And then this is the formatting for Null Signal Games. It's just NSG formatting. And this is so buck wild to have an access paid ability window on an event. I like the idea of default punishment for floating tags on an ID. That seems more fair. Hey, Clancomatics, what do you mean? Like only the identity can do tag punishment? Seems to me that tags and traces were related. Now that traces are almost all out of tags are the only option that simulate we know you if the corp towards a runner. Dijon, I think sort of. So tags and traces. So there was a bunch of powerful trace cards that give you tags. Now, I think trace gets more interesting when it's pushed on ice, right? The idea is that when you run into the caduceus, the financial implications of trace 1 impacts trace 2. And I think that's actually really interesting. Arguably, it's a bit too crunchy and too deep of a pool for the payoff of this, because I do think you can spend 5 minutes thinking about these considerations. Like, how much do I pay on X? And then if I win that, will I have enough money to pay Y? But if I lose the first trace, will I be able to beat the second trace, right? Like, this technically is interesting, but also does get very, very deep. But I think tracing on face checks, as it was a lot in ONR, is very, very cool. That being said, tracing on things like, what's it called? SIA source as opposed to public trail. This to me is way worse because the idea is if you just don't have more money than the corporation, unless you have uninteractive tag, not punishment, unless you have like meat damage protection or tag removal, you shouldn't run. And that's the idea with public trail, again, for better, for worse, is that it doesn't matter how much money the corporation has. As long as you have 8 credits, you can play the game safely, right? That's good to me. That's better. That's interesting. The issue is when hard-hitting news gets compared to Oppo research. And this, unfortunately, is a defense of hard-hitting news, which I never thought I would say. No matter how much money the runner has, you can give them 2 tags in Reality Plus for no credits. If you have 5 credits, you can give them 4 tags. No matter what, they're gaining 4 tags, regardless of how the game is going. And that is messed up. That was one of the things with hard-hitting news. And obviously there's a lot of problems with hard-hitting news. I'm glad hard-hitting news isn't there. But you could beat hard-hitting news by just having more money than the corporation. So if your finances were good because the corporation couldn't grind you down and you stabilized, hard-hitting news was no longer a problem. That is really cool in some ways, that you don't get into this attritional matchup where you know you're going to get oppoed no matter what. In this game, you're going to have to clear 10 tags. You could end up in situations where you clear no tags this game because your finances were good. Now, again, the problem with hard-hitting news is that probably should have been a proto threat card, because this being 4 tags on turn 1 because you made a successful run to Dirty Laundry Archives, like that is not fun. Nobody enjoyed that really. So obviously that is one of the big differences is money cannot beat Oppo. You just have to sit there and clear 4 tags and that sucks. Like that was just brutal. This is the part of Trace that I like, where you can actually say things won't happen if the Corp runner has money. But there are also some Trace cards that are less healthy. They don't want to do functional rudders. They do rules clarity errata. Yes, yeah. I don't think we've seen a lot of functional rudder out of no signal games. Yeah, I forgot to turn the music off. Thank you. The Scorpion Stronghold errata was wild. It came way later, right, Veronica? I don't think it came immediately. I even got like a promo card for one of the Phoenix Strongholds, and it's been errated. Apparently, it doesn't work the way I thought it would. Here's a card idea. Hey, Brandon. 2 credits, take 1 core damage, remove all tags. Yeah, I think that would be fine. Obviously, it would be a great ESA card. If it's a resource, I take it. It'd have to be very, very like well costed. I wonder if people started playing that, whether you would play like nothing else. I don't know. Throughout the history of the game, we've seen a lot of tech of how to deal with tags, right? Some of them were kind of interesting. Like New Angels City Hall was fascinating because if you stole an agenda, it went away. So corporations had counterplay or perceived counterplay against this. Don't worry about Film Critic. And I think that's kind of neat. And still the same cost, but you save a click. That means you can do it mid-run or on the corporation's turn, but also you save a click, so you can just click for a credit. So I think it's hard also to get like tag tech that is not just unbeatable, that has counterplay to it. That's another like really hard thing to do, to feel good on both sides. For what it's worth, we used to have this card, which came out. It was a 1 influence card that saw like no play, but this card was banned relatively quickly. And the idea was that when this was on the table, and back then NBN Ice almost all tagged, all of the NBN Ice tagged you or cared about tags, like this card was just seemed as like a fun vacuum. You put this down for 1 influence and you just ran everything in NBN and their Ice just did nothing, right? Make a run avoid all tags. That was very, very impactful. You can't avoid CTM though. Didn't Liza play Dorm Computer? I don't actually remember that happening. I don't think they overlapped. No, they definitely didn't overlap because Liza was much later. Liza was in Rain and Reverie. This is what's it called? San. So this card probably was banned for a long time. I'm not sure when Liza came out. I'd be surprised. Maybe. But it was banned for a fair bit. City of Lies was errated, restricted, re-errated, and then finally banned. Wait, is that the core? David, the core Scorpion? Amaku already is technically errated? Hey, Francesco, I don't think so. Amaku is just clarified. There's no errata on Amaku. Amaku works exactly the same way that the FFG wanted it to work. They just had different terms. This is not errata. Kind of hoping Nanny Grid comes back when Ag Infusion goes. Hey, Ba. Firstly, I'm glad that you got to get some gameplay in on Sunday. I know it's a busy weekend. I don't know. I think Nanny Grid needs to have some words changed on it. Nantegi obviously has the second best card pool. It has ice defense upgrades in Charlotte. I'd have to think about it. Probably. A piece of cybernetic hardware that says you cannot gain more than 1 tag per turn. I think that turns off entire win conditions though. If you have a win condition that cares about 2 tags, right? Like if someone has that installed and you're playing a shipment from the Disperse deck, like this is the problem. Game is hard to design. Like if someone has that installed, how do you play a shipment from the Disperse deck? You just can't, right? So you need to find ways to deal with tags that are not like just make the tag deck useless. It's very, very tricky. Hey, Quiba, can you turn the music down so I can crank a compressor to hear you in the shower? Yes, apologies. I missed that. Also, thanks for playing on the weekend. We got to see a really exciting game that we got to cast. We need more soft tag punishment for single tags. The risk associated to a single tag is too much at the moment. That will rotate out. I think most of that is in the old card pool. Oh man, I feel really bad we left the music on. What on-tempo way do you want to remove tags that isn't really oppressive? The old Shaper program to do it was way over the curve, but modern things like Valentina are way under the curve. I agree. I honestly don't know whether you have to install something that has charges and each charge interacts with the tag favorably so the corporation knows it will only last so long and maybe make it unique. That is an option because then you're on deck slots, stuff like that. Like I'm not 100% sure how you make tags interesting to remove. Seb interacting with tags, like that could be a way. Like it doesn't have to be about removing tags, but like Seb getting tempo from taking tags and then using that in also a risky way, like removing cards from hand while you take a tag. There's some risk associated. I think that's also fascinating. But I'm not be sure. I'm honestly not sure. Like, would you play something like an info bounty or what's it called? What's the neutral one from System Update? Security testing, that if you made a successful run on the server, remove a tag? No, probably not. But that's what I mean. It's like, I think you have to have them work into the idea. Like maybe criminal has to run to clear tags and then you can make board states where that's difficult for them to do. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Original NBN had 2 recurring credits. Is that busted? It was not that good. It was for tracing 2 recurring credits. Is it just me or does Loup and the person he's with look like a jack-o'-lantern from distance on Oppo? All I see is a pumpkin when I look at Oppo. It's because they are hit by a targeting reticle, so it does put them in a circle. I could see why you think they're a gourd. Power Shutdown is one of the only real erratas. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Power Shutdown is real. Obelisk is a good card that interacts with tags. I disagree. Obelisk falls into that sort of camp. They have Obelisk. I'm playing a kill damage deck. I lose. Right? It's the sort of like, oh, they're playing this. I lose. And I think we saw this year at NPC in the throwback, where I think John was playing against, I want to say Izzy probably, and like Izzy installs the Obelisk and goes up to like 14 hand size and the game's over. Where I think John is playing like Scorched Earth combo. Like, it's a really cool tag me card, don't get me wrong. I think it's a fascinating card, but if you're trying to play meat damage, you just should not have brought it. Standoff totally did get errata, it just wasn't a functional errata, it was a clarification. I don't think that's an errata though, is it? IP block is an excellent trace card, one of the goats. Yeah, IP block is a really good trace card. Right? Like sometimes you just needed that. A simple card that asks runner spend some amount of money. The thing is though, at the end of the day, oh man, it was just like the minority of cases where the trace technology on this actually mattered. And it was just basically a subroutine says that the runner pays 3 credits or end the run. You could have said that. Now that does interact with Link. And unfortunately, a lot of the most powerful runners over the last couple of years also have Link, which doesn't seem incredibly fair. But yeah, there's very few times where the corporation would actually boost into this before. And so technically in those situations, you need trace. It showed up so few times that it doesn't feel like it's worth the overhead. I don't know. Threat in general is the best NSG mechanic they've added. Hope to see lots of it in the future. Yeah, threat's good. It's very flexible, very playable. I think you'll see more threat throughout the history of Netrunner. For what it's worth, like when they did their keywords, like the whole Borealis cycle, like Sabotage is sick, Mark is sick. As much as I didn't like Mark when it came out, I don't think Charge worked, but that's because Boat got banned. I think that was the payoff card. We can see Charge get re-examined, but I do think the keyworded cycles were actually really, really cool. Bare minimum, hope they find a new way to use Link, or all the people with the Link tattoos will be kind of sad. No, they know what they did. Like, honestly, I'm not meant to make fun of them. I was highly considering one. I think the version of me in like the Twitch banner has one. But it's still cool. Still there. Hey, PMK, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping in. People who think Amaku is errata just don't know how the card was meant to work. I wouldn't use those words, but yeah. Yeah, it works the same way. I must say I prefer NSG templating on icebreakers, etc. I really like Shipment from Vladisbursk. It's so much fun. Shipment from Vladisbursk is really cool. I like the idea that I float a single tag, but I decide to take off the second tag, and then the only way I get punished is like a predicted planogram. That feels fine. Understanding like I'm going to clear down to 1 tag so they can't Vladisbursk me, like that's cool. That is counterplay. Someone's made a decision. They're taking risks. I like it. What if you got a power counter every time an agenda was scored or stolen, and you could use that to clear tags? Problem is, you're describing one of the most busted cards of all time. Now, this is because this was 2 power counters, and you could do it at instant speed, and you could also draw cards. So basically, if you played this, you were unkillable on 7 different angles. But yeah, something like that might make sense. You'd have to tune it down. You'd have to be careful, because Aaron Moran is absurd. I'd like to be able to clear tags at a better rate than 1 per click. Just let me lawyer up or something and clear my board up faster. The problem with lawyer up is like lawyer up didn't see a lot of play, but it made some sense because back in the day, criminal decks were running account siphon very commonly, and account siphon gave you 2 tags. But playing this as a slot in your deck where the meta is like 40% HB and like 10% Wayland just doesn't feel right. Like that's the weird thing is you also have to build cards that are exciting in the matchups that they don't do anything. It's really, really weird. I don't know. I have no idea how to do it. Also, maybe a disparity between the ease of acquiring tags and the cost of removing them. Yeah, for sure. And then eventually we'll end up in this like weird slippery slope where it's like so cheap to remove them. So why don't you take 16? I'm only sort of kidding. A P block is wild. Just gives a tag for having a turtle. It was one of the good ways. And not just turtle. It was annoying to a lot of different AIs over the time. I think it would be better if floating tags wasn't as dangerous and it was a less binary combo instant death. I don't know why they didn't ban false lead. I'm surprised false lead hasn't got banned out yet, but I do think it hasn't shown up as the majority of any meta. But for what it's worth, like we are in a point where a single tag isn't death, right? Like again, in context, when this game started, Scorched Earth was end the line that doesn't remove a tag. So there was many decks in which all they did is you made a successful run. I have more money than you. So I'm going to do C source, which is public trail. But if you have more money than the runner, it just goes through because it's a trace. They get 1 tag and then you do scorched, right? Like then after that was deemed not healthy and it was around for many, many years. Then we got Boom, and Boom was like, oh, you have to have 2 tags, and 2 tags is 7 meat damage. But Boom is not only a double, it's also trashable for 1 credit. And Boom was very good. I kind of miss Boom because it feels so difficult to build a Wayland deck that flatlines people. Like it is just very difficult to build a deck that flatlines people because now we're in the sort of situation where we have to play 2-card combos. Now, for what it's worth, before Boom, we did have Scorched Earth. But between Boom and Scorched Earth, a little card got printed called I've Had Worse. And I've Had Worse is functionally Steelskin Scarring. This is the proto Steelskin Scarring. There's a whole story about why Steelskin Scarring is named Steelskin Scarring. I've shared it before on the channel. It's fascinating. But I've Had Worse is functionally Steelskin Scarring. But the problem is when every Anarch deck played 3 I've Had Worse because it was just an Anarch Diesel and it was just very, very good. It drew 3 cards, but only from net or meat damage and didn't care about the top of the stack. So what happened is eventually we also got a card alongside I've Had Worse called Traffic Accident. And Traffic Accident is just at least 2 tags is 2 meat damage. So you often wanted to get the runner in a situation where they had 2 tags so you could do Traffic Accident, which would most likely miss the I've Had Worse. And then you'd hit them with the Scorched Earth to finish them. Because the math with I've Had Worse was a lot worse, right? They had 5 cards in hand and you took out 4. And one of them was an I've Had Worse. They're up at 4 again. Hand is hard. So then double Scorch doesn't kill. So that happened for a while. Then we had Boom. Then we had High Profile Target, which also really wanted you to have 2+ tags. You never really saw someone play 3 high profile targets to do 2/2/2. But we're at the point where like the meat damage combo is Mindscaping, which is influence, into generally End of the Line, which is usually influence as well. And so it's so much clumsier. It's so much easier to disrupt. All of these are influence cards. They're generally singletons in a lot of the decks. And again, not every deck is playing disruption. I do think we have Burner. Of course, we have Burner, but also we have like Loup and Imp and all that freedom stuff. It's so much harder. So if you ask me, is 1 tag lethal? Usually no. 1 tag is not often lethal because the amount of setup that the corporation needs to do to make 1 tag lethal, please ignore HB. I think Thule is its own thing. And I will say that distributed tracing is, I honestly am getting more and more annoyed that there's an HB card that gives a tag. This doesn't make any sense to me. Why do Lat and Hoshiko have Link? I think Hoshiko having Link is fascinating because of the payoff for being digital. Like it makes sense. And then DreamNet slightly makes sense. But Lat having Link is also, Lat was terrible when Lat came out. Lat was awful when Lat came out, right? Like nobody thought Lat was good. And honestly, one of the big reasons why Lat was so bad when Lat came out, not only did we have better shapers at the time, perceived better shapers, but the most common card that people used to get their breakers out on the table was Stim Hack. And Stim Hack gives you core damage. So as soon as you take 1 core damage in Lat, you turn off your ability. So people just did not play Lat. Now, obviously, we don't have Stim Hack, and we moved back to a world of Trick Shot, let alone Overclock, and now Lat's seeing a lot of play. But just keep in mind, when Lat came out, Lat was garbage. Like, everyone joked on Lat, let alone his console was also, like, very, very bad. Mark is the most boring NSG keyword, Ima? Nah, that's Charge. Mark is sick. Mark is really, really cool. Forces you to replan your turn. I like it a lot. Hey, Concord, just got back from Nashville over the weekend. Hope you're having an awesome day. Thank you. Hopefully you had a good time in Nashville. I don't know what's going on down in Nashville. I think that's Tennessee. Hope you had a great time. Sabotage is sick. 2nd best NSG keyword after Threat. Yeah, good stuff. Hey, Safer, I loved Lawyer Up. Lawyer Up is great. I know I mentioned the art in Lawyer Up too before. It's like, none of these characters are named characters. And I love that it makes the Netrunner world look bigger. It's fantastic. I like it a lot. Sabo more boring than Charge in what world? False lead is good. Why do people hate it? Because you end up in situations where you just don't play the game, right? They score 2 false leads, your game is over. You can't run, right? Like you just get in this headlock. Even with 1 false lead, it's like, oh, you run? I'm going to give you an oppo research and I'm going to remove it. Like you have to win in 1 turn. It just turns the game off. There's no way to interact with it. Threat into Sabo into Mark into Charge. And Charge is only the last to the current lack of payoff. Back then, every deck had Blast Creep. Yeah, Brandon, every deck did have Blast Creep. Well, technically not in the core set, but I don't think the game is in a good spot where it's like, did you draw your negative tempo card that does do nothing against 40% of the, 60, 70% of the field? Like, this is a bad tech card. If you ask me, this is quintessentially, in some ways, a bad designed tech card. And by bad, I mean like uninteresting, boring. People feel like they have to play it, and it's just like dead weight when they're playing against, you know, NBN fast events, and they hate it. It's kind of interesting because you have to make decisions during deck building. Like, I'm going to play 2, I'm going to play 1, I'll just draw it. And then you hate yourself during the tournament when you don't. But like, I'd rather have a card that is a bit more nuanced. Now, that being said, sometimes you find yourself in the other camp where Stone Chip Chart Room is 1 influence and stops you from dying to every single deck in the meta. And that might be too good, honestly. But I feel like there has to be some middle point. And if you have examples of tech cards that are the middle points, let me know. I was thinking lawyer up, but we're like 10 minutes behind, so this won't make sense the time you read it. Oh, Veronica, excuse me. Was there a meta Wayland deck that played Boom? I thought it was just NEH. Oh yeah, tons of meta Wayland decks played Boom. Tons. I don't even think NEH is the first deck I would think of when we talk about Boom. So let's just do number of likes, Boom, and see what comes up. I don't imagine it's NEH decks. So Sync deck, Argus cared a lot. Almost all of these, what's it called? Gagarin decks carried. Apparently there's a couple Jemison decks. Here's our first NEH deck. This is Harpsichord, I guess. But yeah, no, Boom was played everywhere. It was like a fair bit of influence, but you could do it. But it was not uncommon. Wayland would give you a bunch of tags either through Hard Hitting News or mid-seasons at some point. And yeah, honestly, NEH was by no means the first one I think of. I think False Lead is what allows 1 or 0 tag kills. Biotic Mutually Assured Destruction, Mass Boom Op was sick. Outfit deck was the last meta, also played Boom 4 metas ago as time flies by. Yeah, Outfit did it as well. They would have a lot of money. Is the tag threshold needed for flatline options too low? Most only need 2 tags. Technically, you can. It's really hard to die on 1 tag if you have a full mint, and that's why Thule is so good at core damage. I think the threshold right now, modern Netrunner, is usually 2 tags, and that is just so you can guarantee to do 6 damage with end-of-line Mindscaping. So yeah, that is what it is. At that point, is it easier to score out agendas? I don't know. It's wild an ID that says draw a card every turn is bad. This is news to me. Yeah, it was bad. Lat was bad. Like generally, Lat saw no play as of like the last 2 years. Before that, Lat was like a joke. But we also did have other things, right? Like we had Haley for a while. I'm not sure when Haley rotated. Haley might not have been out at the same time as Ashes. Probably wasn't. We had Cabanessa for a long time. So like the World Tree decks were Cabanessa Tree decks. I don't know what other shaper we're talking about. Dow didn't see a lot of play. Nash in Tennessee. Ingress Anomaly in Light and Wind. I don't know what that means. Sounds exciting. Draw a card every turn if you play this minigame. Yeah. Hey, Crank, false lead is nonsense, and I say this as someone who wins with false lead frequently. Yeah, I think the last game I played against you, Crank, you false leaded me twice. And I was fine. There were 2 separate turns, I'm pretty sure. To be honest, I let people score false lead in 1 because the Corp puts so far behind. I don't think on the competitive standard that's normal. Like a lot of the best decks across a couple identities are using false lead. And I do think a big thing is like, this is the Thule thing, and I learned this from Santa, is like people who put their false lead on the table in Thule on turn 1 and turn 2 and score it out, they are messing up. Like generally what Santa said, Charlie said, is like put a lot of things on the table and then eventually score out one of them when it makes sense. I do agree that if you just score out your false lead that you first install on the table with Thule on turn 2, you are throwing out an entire turn of board development. You should not do that. So keep that as you will, but like false lead won Worlds, didn't it? Wait, did it? What was... I don't know Arizon's NBN deck too much. Hold on, we'll find it. Stone Sip sucks the charge text is the only cool text. It's cool when you remember it's there. Let's just say that. Cards used. False lead? Author? Alex? Yeah, like false lead won Worlds, so oops. Right? Like, it's good. It's good. It's good. Sorry, I don't mean to be dunking on you. Sorry. Clearly, the best way to address the presence of kill decks is to go back to the OG prestige rules. Yeah, where it's about points in your score area. If they died and you had 0 points, your Corp deck was garbage. Agree Class Grade is maybe the most boring tech card printed for just about any game. Yeah, I think so. Class Act is interesting because you have to decide where to put it. Yeah, Class Act is a cool one because Class Act is temporal, but on its own is a very good card. Like, I like it when the card becomes technically a tech card. I'm not sure when the folks designed Class Act, they were like, we want this as a way to survive, you know, your digital life punitive combo. But it was more so that they wanted to get an Andromeda back into the game, and this was a fitting way to do it. But this is the sort of card where I will keep this in my hand against Asmari Reeducation and play it on the turn where I think I will Asmari Reeducation flatline. And that's sick. Like, I'd rather have more cards like this that are have good utility and are flexible cards, but you can also very, very targetedly deploy them as tech cards. That's a really good example. Also, I sometimes forget how versatile Anarch is. Hey, FK4, how's it going? Yeah, Anarch is a really, really good one. Also just like universally good, and then unfortunately makes you near unkillable. Near unkillable. Are we thinking about the Railgun combo decks? Yes, those are the NEH ones, I think, that were brought up. We ranting about tanks? No, not really, Patrick. We're talking about the how's it going, by the way? Good games on the weekend. We were meant to be talking about the ban list, and I think technically we are. We have a couple news things to go through. We're just talking about like NBN in general. Yo, Droids, how's it going? What's good today? We're going to be finished talking about the ban list a bit. Then we got to talk about some events on this weekend. We're going to do some deck building. We played an event on Saturday, which was great. We streamed some stuff on Sunday. A lot of stuff went on this weekend. I'll have to test my restart Thule deck. Oh, enjoy. That's this weekend, huh? I'm not sure that Lat is actually the good compared to just Shaper. I think Lat's text is getting free card draws very good. For what it's worth, Shaper seems to have a lot of card draw modernly, more than they did at some times, but it's just a good enough ability. Shaper was pretty bad as a faction for quite a while. It wasn't just Lat that was specifically bad. What in the present boxes under the tree? Also cute Keiko plushie. Thank you. That one came in from Worlds. I do not know the presents, what they are under the tree. I haven't wrapped any of those presents. So some of them are for me, and I shan't know what they are. I also like Class Act quite a bit as a tech card. It has some interesting play patterns. I'm also a Thule enjoyer as a player and a false lead hater as a designer. Saturday's event was great. I had a lot of great games. The rest of the weekend was marveling over incoming Dawn final art. It's going to be so good. Yo, let's go. I've heard you're going to do 3D cards, so you need to have those like red blue glasses, but it's going to make sense with the new mechanics in Dawn. Don't worry, I've heard this through like leaked emails. It's a big deal. Give me back the Luminal. I will not give up fighting in protest straight outside of NSG offices until Luminal is returned to me safe and secure. The card did nothing evil like the 2 banned cards. I think Luminal will come back at some point. So in short, we've been talking about the ban list. We put a video up on Friday morning. Technically, this ban list came out on Thursday. My bad. Honestly, I felt terrible about it. I was like, I'm going to wake up on Thursday morning and work on my video. And like, the ban list is out. And Null Signal Games sent me the article ahead of time, and I just didn't check the date. It was like, oh, December 12th. Okay, on Friday. They never released a ban list not on Friday. I don't know why that change happened, but maybe that's good. I do think more people engage with things not on Friday, but yeah, that's my bad, I guess. So things that were banned, no surprise. Startup has no bans. Trickshot has been banned, as you might have expected. The strongest Shaper card. I think we didn't exactly get to that point, but it's wild how different this feels. Like at Worlds in 2022, it was like, I want to say maybe 14 out of the top 16 decks were playing Endurance, which Endurance got banned after Worlds. Probably should have got banned out sooner, let's be honest. It's cool that Endurance had a Worlds. We weren't that far away from that, right? Like 11 out of the 16 decks in the top 16 were playing Trickshot. Now, some of that is obviously Trickshot's good, Shaper is good, whatever it wants, but like, whatever you want to think about it. But like, clearly this card is absurdly good, and it is just allowing people to set up. It's giving pressure. It's doing too much with one card slot. So I'm not too surprised. Was it a fun card? Yeah, for one side of the table. I honestly think one part of the Trickshot that is one of the reasons that I'm happy it's banned is as a corporation, it doesn't give you good avenues to play around it, right? Like when they're running R&D to see 2 cards and they have 4 to 6 free credits, rezzing ice doesn't feel good unless you can force out a breaker here, but also res your ice on the remote server, which in the early game, you can't probably afford to do that. It's like just feels bad to play against. There's just too little ways to make this not work for the opponent when they have, you know, Muse and Arasana and obviously self-modifying code. So it is what it is. Is Shaper dead? Probably not. Like, I think we might move to like more deep dive centric decks. I don't know if any of the other win conditions like multi-axes are as aggressive as this. Cataloger seems to be a bit slow. Twinning is obviously a bit slow, but it's going to depend on what the meta settles down to. I think there's a chance more people are going to play Burner, but I feel like everyone says you can only play Burner depending on the Corp meta. I kind of disagree with that. I think Burner is just really good multi-axis and just punishes everyone equally. But I've been proven wrong on that time and time again. So we'll see, but it's going to come down to what corporations see play and then how the Shaper beat it. I think if you just take your Lat deck and take out the burners and put in any card, the deck is not going to work. Like, it is that wild, is that the deck just won't function if all you do is swap your burners, which, like, it's really easy to take an HB deck and swap one card. And for what it's worth, I think you can take your Reality Plus card, your deck, and swap it to Ismari, and the deck will still function. I do not think you can take the Lat deck and just swap burners. So you have to worry about that slightly. It's going to be a bit trickier to get that to work. Lamb 419P have been unbanned by NSG historically. Has NSG unbanned cards? Yeah, JD. NSG has unbanned cards. So yeah, Lamb 419, Personal Evolution was banned for a minute. There's probably a couple others too, but they unban cards not uncommonly. I have no doubt that Trickshot will probably never get unbanned. Reality Plus will never get unbanned. But Luminal Transubstantiation probably can get unbanned at some point if HB just needs a bit of help. I think Trickshot ban makes a lot of sense and is the right move. I'm not sure the Corp bans achieve as much for a healthy meta. The Corp bans are the part that I'm more confused about, because I do think bringing that Corp power level seemed important. That being said, the meta was a bit targeted. Shaper was still doing well, but we saw worlds, anarchs, and criminals weren't doing well. I do think, and this feels insulting to some extent, is that a lot of competitive players were playing Shaper. So that means that those players who have 70% win rates in most fields are not playing Anarch or Criminal, and that's not going to help Anarch or Criminal overall. So their win rates don't look great. But people weren't bringing decks to worlds to beat Anarch or Criminal, and regardless, Corp had good win rates and Shaper had good win rates. I don't know what that means. But I do think it's going to take a while for the meta to settle and to figure out whether Anarch and Criminal get better or not. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. But I am not sure what Luminal ban is going to do. It might not do anything to HB. Speaking of Shaper bans, I ran the numbers of NSG cards banned by faction. 1 Crim, 1 Neutral, 0 Anarch, 4 Shaper. Shaper is so hard to design around, and it's like talking about self-modifying code all the time. But this is the bummer, is every time there's a really cool, like just busted fun Shaper card, like Trick Shot or Endurance, or of course World Tree, like all of these cards just end up getting banned. And it's just so hard to design Shaper in a way that makes sense, because they are the late game monster decks. You can't leave them with World Tree because they'll get their whole rig down in 4 turns. Like it's such a hard thing to design for. And I know that sort of like aphorism of when Shaper is good, the game is bad. Like that only exists for a certain extent of Shaper, which is like control, lock, big rig, breakers. I'm not going to do anything Shaper. You're stuck in here with me, Shaper. Like for what it's worth, half those decks weren't exactly Trick Shot or Endurance. It's really hard to design Shaper. And I'm not saying self-modifying code is the reason why. I don't know. It's strange. I honestly would have been pretty stoked with a creative commission ban. I feel like now that I'm a bit more aware of it, I'm getting more and more salty when my opponent goes down to 1 credit and I feel like I've designed a scoring window and then they just say creative commission, I'm on 5. Like that genuinely does feel bad to me. And I don't know what to do about it. It's like, oh, I'm going to do all this just to force you to run. Oh, you spend credits. Oh, you click through my mana garm. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a regolith. Haha. And then just do creative commission. It's like, fuck. I worked so hard on that. You can't have a sure gamble at 1 credit. At some point, if this gets banned, that might address Shaper, but I don't think if we don't have creative commission, we can play World Tree. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I think, like, for what it's worth, though, also what criminal card has NSG going to be able to ban that they've printed? The monkey's paw curls. It does feel really weird to have cards like Trick Shot come out, win tourney seasons, and leave. I honestly don't think that's weird. Like, hear me out. If no cards got banned from Rebellion without rehearsal, that would have sucked. Like we would have been in the criminal situation where it's like, here's, 16 criminal cards, 2 of them see play outside of criminal. And all these cards are cards that don't excite you. You don't care about, you don't take out of your binder. I know we've heard older NSG designers like June has gone on record before to say, like, if no cards get banned, that is a failure. And that is something that it sounds a bit combative. It sounds, maybe some people will be like, oh, that's a really bad idea. But no, that's true. We cared about these cards. They were exciting. They shaped the meta. They were fun. They let us do powerful things. And then eventually, if they're deemed to be too good, they will remove themselves. We also, like, that's the idea, is to print cards that are good or exciting, and sometimes they'll be slightly over, sometimes they'll be slightly under. Like, we still have so many powerful cards, like Holloman. A lot of people thought that'd be banned me please immediately, and right now it just seems like a cool enough card. Maybe at some point it'll be banned, but it's just so hard to nail that exact line. But you want cards to be on the exciting end of the scale, and if they go slightly too far, you get to enjoy them for a while, they have an impact on a global meta, and then they go. I think that's the best option. I think where it gets maybe a bit worse is where, and again, I think the SPT has talked about this, things like Endurance maybe should have been banned a bit sooner. But if you have something that is overperforming, it just needs to be addressed. And for what it's worth, Trick Shot was around for like 6 months. And obviously this was the year of Trick Shot, and that only really kicked in for the last like 3 to 4 months. Like the first couple of months, Trick Shot wasn't that big of a deal. It's kind of cool. Like I genuinely don't mind it. I think if a set has no ban cards in it, it's honestly, I would agree, kind of a failure. It's wild. My lovely meta friends collaborated with my boss to give me an awesome custom wallet for my wedding. It was Luminal. Freedot, I heard about this. It's okay. It'll come back. And also congratulations on the wedding. I think that's so sweet. And congratulations on your awesome friends. That's really, really cool. I feel like a true Trick Shot should have been something like run RD, get multi-access, but if the Corp reses ice, then it bounces to remote and you bypass it. Yeah, I've had arguments about this before. I don't know if the theme of this card, it was changed, obviously, as most cards are changed throughout playtesting, from my understanding. It used to do something different, but it doesn't feel like a trick to me. It just feels like it's really hard to interact with. It doesn't feel like it's finesse. I wish it had a condition, like you have to install a program during the run, something like that, so it feels a bit more like you're doing a stunt. But from my understanding, Trick Shot also just means like hitting 2 balls at once, which, yeah, as opposed to the trick part of the trick. I'm really glad the deep dive is not banned. The real Trick Shot was a 6 points we stole along the way. Anarch has always been the most honest, hardworking faction. I disagree. I think Criminal is that. You have to work way harder in Criminal. Anarch, you just play your cards. Hoping for an SMC replacement in Dawn. Yeah, we might get that, honestly. World Tree is up there in terms of my least favorite cards of all time. It should have never existed as printed. I disagree. I'm so glad we had World Tree. It's such a cool card. I'm not up on the current meta. Hey, CML, but the deck with 3 layers of Daemons at this weekend has to be the most shaper deck I've seen in a long time. Wait, from like Ram though? Because you might have been watching a format of Eternal or Ram, and those are not like standard legal decks. You can count the neutral band against Shaper if you want. The most ubiquitous Shaper card is Simulchip, and was probably in more decks than Trickshot. The numbers of Simulchips are as cracked as Trickshot. Oh, yeah, but I don't think Simulchip is a huge issue right now. Like, I think Simulchip is necessary for Shaper to function the way they are, and like it's kind of like self-modifying code, but I think self-modifying code is stronger overall. I agree with Creative. It doesn't feel like it should be in Shaper anyways. It's strange. Oh, yeah, Kolava. You're talking about Anarch, not Shaper. SMC doesn't need a replacement in Dawn because it's not actually leaving, which is probably actually bad. Yeah, but they can ban it and replace the card in Dawn. Right? Not that it's leaving. They can just say, like, we've banned SMC. Here's Proto SMC. That's totally fine. There are no bans that could fix current Crim. Yeah, you could ban corporation stuff. If you force the corporation to play a very small subsection, you can force Criminal to be good. Eric, what's going on? We're doing some new stuff. We've just been talking. We've been hanging out. We've been here for like an hour still talking. We have more talking to do. How you been doing? An absolute maximum Shaper feeling deck. Sahasura with an installed Leprechaun, hosting a World Tree with a Rizeki, and another one hosting a Muse, hosting a Coalescence. Yikes. That's some Hunter Seeker setting up. Hollow Man's the biggest success of RWR? Yeah, maybe. It might be. A passive. They need to weave these bands into the narrative structure. Print a Wayland card blocking the corner pocket or something. Other games do that, where like the narrative does impact, like, well, the player ran narrative through events actually impacts card designs going forward. I don't think that's great for Netrunner, but it's cool. You have to push boundaries, and it's impossible to know before it's out in the wild for literal months. I'm so happy with Hollowman. Yeah, Hollowman, like, I think there's one line of text that could have made Hollowman a bit more not potentially problematic, which is only advanceable cards. I think there's just too much text on Hollowman. If that was the case, I think this would be a more healthy card. But yeah, I think Hollowman might get banned in the future at some point, but like the numbers on it are relatively fair, and it's hella cool. Hasn't Trickshot been great ever since it released in March? No, I don't think so. I do not think so. I think from March to the middle of the summer, most of the meta was complaining about Anarch decks. I do not think Trickshot was incredible. The elevated pitch of turn your cards of one type into another of the same type was basically no restriction of guardrails. It's not something that sounds healthy to me. Crank, I agree with you, but the guardrails are 2 MU, 6 cost, needs a successful run, and you have to trash them. Like, I'm not going to pretend that World Tree doesn't sound busted, because it is, but like, you can imagine more ridiculous versions. Yeah, once per turn, successful run. Like, I hear you. Hey, Elon, good afternoon. I know it wasn't standard, but seeing all the old cards the weekend made me miss playing. Hey, that's like kind of a cool thing. I think we got a nice message from SCD on Thursday where we also did some Ram deck building on stream, and just coming back and seeing some of your like cards that you played with back in the day, some of your favorite older cards. It's very cool. It's surprisingly powerful sometimes. Gonna get heated if I discuss how much World Tree is just not a good idea to print, so I'm gonna just agree to disagree. Crank, I agree with you, but I'm just saying it could be worse, which I don't think is gonna please you. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. No worries. All right. Going back to the ban list really quickly, just so I think we can finish talking about this. We talked about Reality Plus, Luminal ban. I think this card can get unbanned. I think understanding how good HB is, it's going to depend on what runners show up. I think it's up to runners to make HB honest or not. Banning a card that doesn't show up in most of the matches or half the matches, whatever scientifically the number is, might not have an impact, but it's going to have a perceived impact. And I do want to watch out. Getting rid of a limit 1 per deck excitement for a faction that genuinely needs excitement might be a hard sell. So we'll see how this is. We had a GNK on Saturday, or not a GNK, it was a CTK, or a CO technically, still a circuit opener. And while obviously this dropped on Thursday and the CO was on Saturday, the organizer, our local organizer, Oda Nuvo, who's part of NSG, does organized play stuff. You probably see a lot of his articles online, said we're going to do the old ban list. And I honestly wasn't happy about that. I was like, fuck. I wasn't sure if it's going to go on Saturday, but understanding that I'd have to still play against Luminal and Trick Shots, like I didn't feel great about it. I think that's what happens. And you see this also on Jinteki.net, unless people are preparing for a tournament. While the ban list is technically not legal until next week, December 26th, most people just do the new ban list because they want to like just figure out what the new meta looks like. I do think I saw Luminals. I scored one, but I remember on the weekend playing and be like, oh, if Patrick has a Luminal on the remote server, I lose the game because he can score this and just push the next agenda and I lose in basically a turn, which is what Luminal does. So mixed bag about this. I think it's really fun. Obviously, this is our first bans in System Gateway, which is System Gateway didn't exactly have plot armor, it turns out, but we just have to be a bit careful for newer players coming in. Definitely would have preferred new ban lists. I feel like I would too. Nick was like, yeah, it's a bit too little time to prepare. And I think that's kind of correct for the lat players. Like the lat players have to functionally build a new deck. I think if you're playing HB, you just swap out the 3-2 for literally any 4-2 you have access to and you'll probably be fine. But at least the Shaper decks have to be restructured. And also, I think Nick really wanted to win a Circuit Breaker invite, so he was taking it seriously. And that's power to him. I didn't organize the event. That's fine. Maybe it was fine that there was the last tournament that I would see Luminal in, and maybe I have to go and smile and say, bye, Luminal. Pinhole also gives runners the ability to deal with Hollow-Man. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to deal with Hollow-Man. I feel like the meta balancing on Pinhole existing is like, that's not a sword I'm scared to be. I'm a bit scared about standing on that point of that sword for the rest of the time. So we'll see if Pinhole, like I feel like Pinhole can't just be the great equalizer. World Tree also was not really necessary ban, I think. The deck was really good, but not even the best one around. Or got banned just because something needed to go. I think it was the best deck around, actually. Hey Dan, World Tree was fine for a while before Muse plus Coalescence came out. World Tree was a fun jank deck card for a while. Yeah, I think there's a chance it was one of the better decks in the meta. Muse was pretty good. Coalescence was pretty good too, but I feel like you had a lot of the decks still there. Luminal going is just nice since compared to the others, it's a way big power spike IMO. Well, one of them's a Jiteki card. Again, I do think Above the Law is more impactful in some games. I think losing a resource out of nowhere can be more impactful. You've seen me concede games to Above the Law, and rightfully so. I don't feel like we were making a joke of it. And then tomorrow's headline is like kind of right in the middle of exactly where I think these 3-2 should be. Where like this is an ability that's existed on worse agendas, you can put it on this agenda. But yeah, Luminal's a lot. Hey Ollie, we did a CO this with the new ban lists. Meta's pretty fun right now. Not having to play lat is liberating. I'll talk about our Saturday event because I played against a whole lot of lat, and at least I like the lat matchup. Definitely would prefer new ban list. I round one. Hey Eddie, stole a Luminal from R&D Azaya, Karma baby. Yeah, I think every Luminal I saw I stole, so I felt okay. Just to be clear, I did not score a Luminal and still won. Yeah, Pat won that game. Will you make a deck list for each identity and System Gateway for the YouTube series? Hey, this AL, how's it going? I probably should, honestly. I probably should. We've been doing the System Gateway deck building series. We've been doing, I think we're on like 4th or 5th video at this point. We're doing one a week, which has been pretty good. Feedback for that's been good. I worry that I also need to put some standard content on the channel so that folks who tune into Métropole Grid who play in a bigger card pool don't just disengage. So I'm feeling a bit stressed to be like doing only System Gateway all the time, as much as it's been really fun. But I probably will. My plan was to show one more corporation deck and then one more runner deck and how to build them in our considerations and probably get some gameplay in. I don't know if I'll do another video on every faction. I do think on the runner side, unfortunately, System Gateway does get a bit samey, where it's like every deck just has the same win condition, which is like Conduit, Docklands Pass, and Jailbreak. And then your big decision is like, where do you get some of your incidental value? It's like, oh, are you playing 3 telework or 1 telework, right? Like that happens for better, for worse. And on the Corp side, though, it's a fair bit more interesting because you have the damage kill plan, you have the efficiency kill plan or win plan, you have the damage win plan, and then you actually have the tag win plan. So probably we're going to do more. And I think the next video will be a different Corp for sure. If you have any feedback, please hit me up. Was the weekend stream for the Ram tourney streamed on another channel? Yeah, Coke. It was streamed on both Twitch and YouTube. Shout out to Juniper. I think this was the same for a lot of stuff going on this weekend, but it's all already up on Nelson Games. So you go to the live section. Eventually, this might be cut up into different VODs. That might happen. No promises. So on Saturday was Eternal. Let's just go through the news. So Tehran streamed this. Tehran, mind you, put out this huge guide about how to get into Eternal. For those who don't know, Eternal is the format that is basically the entirety of the card pool. It has a bit of a ban list and a bit of a balancing system with this like points budget, which is pretty cool. And people played on the weekend. I believe Axu won it. There was a top cut with Axu and Giant and a bunch of known names, which is great. I think the winning identity was Mati Mukundo, which is a banned in standard. Also, shout out to Tron. The Tron has never casted or streamed before, and listening to Tron, it reminded me a fair bit of Kiv, like the tone. I don't know if for old heads who used to watch Kiv, Chris M on YouTube back in the day, but he had a good tone. It's quite nice. I haven't caught up on this because on that Saturday we were at a CTK playing in person. We had 6 rounds of single side Swiss, but that's up. But on Sunday we played. Classic Jeff in chat. On Sunday, we played Ram. This is Cold Lava's tournament. So I streamed this alongside Cold Lava and Juniper. And we did this on Thursday in short. At the beginning of the 2 hours, we get a 2-hour window in which we draw. It's 14 different products from Netrunner's history. You have 2 hours to do deck building, and then you go and you bring in your tournament. So we just did some deck building. A couple of the archetypes that we built obviously saw play. There's only so many cards, so I'm not saying like we were the best at deck building, but we had some good ideas. And then, of course, we had a big old tournament with 36 players that entered the tournament. And then we also did a top cut double elimination. The top cut went pretty fast. It was a really fun top cut. Or sorry, single elimination top cut. It was sick. It was really, really fun. I would highly recommend checking this out. You can do the deck building on your own to see if you can come up with the same decks that these players did here too. But just some busted powerful stuff in general. I should have zoomed in way more than this. What's going on, Andre? I feel like Cabanessa Wu died for World Tree Sins. Cabanessa Wu died for World Tree Sins, but Cabanessa Wu died for Cabanessa Wu's sins. Like Cabanessa Wu is just going to be very restricting on the card pool. Having an ability that just presents a breaker, or sorry, a program on turn one means there's certain programs you just can't make. Like I just want to... Cabanessa Wu has shown up in ban list articles almost as much as self-modifying code has, which means it's very, very restricting to design. Pinhole rotating is going to be wild. Feels like a bit of a load-bearing card. We'll get a new pinhole when it happens. Felt the same way about Paul Up? Yeah, it went and gone. I guess we did. But it was true. Like without Paul Up, we didn't have that many options. How you doing? I've gone on so many rants about above the law. Glad to hear Safer, one of us. System Gateway videos have been very fun. Glad you liked it. Our last one we were playing on Chiriboga. We're just hanging out. Somebody gave it a good comment recently, be like, there's a better play line on the final turn. And yeah, there was. There was a much better play line on the final turn. I'd be interested in seeing a video series of migrating from SG to startup than standard, taking it slowly, hopefully without getting into the weeds. Concord, I think there's been a lot of interest in that. Unfortunately, right now we're in a really awkward time where I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about startup because startup isn't very volatile. Like generally, I would recommend picking up System Update 2021 as your next thing if you picked up Gateway. But as of now, I would not recommend that because it rotates in 3 months. And for a lot of people, they'll be pretty frustrated if they spend whatever, 60, 70 bucks. I don't know what it costs. It's been a minute on System Update and then it goes. So that feels bad. So I don't know how to jump that gap. So I'm basically not going to touch like the progression series until Dawn comes out, I'm assuming. I'm a standard player and I love your SG content. Amazing for teaching new players. Thank you, Francesco. Appreciate it. We'd love to see how you would expand the SG Corp runner decks to build into standard format. Cody, yeah, that is interesting because standard is a bigger card pool. That might be too big of a jump. You're going to end up just playing like the good stuff Zaya decks and standard. But for what it's worth, like if you take the Zaya deck that we played in System Gateway and then jump to the fundamentals video where I show like the run-based Zaya versions that like Rungi Doge and White Blade have been playing, it's mostly the same game plan, which is just really fun. Good old Keelan. Cabanessa is the only idea that can guarantee self-flatline on turn 1 and internal. Chat no longer showing up for anyone else. I can see it. I think so. I'd rather see evolving the 1-on-1 decks to Dawn than straight into standard, like find an archetype that works in 3 card pools. Yep. Yeah, I think something like that will happen. I'd be interested in how to get into standard video as well, although not necessarily through startup. I think next year, this is the weird thing, is like standard is going to be the most approachable it's been because it's only Null Signal Games cards. So obviously while proxying is always legal, you can just go on Null Signal Games website and grab all the stuff and get all the standard card pool and get into it relatively quickly. There's a lot of players who don't mind dropping that much money quickly if they've come from other card game backgrounds. Again, it is a lot of money, I'll be honest, but not like Magic the Gathering money or Flesh and Blood money. So it is what it is. I think that's probably what will happen, to be like, here's a variant in standard, here's a variant in startup. And then we'll see how it goes. But we'll probably end up tackling that in March next year. So I'm not sure what to be doing. Dawn plus System Gateway to standard should be very doable. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to probably be. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how popular startup is going to be next year when standard is not that much more cards. It's going to be interesting to figure out what the mentality is. I hope all metas are making plans to boost the news of Dawn coming out. I'm thinking of buying extra copies and maybe hosting a launch and learn to play event to boost. I recently got a package from Null Signal Games just last week that had a bunch of the replacement pricing and stuff that was kind of outstanding, which is really nice. Got some great stuff. It also came with like a couple extra copies of System Gateway, just to be like, hey, give these out to folks. And I've already given one out to like our local event on Saturday to be like, oh, you're a new player. Do you have one of these? Here's a System Gateway. And we did this like at some of our last major events. We had so much product just to give out to newer players, and it is just so appreciated, which I think is sick. So yeah, having extra copies around for learn to play or just to hand to people, like obviously that is money, it comes from somewhere, but I think it's great. Okay, let's talk a bit about this weekend. We had a CTK, a CO, technically they're still called a circuit opener. We had 8 players, technically we had a drop, so it was down to 7 players. And we played 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss. I wasn't considering going originally to the circuit opener, and that's because this weekend on Sunday, I knew I was going to be 9 hours streaming, playing Netrunner, doing RAM. So my weekend was kind of pretty booked. However, I decided that kind of at the last minute, it was in my local neighborhood, I could walk down. It's been a while since I hung out with a lot of the folks at the local scene because I don't often go to the casual meetups, unfortunately. But also, this is one of the last like tournaments that I'm going to be able to play some of the FFG cards. And rotation's only in 3 months, so there'll definitely be more things coming up. But I was like, come on, you can go. It'll be fine. It was also in the old ban list. I think that kind of soured me. Like, I'll be honest, sometimes I'm a bit grumpy, but I was like, I'd rather play the new ban list. But I was like, okay, I'll go out. I'll get trick shotted for the final time ever. Like, how bad is it going to be? And so I have a circuit opener invite, so I don't really have to win the event, but I wanted to play some decks that I thought were really fun and maybe do some testing, especially for the new meta. And so I played some of my favorite decks in the modern meta. And so on the Corp side, what do you think I played? I am so happy with this deck. This is the Louder Dearer. This is D's deck, largely Loud again from QTM. I played this so much on stream and just had every game has been a lot of fun with it. So I'm going to play Personal Evolution because it rotates out in 3 months and I'm going to have a great time doing it. So I played some PE. No notes. Okay, one note is I don't know what to do with the influence. The Criticism Grid was whatever. The Tranquility Grid was actually pretty good, but I think you can move some cards around here. Versus D's and Tuno's lists that were both in the top cut, I do like the 2 anemone more. I think Tuno, it's on 1 anemone, 1 Saisantan. I like this more, but this Agenda Suite is fantastic. What does Loud mean? I don't know. It's not a quiet deck. That's all I understand, but I think I have to go deep into the history to understand exactly what it meant. But a lot of decks with the Loud title. Now on the runner side, I think one thing I wanted to try out is like Anarchs that are trashing cards and pushing themselves forward seem like a thing a lot of people will try out now that Shaper is maybe not perceived to be as strong as it is. And so I wanted to play one of the lists I've seen other folks play on stream and stuff. Mind you, Neon Static has been playing this a bunch, which is a Freedom deck that just trashes things. I've also enjoyed the sort of like mulch imp Loup decks more than I thought I would when I brought them out a year ago to like a circuit opener that we had also in December, and I just had a fantastic time. I also, because I got the new promos, the promo replacements on Wednesday last week, that also gave me a good reason to sleeve up some nice promos and go out and play. Like, honestly, that did contribute to my choice. And so the deck list I searched, or I played, was another Dent deck that I had no experience with. And this is the zombie list that Man of the Moon brought to Worlds. Santa came in 5th. Unfortunately, missing just the top cut on 18th was Abraham himself. But this is the Freedom list where you trash things and push yourself forward. Now, this deck, don't have a lot of experience with. The short of the long is, if you don't know Freedom, this is an Anarch from the Katara cycle. We'll be rotating out. Another reason I wanted to play Freedom. 45-15 is fine, and it says, once per turn, you may remove X virus counters to trash a card you're accessing by removing virus counters equal to its play or res cost. So instead of paying 2 credits to trash a Spin Doctor, you can remove 0 virus counters to trash a Spin Doctor, and that's kind of nice. And the idea is that you're running Audrey, which is just really fun. So you don't have to spend money breaking ice. You can just use cards in hand. Of course, you have a bit of Consume Engine on 5 influence to get more and more money. And then you have all the normal stuff you're expecting, like Buffer Drive to give you that infinite econ to trash your cards to the bottom of your deck. That's great. The console suite's always really interesting in these lists because Knobkuri got banned out about a year ago. And so now we're on Keiko, which gives us just enough money to set up and also very importantly gives you 2 MU. I think this is the big discussion in these sort of decks. What do you want to do for your console? I think I've seen Keiko more often than not. Some of the Hoshiko type Ice Destruction decks are on Patchwork, which, mind you, I think Patchwork is a bit harder to play with Audrey because you want more cards in hand. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Notably, this version is also on Twinning, which is wild as a bit of multi-axis. Some of those decks lack multi-axis, so Twinning makes a lot of sense. We're on Paladin Puemo, mind you, as our Keiko companion to give us a credit plus a credit a turn. And then we're on a bit of Ice Destruction, and we're on Aquaceres Crew. This is a very important Anarch card from the last set, and Ice Destruction works really well because any server that is wide open, we can now run that server to get leech counters. This deck is on 3 leeches, which is incredibly important. Very cool list. Now, I played it, and I'll be honest, I struggle with parts of it. I'm not very good at this deck. I don't have a lot of experience, so understanding what you want to mulligan into, and I need to watch a couple more high-level replays to figure out what I should be doing. But we show up, and we have 8 players, so we're going to be playing 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss, which is going to take us through most of the day, and we have a nice lunch break. Freedom working on 0 sucks so much for Corps, but otherwise the idea is sick. Freedom on 0 is really, really fun. I like it a lot. Just started playing Zombie Freedom. The deck is fun. It is really cool. So Round one, I'm sitting across from Paul, and Paul is playing lat, and I'm asked Paul, like, hey, what kind of lat are you playing? Or more accurately, are you doing the ban list or not? He doesn't have to answer me here if he doesn't want to, but he's trying out, what's it called? He's trying lat without trick shot, which I think is pretty difficult. I think he's just made slight changes to the deck. So he's on Fermenter. I think he was on Maker's Eye in the trick shot slot, which I just don't think does what the deck wants to do. And I'm playing Personal Evolution. Now, that's really interesting. It's a really fun matchup because you need to match cards in hand for the corporation, which means if I'm ever on 5 cards in hand, Lat's on 6 cards in hand, and if Lat's on 6 cards in hand, it's really hard to flatline Lat, which is not necessarily what this deck is wanting to do, but this deck does obviously care about cards in hand for a whole bunch of different reasons and just to be annoying. I think in the early game, I'm always down on 2 cards in hand, so Lat really can't fire. He's a bit aggressive and he loses to some errant damage. I think I score out an early House of Knives, which is like my favorite agenda to score out early. And I get him to a spot where he loses a bunch of his breakers, and then I think he needs to simul-chip them back instead of simul-chipping back fermenters, and he runs out of money. And that means that he has to play all his events, so he's playing his Dirty Laundries and a lot of cards that I think he needs for hit points. And about 38 minutes in, we're coming up on time, he has like 2 cards left, and I'm like, I'm in a good spot now. It's possible for him to win, but he just does not have enough cards. Again, I'm not grinder. I'm not trying to grind him out, but he just got unfortunate accesses and hit a lot of like the stings and the bad ones you don't want to touch. And he runs out of cards and then concedes the game. I think there was a chance he would have done okay if he played slightly different and played fewer cards. And the issue that we talked about after is that he really needed his simul chips to bring his fermenters back, because the fermenter now is much more load bearing in that version of the lat list because he doesn't get his extra like free 300 credits. At some point, he also floats a tag and forgets about it. He goes down to low hand size, and then knowing I'm playing Mindscaping, he has to decide between clearing the tag or drawing up. I think there was 2 Mindscaping in archives, but he decides to draw up in hand, which plays around things like Mindscaping and Blood in the Water and anything in the remote server that could do multiple damage. And then I end up trashing his DJ Fenris, which gave him Steve. So he loses his recursion engine, which is very, very valuable, as much as I did have a Vampiranass on HQ and he's playing Unity. And so you break that for like 5 credits every time. Vampiranass is really, really good if people are not playing Buzzsaw Turbine. So that's my first round. Round 2, I probably could check my matchups. I'm not going to remember. I'm playing I'm playing against Eddie, and Eddie is playing BTL Glacier, which is very much like I'm imagining what Sokka was playing at Worlds. Eddie is a relatively new player, but he's been grinding some Glacier. So he's learning how it works. And I think Glacier is maybe not the most exciting for some players, but it forces you to focus on a lot of fundamental stuff. And this is the matchup that when I'm playing Freedom, I'm not sure I love. I know he's on very few agendas, and I know he's on Biovaults. He has some ice that I can either destroy, but also things like Tree Line if it's on the table. Like I can put a Botchus on that. The early game, I get down multiple leeches and I'm just sending it central servers because I understand I'm going to need to get as many leech counters as quickly as possible. I also want to channel my inner D, where D, again, in the finals, just played a leech and ran R&D 3 times and won the game. That would be kind of sick. I think maybe 4 times. That doesn't work out, but very quickly I get 2 leeches down and I get a whole bunch of leech counters. And now I'm hoping that with my limited leech counters, I can trash enough ice with Aquaceris crew. And then a little bit of recursion in the deck. We have Laborites. I'll just shuffle my crews back. That's what happened. And eventually you can Ashen. But I don't want to use my Devil Charms in ways that I don't want to, because Devil Charms, you kind of need them if you want to trash like a 10 cost or 10 strength Pharaohs, excuse me. And we only have 2 Devil Charms in this list and they remove themselves from the game. So I don't have infinite Devil Charms. I have infinite Leech. I think it was a fun matchup. I make a really bad misplay where I can't find an early point. But on one turn, all I want to do every turn is just touch central servers so that I can fire Freedom, I can get my leech counters, and then I can access cards so I can get counters on my Audrey. Because if I don't have counters on my Audrey, I can't run the remote server really easily. I don't find an early Freedom, or sorry, I don't find an early Banhar, so I actually am not that good at running, but I find early Botulus, and my board state very quickly is like Audrey and 2 leeches. I make a really bad misplay where I put a Botulus on the ice on HQ, which was a res Tree Line. And I think Eddie did a really great job just playing like annoying enough ice on central servers that I have to trash. I can't deal with them in other ways. So for instance, in the early game, I run into a triple advanced Hortum on HQ, and I can't let the triple advanced Hortum subroutines fire, let alone triple advanced Hortum is a nightmare because I often want to break this with an AI and you just can't. So I have to actually on that spot Devil Charm to trash the Hortum, which is a very big overspending of resources, but it is what it is. He did a great job annoying me with like mid-range ice and not rezzing expensive ice and losing that immediately to tricks. Anyways, on one turn, I install Botchus and run HQ, and then I realize, wait, I'm over MU. I'm just going to take back the Botchus. And then the next turn, understanding that the Botchus is in hand, which will entirely turn off the 1 subroutine ice, he puts an ice in front of HQ, and that's a bit of a bummer. The game's going slow enough, and at some point he pushes into a remote server. He doesn't purge the turn before. He's also notably playing business as usual in the deck, which I think is a really good include against this sort of version that I'm playing, because he can actually do purge while also advancing his board state if he's on threat 3. And I think the only card he really needs to purge is Audrey. But my Audrey has 1 or 2 counters. He has 2 ice on the remote server, and then he does make a push. I can't tell if it's a Biovault or if it's an agenda. Regardless, I want to find out what it is. And then with a mixture of Audrey with maybe 1 or 2 counters and a boomerang, I charge the remote server out of nowhere, and I do get in, and I steal the first 3 points. It's an SDS, which I trash 1 of my leeches. I install my 3rd leech after that, but I'm up 3 points. From that point forward, I think if he purged before he made that push and slowed the game down, it would be a problem because time is coming up. But any turn that I have at least 2 Audrey counters, it's a bit frightening whether or not I can get into the remote server. He ends up scoring, I end up scoring up to 4 points because I do find he's actually playing 1-pointers. He's playing Divested Trust. I don't think he's a punitive list, and I actually end up floating a lot of tags. Like a lot of the ice that he ends up rezzing, which again is not exactly this list. Like he rezzes, this is not exactly this list at all, but he rezzes a Pharaohs, and Audrey breaks 2 counters, or 2 for a virus counter breaks 2 subroutines. So I just let these fire. I end the game with like 7 or 8 tags, and I'm just pretty sure he's not playing end of the line or anything that will really interact with tags disfavorably. So he can trash my stuff, my resources, my Paladin Puemo, even my twinning. I just try to use the twinning every turn so it never has power counters on it. And I think that was the right call. So I save a whole bunch of virus counters, just like not breaking subroutines that don't matter. We end up going to time. I'm 4-3. At that point, slow play would have been an issue if I played slower. I tried my best to not play slow, but time gets called, and it's at a point where I think if the game gone longer, maybe he was favored, but he's going to need like another 20 minutes, which is a bit unfortunate. That's something you have to keep in mind. I find Grinder PE, S, and Freedom just frustrating to play. When you get 1/4 or 1/3 of your deck discarded before you have a chance to play it, it feels bad. Yeah, I don't think Grinder P is incredibly big part of the meta. For what it's worth, like, this is not Grinder. It's trying to score. It's trying to push the game state forward. It is going to do damage to you, and you have to figure out what you want to do. But that was the only matchup in the day that it was actually a grind. Oh man, I'm not going to remember everything from the tournament, so I'm not going to go through every single game. I played against Nick. I got a flatline off of Vampira Nasa into House of Knives, which is really fun in Personal Evolution, taking a lot of damage out of nowhere, assuming the code gate wouldn't hurt him, taking a risk off of a trick shot. So flatline to trick shot, love it. This is the weird thing, is that we had at the midway through, we were down to 7 players. We had a drop. And because we're playing 6 rounds, this means, because we're playing single-sided Swiss, is that we have an odd player every round, right? So 1 player gets a bye. Round 2, or sorry, the penultimate round, the final round, round 5 of 6, I'm playing against Patrick. Currently, I'm undefeated, and Patrick has lost 1 game. And Patrick is playing a deck that I would call quintessentially very Patrick, which is really fun to watch, where he's playing Sports Metal, and Pat loves Sports Metal. And then the Sports Metal has an Archer in it. Anytime Patrick plays a 1-pointer in his deck, he'll include an Archer, and nobody expects the Archer, and it does a lot of nasty work, that's for sure. And then he's also playing, I think, multiple copies of Arella Salvatore, which is a quintessentially Patrick card as well. Now, this is a matchup that I think I'd relatively be favored into with Freedom. Freedom likes sports, but Patrick actually has like 2 or 3 ice on every server eventually. In the early game, I get like 4 or 5 points, including the Luminal, but at this point, it's slowing down. I do have my Banhar. At some point, I run archives, or sorry, I run R&D, and he actually reses a magnet that I botulist before running, and it eats 2 botulists, which is frustrating. And he's also running a very annoying Giordano Memorial Grid. And at this point, I have like 6 points. And so it cost me 8 credits to fire Giordano. I was playing as if this deck has 2 copies of Pinhole Threading. I had to check the deck list throughout the tournament, and it turns out it doesn't. So the 1 Pinhole I lost to Freedom, or to Banhar, excuse me, I lost it from hand, is what I needed to not pay 8 credits running R&D. So on the final turn where Patrick had something in the remote server and it looks like he's going to win the game, my line is to run R&D and pay exactly 8 credits. I planned it out that I can get exactly to 8 credits by emptying like 4 credits off of Consume, playing multiple strike funds at instant speed to Audrey, and I can just run R&D, break all the ice with Banhar and Botchless and whatever, and then just pay 8 credits, and with twinning I can see 3 cards. Unfortunately, I whiff. I don't find the agenda there for the deck that has a lot of agendas, and it passes back to Patrick, and Patrick does not have the win in the remote server. It was just like a Rashido or a Bluff or something like that. So we have another turn, and that turn I went so deep, and very annoyingly, I forgot. I didn't realize that this was potentially not the last turn of the game. So instead of trashing the Giordano for free with Freedom, I trashed like a Rashido or Spin Doctor spitefully off the top of the deck. And then that sucks because the Giordano is still on R&D. And now I understand I either have to run the remote server, which seems impossible, or I have to go run HQ, which is very unlikely has agendas in it because I just swiped the top 3 of the deck and saw nothing. And so I probably have to run R&D on the following turn and see 2 cards of twinning. Now, if I did trash the Giordano, Patrick had a Vitruvius counter, so we could have just put it back, but it actually might have slowed him down, and he might not have enough clicks to install an Iqua, advance an Iqua. And so the next turn, that's what he does. He puts an ice on the remote server, installs, advances an Iqua, and then I spend another 10 minutes trying to think out my turn, and I get to 7 credits. The best I can do is get to 7 credits and to deal with the Giordano where I need 8. And that's just a bummer. I can't get to 8. So I just run HQ, see 2 cards. He doesn't have it in hand and he wins in the remote server. One of his defensive upgrades that he was bluffing was actually just 2 Aurelas. I thought one of them might have been a Mana Garm, but I still couldn't get in the remote server. I was just 1 credit short. I think if I remembered to trash the Giordano with freedom and just play as if there was another turn, that would have been totally fine for me. But also on top of it, I think I just misplayed the middle game to an extent where like my early game was really good and I probably should have just put a botchless on the Brown on the remote server to turn off the remote server because Patrick obviously scored all his points on the remote server and I probably should not have let that happen. A very fun game, very exciting game. A freedom into sports probably should be a better matchup. I think I bungled the middle, but Patrick played fantastic. And now we're at a really awkward spot because we're going into the final round. And so I'm at 15, Patrick's at 15, or no, we're at 12, whatever. And we have 1 more round. But here's the issue. We have 7 players in the tournament and it's round 6. You can only get a bye once, right? That means the person in last place right now, 7th, has got the bye. The person in second last place has got the bye. The person in third last place has got the bye. The person in 4th last place has got the bye. The person in 5th last place has got the bye. So there's only 2 people in the tournament that haven't got the bye so far. Myself, and I'm in 1st place, and Patrick, who's in 2nd. I've never seen this happen before, but Patrick being in 2nd place gets the bye on the final round of the tournament. So not only does he get a free win, which is pretty good if he's trying to win the tournament, but also unfortunately, his strength of schedule is not going to improve because getting a bye doesn't really impact your strength of schedule in a beneficial way. I don't even know if it impacts in a negative way, but in the final round, Patrick can't play a game. I've never seen this. I think this is so strange. I think a big thing is that with 7 players, you probably should not play 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss. Overall, I'm happy for that because I wanted to spend a whole Saturday playing card games with friends. Like I'm glad about that, but I've never seen this situation show up in which because there was 7 players and there were 6 rounds at this point, everybody besides one person got the bye. Literally everyone there besides me got the bye, and Patrick has to get the bye in the final round. It's bizarre. Strength of schedule for a bye just does not change anything. Yeah. So Pat is sitting there watching. He knows that the only way he can lose the tournament is if I win a game against my opponent, and hopefully my opponent brings my strength of schedule up. The last game of that night was me playing against Paul again, and Paul is playing Thule, and I'm playing Freedom, and it was brutal. It was really, really rough. That's just a very hard matchup for Thule. He does get me to an interesting fork where I forget to respect Thule, and I'm down to 3 hand size. So if he does end up with a tag combo into the Scorched Earth, or sorry, the end of the line, but I trash the end of the line, it goes into the bin. He has to Spin Doctor other things back, and I just end up, my board state is just like Audrey, consume, and I'm just trashing everything I touch. So it was pretty rough, but that means I only lose 1 game to Patrick, and because Patrick cannot play his last round, he comes in 2nd to strength of schedule. Very bizarre. Again, I think 6 rounds for 7 players just ends up with this happening because everyone gets a bye besides 1 player. But yeah, we technically took it. I think Pat gets a CBI though. I don't need the CBI invite, so we will pass it down, but it was a great tournament. Like for Luminal being there and for Trickshot being there, I still had a fantastic time. I'm really glad I went out on Saturday. I think that's like the biggest thing. Is like I wasn't sure if I wanted to come out because my weekend was already very busy and I would rather play the new ban list, I'll be honest, but I would do it again. It was great. We had a bunch of new players come out too. Some folks' first tournament. They got a whole bunch of prize support. We went out for lunch together. It was do it again in an instant. It was great. Do you agree that it should be Giordano Memorial Grid? Oh, I don't know if it would matter too much in this game. It just doesn't make sense that the sports stadium is a grid, right? Sounds like a fun day. It was great. Would definitely do it again. But yeah, it was so weird. 6 buys in a 7-player tournament means, yeah, 2nd place just gets a buy on the final round where they need to win a game. It's weird. Where was lunch? It was at a dumpling place that was down the street. It was like $15 for like a plate of dumplings boiled. You want to pay $2 more for fried. They had vegetarian dumplings, which were good. The sauces were good. They sat 6 people down in a packed place very quickly. The food service was great. We could eat and return in under 50 minutes. I would say, honestly, 8 out of 10. Like, I'm not a dumpling connoisseur, but they were good. They had a vegetarian option. Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves. They had kimchi. I kimchi is not vegetarian, so I can't have kimchi. But people liked it. Great, do it again. We had a tournament on Saturday and switched the new ban list 2 days before. I think a lot of people did do that, Rohit, where folks would be like, it's the new ban list. I don't care. Like some people, if it's a GNK or CO, it's not like obviously a nationals or things people grind for. And again, no hard feelings for organizer not changing the ban list. That's up to you to do that. Maybe people didn't want to change their decks, but I think it's really fun. Why is kimchi not vegetarian? It usually uses a fish sauce in preparation. From my understanding, a lot of times kimchi is used, it's not always vegan or vegetarian. Traditional kimchi contains fish sauce and often shrimp or other seafood. Yeah, that's very, very common. There's a lot of things that are like surprisingly not vegetarian. A lot of people don't know. Like Caesar salad is not vegetarian because it has anchovies in it. Things like Worcestershire sauce has fish sauce in it. Like a lot of things just have fish sauce in it. I just have to be a bit careful. Yeah, Caesar salad is surprisingly not vegetarian. And shrimp paste, yeah. Cool. All right, that's mostly the news. Again, we did RAM. RAM was sick. I think there's a whole conversation you can be having about how to make RAM make sense in the Signal Games card pool. We probably won't have that conversation today. I did not know that about kimchi. My GF is vegetarian, so I thought I knew most things, but that one was new to me. Well, some people do it differently. Like some vegetarians just don't want to eat like meat, but like you get things like rennet, which is made out of intestines and cheeses, and some people don't care about that. Again, that's cool. Whatever makes sense for you makes sense. So it depends. Like I'm trying not to eat gelatin too, which technically shows up in a lot of candy and a lot of other food stuff because that is animal bone. I'm not vegan. I still eat cheese and eggs and stuff like that, which was a choice, but you gotta watch out. Appreciate you coming out to tournament. Hey, Liam. Yeah, Liam, it was Liam's first tournament. Liam got some great prize support. I think a lot of times newer players get prize support. Very generous. My homemade kimchi is veg, but I guess that doesn't make anything for eating it out mean anything. Yeah, hey, hopefully your homemade kimchi is good. I have had vegetarian kimchi that's like specifically labeled vegetarian kimchi, and kimchi's good. Okay, let's build a deck. So one of the big things, I just closed the tab. Uh-oh. Now we're looking at sauces. One of the things that I learned about this freedom deck, I'm just gonna have to find it again. So if I do /ND zombie. What? By date? Capital? Isn't it called Zombie Freedom? Show card pack standard? Wait, what? Why is that filter messed up? Okay, so one of the things I realized about freedom, right, is freedom is good. And the write-up talks about this. Again, I'm not an expert on freedom, but freedom is cool because one of the problems that we ran into when we did Virus Anarch is that what happens if the corporation purges, right? Like this whole engine is really soft to purging in a couple ways. Firstly, if they purge Audrey, you don't have an icebreaker. That's a bummer. If they purge your leeches, your consume, you lose your money. Botchless, you mostly lose your breakers as much as botchless will always get a counter. But like purging is clearly very bad for you. Now, the thing was like purging was always bad into a virus deck, but back in the day, for many bans now ago, 2 or 3 ban lists ago, we lost Nob Kari. And Nob Kari was a very important card for these mulch type archetypes. Not only did it give you 3 MU, which that's great for viruses, but it's the first successful run, you get a virus counter back. Which means functionally you can't get purged out in a super meaningful way. Because as long as you can make one run on a central server, on a remote server, you'll get your imp counter back. And then your imp counter means you trash a card, which means you get Loup, and everything like kind of fires forward. Missing this is really unfortunate for these sort of decks, but you have to realize that purging is now much more impactful into you. And so one of the reasons, from my understanding, that Freedom was the choice here and not Loup is that Freedom has the ability to trash a card on central servers or a remote server by just running and having enough counters on like Leech or whatever else, which means as long as you trash a card, that will turn on your Audrey and allows you to kickstart your engine, right? If you trash a card, you get a virus counter on Audrey, you get a virus counter on Consume, and that will push you forward. So you're harder to purge out. Another thing that shows up commonly is like a lot of these decks will play like clone chip or simul chip, and then they'll use simul chip alongside cookbook. So the idea is if you purge at the imp, it doesn't matter because whenever they're going to run, they're going to simul chip trash their purged imp to reinstall a new imp, and then you can't purge them out as well. That's another way to keep them going, right? So you generally need these sort of kickstarts where if you get purged, you don't just totally fall apart. And so freedom is used in a different way than Loup. Now, I'll be honest. The problem I was running in with the freedom deck is figuring out when and where to draw cards. I wanted to keep the pressure on because every turn I wanted to run because I wanted to charge the Audrey. I wanted to get the leech counters. I wanted to get freedom to fire. I wanted to find my solidarity badge, which you don't do super consistently. But I felt like I did not, the way I was piloting this is I was struggling to maintain that early pressure and that constant pressure versus setting up, because this deck doesn't have a lot of card draw, right? I think a deck that's close to this, but not exactly like this, that I've played back in the day was like Crew Hoshiko. And Crew Hoshiko was like playing 3 copies of Earthrise Hotel. Like you would just get this down and you would draw 6 cards, and this Earthrise Hotel would find your next Earthrise Hotel, and then you draw 6 cards. And then with Hoshiko's text box, which draws cards, that felt really good to me, where I could play Pressure Anarch while also just getting free passive card draw with the text of Hoshiko and Earthrise. And in this list, I really struggled to figure out where to draw and when not to not draw. Now, of course, you do have your Steelskin Scarrings, as you do, and you can fire these at instant speed with Audrey. And you have Nuka, which is pretty sick. That is technically click intensive, but still as many cards as an Earthrise Hotel. But that was one of the problems I was running into with this deck, which makes me think that there's a big chance that I will enjoy this engine slightly more in Loup, because Loup causes me, the player, to be aggressive and then have that aggression pay off into card draw and credits, which is exactly what I want. So I think today we're going to explore a bit of the sort of virus Anarch and see what we end up playing, because there's holes in the card pool now that you have to address, right? Like, do you play Friday Chip? Because this is the sort of soft knob Kari. The runner can purge this, but with Friday Chip around, if you trash a card, you get a virus counter, you can move that virus counter to the imp, and then you can go infinite, or infinite as you will. Don't understand why people don't just contaminate to restart after a purge. I think they can. I think contaminate is just like super slots intensive, right? Like imagine you play contaminate, and contaminate might be correct, but when, instead of playing contaminate, right, you can play simulchip, you can play another virus, like you can just play the imp again. You have like a whole bunch of different options. Contaminate is also very specifically only on an empty card, so it's not usable on all board states. I think I've most often seen contaminate with cards like Amakua or cards like Audrey, which I think are more prevalent, right? Like I think having your breakers have counters is a bit more important than having your leech or imp have more counters, in which you could just flicker them, right? Like it's kind of similar. Like if you're getting your purged your imps out, why don't people play rejig? And I think there's a couple reasons, but this technically actually gives you 2 imps, right? Because you return an imp. If you play a different imp, then you have the second imp. No, that actually doesn't make sense. It just saves you 1 imp. But there's a lot of cards for that sort of slot that either haven't been explored yet and or should, right? Like maybe they can. Maybe contaminate is correct. I think it's an option. Back to mulch. Yeah, I think back to mulch adjacent. Now, what is mulch good into? I don't know. I honestly don't know what it's going to look into the modern meta. I think Egg Infusion Glacier is a thing you're going to have to worry about. And so playing Crew and Devil Charm is really interesting into that matchup, because big ice you can destroy. But also understanding you're playing a limited amount of these is fascinating. Minor thing about Contaminate is also somewhat awkward with Banhar. Yes. And for what it's worth, the Lu decks, if I'm thinking, did they always play Banhar? I don't think they did. But yeah, having those sort of situational cards, and it's not like we're playing Ash and Epilogue, right? And one Labor Rights. Like sometimes this deck does struggle to recur, but you also have buffer drive, so who knows? Contaminate effect feels like it would be much better if it was a card like key performance indicators with a weaker effect. Well, hey, you're describing business as usual, right? Like that's mostly business as usual. But if Anarchs had cards like that, like there's actually a weird precedent for like strange modal operations that interact favorably with viruses. Like there is a Jinteki one too that just says either gain 2 credits or trash cards while purging. This saw no play, and for what it's worth, this seems really unhealthy. Like this does seem like peak grinder. But yeah, I don't know, it's hard. So we're going to build a deck and see what it looks like. I've never really built a mulch deck. I've mostly crib decks. Diogen is saying Rohit published a mulch adjacent deck that looks fun. I probably should check that out. I'm going to try and build one first, and then we'll take a look at it. But in short, we just want trash cards and use that to push ourselves forward. I don't think I'm going to do the best job of building this deck because I'm not an expert at this sort of field. I love playing these sort of decks. I'm better at playing like Hoshiko Crew because that sort of aggression lines up well. But when it gets a bit too engine-y with the viruses, like I'm probably going to show some greenness there, and that's totally fine. We'll figure it out. So we go to standard. And we'll just go through this and put into all cards that we think are necessary, and we're going to describe why we think they're necessary. I think one of the strains when it comes to playing this sort of deck in Lu is that you have a 40 card minimum. And it's very hard to put this deck in 40 cards because there's so many incidental cards that you would want to play as a 1 of or a 2 of. And you end up very quickly playing a 50 card deck in Lu, and it feels so bad to play 50 card Lu when you can play 40. Reverse Infection was actually decent in a period where Cyberdeck Sandbox was played in every deck. I don't think I ever saw that combination. That's why I don't think I've ever seen anyone purge and gain 4. 3 Solidarity Badge, 2 Pinhole. I don't honestly know if you do 3 Solidarity Badge, Eric. I think a lot of people are playing 1 Solidarity Badge, but it's like my favorite card. It is genuinely like my favorite card. I have the alt art from organizers from Volunteers from Worlds 2022, but I do think 2 Pinhole is actually very reasonable. Not only does it allow us to like trash a thing from board states where they're not expecting us to trash a thing, I think this sounds good. And I think badge is probably a 1 of, or probably a 2 of. I think badge being a 1 of or 2 of also is meta dependent. Like if you're playing against assets, early badge is really quite good. Also because it does interact with Oppo research. I played in my Plana and it felt fine. Oh, okay. You might be alone on that, Antoine, but it's that's not terrible, right? Like there was a while we didn't have a virus. We'll bookmark 1 for now. Okay, so we're going to be playing Audrey. The question is, how many Audreys do we play? We either play 2 or we play 3. Now, I don't know if we're actually going to play real breakers. Like this was the thing, the mulch decks, if I'm not mistaken, from like last year, were playing Audrey as a breaker, but they were also playing like real breakers like Cleaver and Revolver and stuff like that. There's a chance now with Aqua Ceres Crew and Devil Charm, and then of course Botulus, is that you can go a bit farther without actually installing real breakers. So that might open up slots. I'm not 100% sure how this works. Whether we're going to run into wraparound and hate ourselves, like that's a problem that will come out, but I do think there's a chance that you could play less breakers than normal. I had a lot of fun playing this mulchy deck I published this past week, and unfortunately didn't even manage to install Tranquilizer. Yeah, that one might be meta dependent. 2 Audrey save the slot? I don't know. I kind of like 3 Audrey. One thing that that Man of the Moon pointed out in the write-up is like one of the best cards against assets is second Audrey. Because if you get 2 Audreys on the table, and mind you, this is more of a freedom thing. In fact, this actually makes no impact when it comes to Loup, is that when you have 2 Audreys, every time you trash a card, you get 2 counters, which means you can use those 2 counters with freedom to trash another card to get 2 counters back, and it snowballs so bad. Like cards like this that get counters when running remote servers, technically against assets, it's so good. This is different in Loup, but who knows? How do you feel about the difference between Zombie Freedom and Crew Hosh? I've been grinding the zombie deck on JNet. So Crew Hosh isn't incredibly disruptive. All it does is destroy ice, and then uses ice destruction to get Amakua to break all things for free. Loup inherently has a bit more disruption and can interact a bit more directly with multiple win conditions. The idea is that if I'm trashing, you know, their stuff, their Oppo researches, their seamless launches, it's harder for them to win. I feel like it's a bit more of a prison deck. I think at the end of the day, Crew Hosh plays more like a criminal deck, where it's about finding the least protected server and capitalizing on that to build up your leech counters, to build up your Audrey counters, or sorry, your Amakua counters, and then eventually you pivot to like Stargate or whatever your win condition is. It plays much more like an aggro criminal deck where all you're trying to do is face check and force reses and then trash the ice that you want to trash. Loup is a bit more of a prison nightmare. What were we just talking about? I don't even remember. Audrey, yeah, Audrey. Sorry, we probably play 2. Yeah, Liam, if you want to see on the stream a couple months ago, we had Jeff join in person, and we played some like Aqua Ceres Crew Hosh, and I think that kind of shows how at least I and or maybe Jeff think about the deck, but it's mostly aggro. It's about like just keeping the corporation down and pushing ourselves forward. Like that deck didn't run any way to trash things unfairly, I don't think. Unfairly in quotes. Okay, so we can consider Contaminate. We're definitely going to be playing some amount of labor rates. Crew, Hoshiko played multiple labor rates. The question is, what is our recursion package and how quickly do we get to that? Crew Hoshiko, you play Lago Paranwa Shelter, so you need a bit more recursion built in and a bit more redundancy recursion. So if we use labor rates, we could either play 1 or 3 labor rates, and then we can also include Ashen Epilogue. I have no idea what's necessary. I know we've been playing against Tang pretty consistently over the last couple weeks, playing this sort of Loup deck with both like Ashen Epilogue and labor rights and even Onicom, and it's just an absolute nightmare when you have to run through the deck twice over. They draw like 86 cards in a single match. So I'll just play 3, but there's a chance it's not 3. Moshing. This is a slots are hard card. It's really good to set up, and you're playing Strike Fund and Steel Skins. I'm gonna play 2 of these. This is like a really smooth card, but it might honestly get cut. Cup is your unfair trash card in Hosh. I honestly played no Cupulation in the Hosh Aqua Ceres Crew Hosh that I played. I think I'd maybe consider it. I think Alarm Clock is actually a really good use in that deck, but I honestly never played Cup, but I know a lot of folks do play Cup. Keiko full console was nice in the deck that had a bunch of MU needs. Do you have thoughts for console slot? I think we'll get to it. I think we'll probably end up on Keiko, but it's I do think that's one of the downsides of playing Onicom is you don't get enough MU. All right, Raindrops Cut Stone. I think you only play this if you're playing Banhar. I don't know if we are playing Banhar. We might not be, but it is a bit of card draw. This is the sort of thing that you add 3 of and then you eventually cut it. Very importantly, I think we'll play the price because we just want this to set up. And then we can play Strike Fund and Steel Skin. We're really lucky alphabetically these all come together in standard because you can just mash 3 and drag your mouse down. This is, I don't know what Anarch deck is not running these 9 cards for better for worse. I don't think we play Sure Gamble, but that's cool. We're already halfway through our deck building. Yay. All right. Hardware. We've got some really good choices here, okay? So let's talk about it. Acacia. In theory, this gives you money if they purge. I don't think that's what we need. Money is actually not a thing that we use that well in this sort of deck. Most of the ways that we're interacting with ice is for free, and it's just not totally necessary. So this is a card to keep in mind, but I've never been a big fan of it. Now our console slot. So I'm not saying that we should play Carnivore. I think Carnivore is technically an option you have. But one of the big things is that we are going to install a lot of viruses. And then with a lot of viruses, we need a lot of MU. And so having a 2 MU console is going to definitely help us, because we need to install a bunch of things. We need to install Audrey. This was another difference between Crew Hosh that only installed like Leech and Amakua and then maybe a Stargate, is that their MU wasn't really restricted. But we install Audrey, and even if we install Consume, I guess that costs no MU. It gets a bit tight. Devil Charm. I think we're going to play 2 of these and have a bit of ice destruction, just like the Freedom deck. I thought that was cute. 3 of it can be a bit ugly because it's unique, but this card's very, very good for power, for punching through stuff. Friday Chip, I can't tell if it should be a 1 of or a 2 of. You definitely don't want this in your opening hand because it doesn't really do anything, but you want to find one in every match. I think we'll just play 1. Is this deck trying to Heliamphora in? I doubt it, Eric. It's like so hard on 40 cards to play Heliamphora. Like, unless you have a really good reason and people are playing enough Virus that like running archives is a concern. I don't know what else we do. Imagine the value of pitching Steelskin Strike Fund to Carnivore and triple up on your Loup ability, though. I know, but it's like, it's not like you're struggling to get Steelskin and Strike Fund to be good. Like, I'd rather play Moshing. But it's like all the card support in the world to make Carnivore make sense, and it still doesn't. I do think if this card was 2 MU, maybe even 1 credit cheaper, right? Like, oh man, it'd be great. Okay. Hippo. So some of these decks actually played Hippo. Like, one of Hippo wasn't uncommon. I'm assuming that Crew and Devil Charm is going to be the way that we're going to interact with that. But Hippo as a singleton to destroy a small amount of ice actually does matter. Worth noting that Loup only triggers the target card you are accessing, and also Audrey only triggers when you trash a card you are accessing. So it won't work on ice destruction. Now, Solidarity Badge will get a counter, because when you trash a Corp card, it doesn't care what it is. And I think Friday Chip, I'm not actually sure, when you trash a Corp card. So it's kind of ugly that all your cards have the same trash trigger. So you have to care about that. It is a bit nuanced. Okay, consoles. Let's just search console. So I think there's actually an interesting console question that you can do here. So what console do you want to play? Firstly, you can play Patchwork. It is 1 MU. That's okay. It allows you to trash your cards to push yourself forward. This is what you often played in Crew Hosh, but in Loup might not be that great. Again, it depends on how much MU, and if we're going to be using our cards for Audrey, we're already a bit constricted on using our card slots, so that can be a problem. Now, Ma is very expensive on 6. You can get it down for 3. It also gives us 2 MU, which is nice, and it fires the first time each turn you access a card and do not steal or trash it. Now, we're trying to trash cards pretty consistently. You could still consider Ma as maybe a singleton that you could maybe pivot to, I don't know, abstractly, but this actually does not work with our game plan, in which we want to run every turn and trash something every turn because we want Loup to fire every turn. So this doesn't seem like a great starter. Marrow. No, probably not. Now, Keiko, I think, is definitely an option here because it's cheap. It actually gives us money over turns for installing our stuff if we have a companion. And it's easy to play 1 companion. Just play a paladin, play a mystic. That's really, really quite nice. So Keiko is easily a shoe-in option. Then our other options are the Tag Console, which we don't care about, Carnivore, which unfortunately, and then Demolisher, which technically works. Honestly, technically works. I've never seen anyone play this. My guess is that this is just worse than Keiko. Reducing the trash cost of cards doesn't honestly matter all the time, but when you trash cards, we gain a credit. Now, in theory, we have Keiko. Every turn we should get credit anyways, and this gives you more MU. So I forget Demolisher exists. A lot of folks do. Now, what's interesting here is actually consoles out of faction are worth looking into, okay? So while I don't think we should spend 4 influence on Virtuoso, it does make us more aggressive. I think you can play a run-based console if you really wanted to. I do think we've played some sort of aggressive builds like this that are playing Hermes. It's a lot of influence and doesn't give you a lot of MU, but if you ever need a generalist console, Hermes does it opens up servers you can run, which we do value about. But I think the 2 that are actually very fascinating is firstly Onacom. We have a lot of events, and this adds a lot of card draw. I think this is just such a fun card because it fires all the time off things like playing the price, firing the price. It fires off Lagu Shelter. You can fire this by using an event, by throwing an event away to, you can always just draw a card. If you have Anacom down, you can just send an event to Audrey just to get 3 strength for no reason on the Corp's turn, just to cycle cards. Like, it is incredibly flexible and incredibly interesting that I think Anacom Anarch is just a ton of fun that I'd honestly want to consider playing this. The other option too is Lilypad. And I think we saw some like players experiment with this before a couple ban lists. I think Augustus published a couple lists, and this technically does everything you want, right? Like it gives you 2 MU, and it says the first time you install a program each turn, you may draw a card. And we're probably going to play 3 simulchip. We're probably going to play like 9 programs. Like this honestly also makes some amount of sense, which is pretty cool. Like you have options. As much as we lost our big console, you have a couple other options. I think that's cool. No ban lists were released on Friday the 13th. Hey, Ron. Boss seems a bit counterintuitive compared to Patchwork. Yeah, it's not great. Yo, hey, well. Hey, how long can you make a name? How's it going? Demolisher is my kind of card. Like, this is the thing. Is like, I like when cards do interesting things. The problem is the text of this is so similar to the text of other cards that playing this, like, I'm okay with weird effects that don't seem competitive as long as they're weird effects. The problem is like, this is not even a weird effect. Gain a credit when you do something is like so quintessentially the Ashes cycle, for better, for worse. There's so many cards that just say when you do something, gain a credit. And this is definitely one of them. I've always had a soft spot for Daredevil, even though it's not really good. It is 1 influence, but it's not particularly good. And if we have some amount of ice destruction, we generally don't want to be running 2 ice servers. But there's a world in which this saw play. So what do y'all want to do for the console? Like, I think we could easily play like a Keiko or 2, but also I think we could try Onicom. The question is, where's the rest of our influence go? So I'm going to bookmark an Onicom. I'm going to bookmark a Lily Pad just so we can remember, but we should keep that in mind. Otherwise, let's clear the console tab. I think we went through all of the hardware. We have to do a cycle to clear it. Yeah, I think we, oh no, we didn't go through everything, did we? No, we did. No, we didn't. Okay, other things. Gachapon, you can consider playing Gachapon. We have Price, which is kind of like Gachapon, but you have Gachapon. This also allows you to trash events on your turn, on the opponent's turn, which technically fires, like, in theory, Gachapon is another way to fire Onicom, if I'm not mistaken. Who knows? Daredevil plus Alarm Clock is so much click for free draw. Yo, Alex, how's it going? But not for this deck. Onicom would be more fun to watch for sure. Hard to work with MU constraint. Yeah, I don't know how much MU we're going to have. I think you're desperately going to want 2 MU. Considering how much we can trash, Demolisher isn't a bad econ option if it's needed. The thing is, like, the 1 credit a turn you get from Demolisher is the same 1 credit a turn you get from Keiko, but Keiko installs for half price. As long as we play Companions, and Companions are not bad, right? It didn't trash remove them from the game? Sorry, which ones don't? There's more text on Demolisher? Yeah, but this text on Demolisher is not super relevant when your deck has imps, right? The trash cost of each Corp card being lowered by 1. Like, sure, we trash a Spin Doctor for 1 instead of 0, and maybe we save our imp, but like, I'm just saying the amount of board states where this is relevant and this is relevant versus the board states where Keiko is relevant. Keiko's relevant on more board states. How many Companions can we get? 1 or 2. 1 or 2, and that's probably fine. Honestly, that's like the same thing in the Freedom list. Is like you just run 2 Paladin, and then eventually you get Paladin Keiko, and you're good. You're getting 2 credits a turn. Like this is 2 credits a turn, and 2 MU, and it comes down cheaper. And both of these cards are independently good. Well, that's not true. Paladin Puemo is independently good on most board states. Like it's so hard not to play these. We'll see. Again, we don't play a lot of the other companions. Taka doesn't make a lot of sense. Mystic doesn't exactly make sense. We'll find out. Okay, other things we can play. We can play, honestly, not that much. In theory, you could play 0. It fires Onicom, but I don't think we're going to struggle to fire Onicom. I don't know if we have other big things we want to install. None of this makes a lot of sense. Keiko is often 2 credit, 2 MU console. That's pretty good. Yeah, the floor on Keiko is just being installed for 2 credits. It's just great. Okay, I think that makes sense with events. Miami should make sense. The thing with Miami is it runs out of counters. Like at some point, it doesn't do anything. Now you can fix, technically you can make Paladin Puemo last forever by firstly playing a card that refreshes your deck, and Mystic actually does work well with Ashen, but also a lot of times Boomerang will show up as a 1-of in these lists, and that's a really nice way to make Paladin work forever. But a lot of times I actually like Paladin a bit better because setting up in the early game is more expensive, and playing your events is not the hard part of the deck. The hard part of the deck is like installing an Audrey for 3 credits on turn 2. If you know what I mean. Onicom plus Lily equals 3 Diesel and Influence. I don't think we're going to play Diesel in this deck, though. And we're obviously not going to play both of these consoles. Okay, so what else are we playing? So this is where I'm going to build a really bad program suite because I'm not actually sure how you build a mulch deck. Now, Botches is super flexible. Whether you play 2 or 3, I don't honestly know. You are going to be playing Simulchip. I'm pretty sure we're going to be playing 3x Simulchip. I think that feels like what we should be doing. This is going to be a lot of influence. We still have influence left over somehow. But Simulchip means that we can move our Botches around at instant speed, which is very, very good. What else do we have? So Chisel is okay. I don't know if we really want to play Chisel. Now, Chisel with Cookbook actually does beat things like, Tattoo Bola, and that's kind of important. Border control is also its own thing, but like having a way to deal with Tattoo Bola in the modern format seems incredibly good. It just denies so much credit and flexibility from Jinteki that I think we're at the point that's worth considering. Now, Chisel could play as a one of, and you can toolbox it. I think every time I play Chisel in a deck like this, I just never install it. But we'll just remember that we can cut that in a couple minutes. Fermenter, also very good. Good economy. It's just virus counters. I don't know how many of these you run. Again, this deck generally doesn't need that much money. The Freedom deck, very importantly, did not run Fermenter, and I think it's a wild, like it's a card that I'd expect to be in there. I think Man of the Moon explains why that is. The deck actually doesn't need that much money, but just being a battery, like it's very common to see Freedom with Fermenter because it's just a battery that gives you a virus counter return. Hush might be a slots issue on 40 card deck, but Hush is pretty fine. Imp, this is the 3 of. We just want to open Imp, just so we start with this on the table as soon as possible. I think I've seen versions playing fewer Imps, but we just want to open Imp. What if we play 1x Simulchip and 1x Spree? I think Simulchip is so much better for us. And the Spree moving the botches around is like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Xer, this card doesn't do anything. Like, it's just so little for one slot. So little for one slot. We have to figure out what our win condition is. And the answer is for multi-access, we could play nothing. Like, we might not have to play multi-access. We just, like, keep the Corp and trash all the cards until we eventually win. Leech is good. I think we need Leech. I think we do need Leech. Why? Because it makes Audrey better. It makes Aquaceres Cruise better. I'm not actually sure how many Leeches we need, but it seems like an important card. We could play an Amakua in theory, but if we trash cards, Amakua doesn't get counters, which is frustrating. I don't know what else we want to consider playing. Like, that could be it. Then we go to the resources. Notice we're already at 41 cards, and we have, well, we still have some cutting to do. Is there ever consideration to slot Yusuf for virus counter generation? We don't need virus counter generation. You did in Freedom back in the day because this dealt with assets, but we actually don't use virus counters, right? Because we're playing Loup. Now, this breaks barriers really cheaply, and it can use viruses from anywhere. It's also, though, 2MU, which is tricky. In Freedom, this is really, really good. Yeah. I kind of want to play 1 Augustina because we have enough viruses. I'm just going to put this in the deck. It definitely gets cut, especially because we're a 40 card deck. And then we're going to play 3 Crews because it is Crew. Cookbook. We definitely want to play Cookbook. It's actually a very important card to get down early, but obviously the second and third copies are unique, which means Gachapon is worth something because you can clear out the extra copies of the deck from the deck. Now, I think playing 1 is too few. I think playing 2 is fine. Playing 3 means we'll get it consistently. We'll try and play 2 and see how that goes. Our deck also doesn't have enough card draw. We have to worry about that. So what else do we have here? District, Iru, Fencer. We need to play Companion, Friend, Hannah. Hannah is like a slot that's going to eventually get cut because of card slots. Ice Carver is actually pretty good. It saves cards from hand in theory if you're getting through 1 strength ice. I don't know if that's worth anything. It's very good with Amakua builds. We probably do play Lagu. But if you play Lagu, you're like highly incentivized to play like a 50 card deck. This is the thing that I think we only play Lagu if we play Onacom. I think we only play Lagu if we play Onacom. We'll play 2. We'll probably play Onacom. I think it's a lot of fun. All right, what else do we have? We have to play a Companion. I will just play 2 Paladins because we have a lot of things to install. Scrubber, we don't really need. I've heard that 3x Leech is pretty important for crew decks since you get a lot of situations where you need to charge and quick up after a purge. Yes, I think for crew decks, I really like Leech. It's the reason why we can run. Like, so much of my Freedom deck is too aggressive because I got 2 Leeches down. I understand every Leech is worth like so much money into crew. Ideally, Imp is our open too. All right, we have 52 cards, so only 12 cards over. We have 17 different consoles, so we have to fix that. But this is like technically what the list should look like. What do we want to spend? So we're going to not play the Lily Pad. We have to decide if we're playing Keiko or Onacom. We're going to cut the cards that we're going to cut. Oh, we probably should play a Buffer Drive. So we can cut the Keiko and play a second Onacom and just hope that we get one. No Sure Gamble, no. Commonly, you don't often play Sure Gamble. And it's because, again, look at our Breaker Suite. We don't actually spend money breaking things. So our money is only for installing cards, and that's it. So you can go pretty low to the ground usually. Is 5MU going to be enough? I honestly don't know. So check this out. 2MU for Audrey. Botulus, we could have 3-4. Leech, 5-6. Yeah, maybe it's not. Why aren't we considering Patchwork? Because Patchwork is pretty anti-synergistic with Audrey. I think Patchwork is really good in the decks in which you're playing Amakua, like Crew Hosh, but you need cards in hand for Audrey to be good, and you also probably need more than 1MU. Buffer Drive Strike Fund is enough? I don't think so. It's worth testing, but I'd be very surprised. Onacom fits a deck a bit better and lets you cut the 2 Paladins. Yeah, we can get the paladins here. That's for sure. You like to play as a Corp or the runner? Which is more entertaining for you? Daniel, how's it going? I like Corp more. I generally like more Corp more, and that's because I like my secrets. I find it less stressful somehow. I feel like if I'm jamming things, I control the game a bit more. Runner, you have to get a bit lucky. I don't know what you like more. Okay, we're at 48 cards. Again, we ideally cut 8 cards. We spent all our influence, so we probably end up cutting the raindrops. It's like free card draw, which feels bad leaving that on the table. We have 16 events with Onicom. Is that enough? We probably can cut the moshing and play raindrops instead and be aggressive. That could make sense. Cutting events is going to feel bad with Onicom. Yeah, we have to be a bit careful that we don't cut too many. Aquasaris, Cookbook, Lagu. I feel like we need 3 Lagu. Like, maybe the fact that we're playing a 40-card deck means that we just should not play Onicom and just play a console and faction. Corp plays with a plan in mind while runner has to adapt to the Corp encounters if that helps. Some runners have a plan. Like, we have a plan, right? Chisel, yeah, we'll cut the chisel. We only have so much MU. That's a good idea. If anything with Onicom, you can maybe play more loose with the program suite. Since you're likely to draw most or all of them. The thing is, like, remember, we're mulch. We're going to trash our breakers and install other breakers. We don't have to be incredibly strict with how we use our breakers. So say this is our opening hand, right? Would we keep this? Honestly, it's not great, but because we have imp, it's great. So if we do imp, run a central server, trash, gain a card and credit, like this hand sucks. Like draw once more. Like we probably have to play moshing because moshing is the only way to take a hand like this and make it into a hand like this, which is much better hand. This is our opening hand. Would we keep it? Yeah, maybe a Cookbook Imp is a bit greedy. Solidarity Badge run. So then we draw 2 cards over the next couple turns. So we've spent 2, 3, 4 credits. We'll get on 3 credits. We can install a Fermenter. We can run something next turn. But how long does it take us for us to get a breaker down? Like for this reason, we probably have to run 3 Audrey. Because we need an Audrey on the table as soon as possible to get real breakers because we don't have Banhar. So it's just like 2 Audrey, 2 Botulus, and then Crew. That's probably not enough for the speed the game can go at. All right. Let's just look at other decks really quickly. I think Rohit published one. I think we're gonna find one. I'm just gonna search Rohit's name, I think. Search. What are we building today? I'm new here and I've been watching the System Gateway series. Hilda Blue, welcome. Hopefully you've been enjoying the System Gateway series. We're building an Anarch that wants to use viruses to trash cards from the corporations every turn and go infinite. I'd go 3x Botchas before 3x Audrey. Yeah, with 3 Simulchip, I think 3x makes sense. First at New York City CO, published just 2 days ago. So this is on real breakers, and there's some merit to it. Like Revolver's really good with Simulchip. There's a Tranquilizer, whatever. 3 Botchas, 3 Imp. I like this. Finality, that's cool to have some multi-axes to the deck, because that's the thing is we don't have multi-axes at all, but we're on a lot of resources. Ooh, this version looks good. Twinning Paladin, this is the win condition that's also on the Freedom deck. Daily Cast is like kind of I Sleep, but it's really good on price. Cookbook, I like this version. Yeah, I think we'll play something closer to our version for now. We can definitely test this. I don't think I'd be excited to play Tranquilizer. Twin condition, am I right? But I do think the 3 Botchas make sense. And then we can do 2 Audrey. This is not a deck list we can edit. This is the deck list we can edit. So we'll do 3 Botchas, 2 Audrey. Did Rohit get 40 cards? There's no way it's 40 cards, right? It's 49 and it's Hoshiko. Okay, great. So this is us right now. 46 cards. Honestly, could play 46 cards and not feel terrible about it. Is there anything that jumps out to anybody? Like maybe we have to play a 3rd Lagu because it's just card draw. Did we cut the Friday chip? Maybe we cut the Friday chip because we have 3 Simul chips. Like this card seems good, but it seems so excessive. Like imagine a board state where this is your best install. Like I get it that is demoralizing when it comes down, but is it actually that good? Was Rohit on Crew? Rohit's also not on Crew. That's like 5 slots. Cohen Liberates for sure. Probably cut raindrops. Oh yeah, we probably don't need 3 of these. We're not an Ashen though. I like raindrops. Raindrops is very good for the early aggression. Are we want to play buffered shenanigans? We want 40. I don't know if buffer demands 40. It's impossible to get these decks down to the minimum deck size nowadays. I know it's such a struggle to be like, here's a 40 card minimum deck, figure it out. It's like, especially when there's so many like weird one-ofs you want to play. I feel like you have to play a couple games with it and figure out what works and what doesn't and then cut based on that. I would be okay playing this version as is. There's a chance we can cut 3 raindrops, but I'm going to say raindrops are a cantrip and we need to play enough events for Anacom. Let's say that. So if this is our opening hand, we'd mulligan because it doesn't have an imp. Sick. We should keep Friday Chip a virus counter for Audrey. Generally keep Friday Chip to get a virus counter for your imp. It depends on board state. And the idea is that with imp, you can trash a card, which will give you a counter on Friday Chip, Solidarity Badge, and your Audrey, right? Like if you just put it on Audrey, that's okay. But you can do better. Especially also with Cookbook, like you can always simul-chip also your imps, but also your Audreys. And that's a good thing about Cookbook is Audrey comes in with a counter. Now, that being said, imp comes in with 3 counters, but it'll be a bit contextual on board state. So here we can do Anacom into price. We hit a pretty bad price. We probably install the crew here. Then we draw a card because we played an event. We got a leech. We definitely want to trash something. Price plus Anacom is a nombo? Not exactly. We'll draw an event no matter what happens. But like the price is how you get your Anacom down. And then like that's the cool thing is you price the Anacom installs. Oh, but then it doesn't fire. Yeah, that's true. It'll fire here on this turn. Going to 40 is hard for sure. Need to make hard cuts. Yeah. I think we'll just play this as is and see how it goes. Trying a virus Anarch. Yeah. Now also the Hoshiko is like playing 3 daily casts and stuff like that. And there's a chance that you need that a bit more in Rohit's version on the basis that Rohit's actually playing real breakers and wants to spend credits. Like our breaker suite ideally spends no credits. There's a chance that the moshings are actually better than the raindrops cut stone. I could see that being the case. If price installs Anacom, there's already probably been an event trash before Anacom, so you price trash itself. Yeah, if you price an Anacom, it definitely eats the trigger because you've trashed events. Unless you hit price, hit Anacom, and no other events, which like, good luck. But yeah, it doesn't work. On that turn that we set up though, it would have worked because we got the Anacom before playing the price. All right, so I'm gonna try and explain everything that we're doing as we usually do. Anarch, Imp, Loup. For those who are maybe getting to the game. Also, if you're watching this and you have any questions, because we're going fast and we're playing in a bigger card pool, please don't hesitate to ask. If you have the question someone else does, and if you were brave enough to like raise your hand in a room of people you potentially don't know, that's sick. That's really cool. So what are we on? 46 cards? Is Fermenter necessary? Probably not. It might not be, but our deck doesn't have that much money. It's like a really easy install. It's also the sort of card that you'll fire to do like simul-chip nonsense. All right, 44 cards, Restoring Humanity. System gateway matchup. So assuming they're trying to hurt us by doing, I would assume punitive. Ooh, why are we zoomed in so much? So that's an okay matchup for us because all we have to do is trash punitives and keep steel skins in our hand. If we can do all of that, Restoring Humanity will struggle to flatline us, even if they set up like a very, very, very big punitive. So how do we think about this hand? Our opponent mulligan, that helps us because we can be a bit more risky because they on average have an average hand. They don't have like a cracked hand they kept immediately. Our opening hand has a Friday Chip, which we don't want on turn 1. Labor Rights we don't want on turn 1. Crew's okay, Audrey's okay, but they don't really do anything without other synergy. And Delago early is good. I'm going to mulligan this because this is a much better hand. The cool thing also with Imp is if we ever find an agenda non-archives, instead of stealing it, we can just trash it. All right, pushing in remote server. As soon as turn 1, this would have to be Rashida. Now, if you face check into a Sai Santan, we lose the game. I think I'm just going to pinhole this because I don't think this is an agenda. Like, I'm assuming this is a Rashida. If it's an agenda, we can face check it, but I think we just pinhole this to get Loup to trigger, and then we'll just set up. We could also do Crew Charm, run it, but then they probably don't res, and it's more likely that this is not, I don't think they're resing at a Nancy on turn 1. So Rashida will pay 1 to trash, which is free. Now, using a pinhole that aggressively against a deck that's probably on defensive stuff is like, it is what it is. Now, I honestly don't think we Imp run HQ. I do think we want to run HQ, just to learn a bit about the deck. And if that's the case, we should Imp run HQ. They can't really purge. Imp, I don't think we wanted to do Imp pinhole because it's likely to be a Rashida, and that's not worth Imping. So here we can just do Imp run HQ Fermenter. That's probably fine. They purge, that's fine. It sucks that we use Imp already, but I'll Imp that. And then we'll just install a Fermenter. Yeah, no more Loup value. That's the reason why I didn't love the Imp. But like after a mulligan, running an open HQ, when they push a Rashida with no ice on HQ, like it's probably worth something. They definitely have an agenda in hand. Okay. So at a minimum, we can run R&D and draw a card. gain a credit because Lou says the first time a turn you trash a card, and Imp says just trash cards. So that's okay. This remote server, we haven't learned much about their deck, but if it's a second Rashida, so be it. We could do Crew Charm, and that costs us 5 credits, which we can't really afford. So I'll just start by drawing once here. We technically don't have to run Imp. Like, yeah, this is fine. We could also face check the remote server. I'm okay face checking the remote server. If they res an Anansi, like that's all their money. If we lose Crew Charm, I feel it's pretty bad, but this is where I'm a bit more aggressive. I'm assuming that this is a Tattoo Bola. It's a Saisantan, we die. I'm afraid to raise my hand and speak in front of a bunch of strangers. Any suggestions? No, just do it. You just did it now. Look how great it went. It's Anansi, that's fine. They spend all their money. Like, I think people are too scared of Anansis. It's 8 credits. Watch it be a back pro and you just explode. We'll imp it. We'll be fine. Now, this lets them set up the top of the deck and draw a card, but like we can run HQ here. Now, the problem is they have an Anansi in their remote server and we're going to lose Devil Charm Crew. We can't even draw, so we're going to lose our whole hand. So we can't do that. Just convince your opponent that you can't imp the Anansi. Problem solved. So that sucks. It's Rashida. We'll pay 1. Got a cookbook. So I think we'll just draw up. It does suck that we got our strike fund, or sorry, our Devil Charm and our crew out, because that's how we deal with Anansi. So we could run HQ here. They know the top of the R&D is safe. So I think if anything, we run HQ. They're on 1 credit. We could die to nothing. But they probably have an agenda in here. YDL. Okay. I think it feels pretty okay to imp that. Now we still got our Lou value, and then we'll just draw up. All right, Friday chip came slightly too late. So we have purged out. They played Subliminal, then they draw. In theory, you want to do that in the other order, because now they're drawing to an open HQ. Now this could be a Tattoo Bola. We definitely want to get a Simul chip here. Fuji's death? No, we imp Fuji. Right? Doesn't Fuji work like that? Is Fuji on Axis or on Steel? Yeah, no, we just imp the Fuji. We're fine. So we can do Simul chip, run HQ. We don't need the Friday chip, but we just want to keep the pressure on before they have money. If they res a Tattoo Bola here or a Thimble Rig, we'll just bounce. So now we're going to use the Simul chip. Fuck, we can't N6, 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 N6. We can't use this. We literally can't Simul chip. Did NSG fix N6? Sorry, thinking. So for those knowing, maybe learning something, is that there's this thing called no change in game state. So in theory, Simul chip, for this to change game state, we need to be able to install a program from our heap. But we can't do that because there's no programs in our heap. So this is just an Axis. That sucks. I wish it wasn't like that. We need to get a program in our heap. You need to undo and eat the fermenter. Yeah, we could have trashed a fermenter. The fun police are still here for Simul chip. They'll fix it at some point. That is such an easy thing for players to miss. I've now been checking archives when anyone fires a Simul chip. All right, 4 credits. It doesn't change the threshold of what they can res on HQ. They have a hedge fund in hand, so we need to run in there. So I'm going to do fermenter. I'm going to install the Friday chip, and we're going to run HQ. Friday chip is kind of the same as the cookbook. They can't res this, so now we can Simul chip the imp. Yeah, I realize we can't get the imp now. Oops, that didn't work at all. Just gotta undo that. We're still just gonna run HQ. We just can't use the Simul chip. Man, what a goof. That should work. It shouldn't work because we can't trash the imp. Right, Luke, we can install a problem for the heap, but the only problem we can see from the heap is the Simul chip. Yeah, whatever. Hedge fund. That sucks because now they're gonna imagine we imp that hedge fund, right? Like we'd be back in the game. That is so bad for us. Yeah. I would say we biff that. That's a bit of a biff. You need to undo that and not eat the fermenter, and that's on me. Yeah, but we can't undo the fermenter because they didn't res on HQ, so it gives us information. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It's fine. All right, we are struggling. Now, they can't really do much here. If it's the 3rd Rashida, so be it, but it's not a Regenesis, so we're going to just continue drawing up. That was great, loved it. Yeah, it's bad. Okay, we have Audrey. Notice I'm not playing my Steelskin Scarring. I'd rather have it in hand when they try and like flatline us, so I don't want to play this. I want to find a Lagu. Okay, now we have 2 Steelskin Scarring, so we actually can face check the Anansi. I think they're at the point where they still know the top 2 of R&D. So I think we're going to draw once more and just either play an Anakama or an Audrey. I'd rather play the Audrey. It means that we can always just like throw the Steelskins and draw a bit more. especially with the Anaconda draw 3. It is the third Rashida. Ah, that sucks. Subliminal also went back. Okay, we might have wanted to run there. Notice how the whole game is falling apart because our strategy did not work out. Like, we meant to deny the hedge fund and run. Why not install the cookbook? Oh, fuck. Yeah, we should install the cookbook before we install the Audrey. Yeah, okay, hold on. We're tilting. So why didn't that work? Andrew, good question. So the reason it didn't work is Simulchip says, install a card from your heap. As an additional cost to use this, if you haven't trashed an installed program, you have to trash an installed program. So we did. We trashed our fermenter, and we trashed our fermenter so there would be a no change in game state. We could change game state, but because we trashed our fermenter, we can't pay the additional cost to use the Simulchip. Okay, so the big fork here is in archives, they can have a 5-3 agenda, and in server 1, they can have a good old Regenesis. So all we have to do is run archives here and break archives. The problem is we can't. I don't know if they're going to put an end the run on archives, but we have to be able to deal with the end the run on archives. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw once to try and find a botulus. Okay, if not, I'm just going to run archives and assume this does damage to us. Things are slipping away real bad. It isn't a teeny. This is fine. So a teeny says we can do net damage unless the runner pays 2. So we're going to let that fire. We, in theory, could have simulchipped a cookbook Audrey, but it's very expensive. It takes just about as many cards from hand. So we'll let down Broken Subroutines fire. We want to keep our steel skins in hand. So we're going to pay 2 for one of these because it seems important. And then we'll take net damage. We hit the steel skin, so the order doesn't matter. We want to keep another steel skin in hand. All right, that's important because on our turn, we can get 3 more cards by throwing out the Audrey. Now, we might hit a Fuji here. We're more likely to hit another 5-3. It's a Fuji, okay. So they're going to try and punitive us. We kept in hand the steel skin. This is important. We've also now set up no change in game state. So at this point, we still have the Simulchip. We lost the cookbook, so we only have 1 more cookbook, which is going to be important. And we think the remote server is a Regenesis. So if that's the case, we want to make sure that this turn they can do double punitive. If they do double punitive, it's pretty rough for them. Now, in theory, we can keep the steel skin in their hand or guaranteed, so we should just draw up. We need to get money back in the game, so we probably should have Simulchipped a Fermenter at this point, but we're just going to face check. Imagine how good Tranquilizer would have been here. Yeah, it'd be pretty good. Next turn, Andre can Simulchip the imp since there's a program in the heap. Yeah, now we can. The way the N6 trick works is you must have at least 1 possible target for Simulchip in the bin, but it needn't be the one you chose. If you have a program in the bin, start using the Simulchip, trash the imp, and then I'll explain the N6. Okay, they're spending money here. This is last click, so this is just like a tempo punitive, which like power to them. It honestly might make us more powerful. It hit a Simulchip. That's not good. So we don't have Ashen, but we have labor rates. So we can start by running server 2. We also have to consider running archives though, because they might have thrown out another point. The other option is we can run server 1. So I'm going to start by running the Spin Doctor, and based on what they do to the Spin Doctor, we can decide whether we want to run archives or not. The question is, do we want to flicker the imp or not? We're assuming this Ice on HQ actually costs a bit of money. Value punitive is a Damon Stone Smurf? No, I think the value punitive makes sense because now it's harder for us to run archives or charge the Anansi. Like the setup is interesting. The problem is that we can't trash the Spin Doctor. So we have to do credit run server 2. They can't let us trash this. Yeah, you need some money. So it's either credit run Spin Doctor or we shuffle the Simulchip on the imp. I'm more likely to want to, on the following turn, like shuffle a Botulus on an Anansi or on HQ. So I think we just take it nice and slow. And now if they shuffle the face, if they don't shuffle the face down back, we can decide to run server 5. Right? Because we think the face down's an agenda, and that means Regenesis will get this back in. So what they shuffle back here is really important. Okay, so we still have to respect Regenesis on this turn. So our 2 lines are either run archives and take a bunch of damage to Atini, or we can run server 1 and figure out how much of the damage we want to take off the Anansi. We have 2 credits, so the Anansi won't flatline us as long as we throw the Steel Skin, and the Steel Skin is clickless draw 4, but I don't think we want to give them 4 points. Now, the problem is that the Steel Skin, like, if we don't draw another Steel Skin, we're probably dead to death. Death will get us. So we have to figure out what we want to do here. Even just a Revolver would have been fine. Okay, so there's 3 points in archives. We have to run this, or we have to run server 1. Teeny's going to be 2 damage. If it hits the Steel Skin, which it will, we're going to be on 3 more cards. So we'll be on 3 cards in hand. So it depends what is the thing in archives. If it's a punitive, we're in a bad spot. But again, with Audrey, we can always just... On Audrey, in theory on Audrey, we can also like throw out an event in our hand to draw an event and hope we hit a Steel Skin. I'm just gonna run archives. In theory, we could actually hold on. Oh, maybe we should have simulchip botulus there. So if it's Fuji, we don't die. It's a back pro. Okay, so they can set up the top 7. Now we could easily flatline here. We could have kept one more card in hand. That could have mattered. This seems very dangerous. I think it is very dangerous. Arguably too dangerous. Because, yeah, we only have 2 cards in hand. This is definitely wrong. I think we're throwing here. If we had 3 cards in hand, there's a chance that Steelskin saves us if we draw 1 Steelskin in our 25. But now, because we're on 2 cards, we died a single punitive, and they look at 7. Yeah, we threw the game right here. This is pretty bad. What's your experience with the NSG balance? I played FFG casually and remember not really enjoying playing concerned Corp decks. I don't really remember details. Do Runner Corps both feel good? Yeah, totally. NSG does balance like ban lists a bit more often than FFG does. Obviously, there's still cards that get banned, still cards that are not powerful enough, but I think overall more of the cards see more consistent play, which is pretty great. I think you're going to find pain points in both metas because that's how competitive card games go. It's in people's best interest to make things miserable for you over a long enough period of time, but NSG does great stuff. Weirdly, back pro turned out to be the dangerous one. I was worried about Fuji. I think back pro is way worse for us here because looking at 8 cards after mandatory draw is exactly how we lose. What? Huh? I take it that wasn't the outcome. I take it that wasn't what you wanted to. What happened? Yeah, want to undo that? Yeah, they trashed one. So they put another back pro in the bin. Putting a Fuji doesn't matter because, well, firstly, we win. But also having 2 cards versus having 0 cards doesn't change the math. You die to punitive super easily. We're going to die here. Ooh, love that for me. They don't have punitive in the top. Wait, that's sick. It might be they didn't see punitive. Yeah, I guess they didn't. So they're trying to see another punitive, but then we win. This, in theory, there's no outcome. This changes what cards we have in hand. No, it actually can. It does. Whatever. This is technically a better outcome for us. I don't remember what was in our hand before. I don't think it was this. I think NSG balances the game better than FFG did. Stamp of approval. Yeah, it's worth noting that NSG is a non-profit, so their interest is the game is just as great as possible. Obviously, FFG wants that too because the game falls apart, but there is always, you know, a bit of pessimism that FFG wants to push busted cards to sell more product. I don't know if we exactly saw that, but yeah, it's a thing. Good to know. Yeah, NSG does a great job. They really do. Hey, Matt. Cool doing Loup. I've been really enjoying playing with them, but been using Paragons and Anacom to scry the deck. The console slot's really, really, really interesting. All right, so they're hoping the top deck is the punitive, and they still can do draw punitive. Like, we die to a bunch of different things. They have punitive in hand. I don't think they would have gone for the value punitive earlier. I think they would. Like, I'm assuming they set it up so they can set off the next one, but maybe they don't. The thing is, like, they should draw here. Like, in theory, they have 2 draws to find punitive, and they have 3 punitives in 16. Like, I would not start with YDL. I would start with draw punitive because we're on 2 credits. Like, punitive just wins. But it looks like they want to play for the late game. The problem is we know the wins in the remote server. Like, we just do draw, run server 1. Hold on. Feel like the sports state isn't going to work out for them. So before they end their turn, we can use simulchip. To do simulchip, we can put a botchless on an Anansi. If we had a cookbook, this would get through the Anansi. We actually can just let Anansi fire if we have enough cards in hand. But I think we will do it. So we're doing this on their turn, so the botchless comes in and start of our turn with another counter. That's nice, isn't it? So we know that we're pretty sure that there's a 1 point in this remote server. So we're just going to run it. Unfortunately, we're not going to break all the subroutines, which means we're going to take 3 damage. That will replace 1 card. In theory, we could die to Fuji, so we'll draw 1 more. Oh, no, we win on Fuji because the game's over. I do enjoy that it's more homegrown. Seems like a non-profit aspect is solid. It has some pain points, like it's harder to find the game because it's not in most stores, and they don't release content as often as FFG did, again, for better or for worse, but it's pretty great. I think NSG is just more connected to the actual gameplay since a lot of the folks in the organization also participate in organized play. They do. I'm not going to draw here. I probably should. Nah, guess we need to trash this if it's like a thing. But this should be Regenesis. Yeah, that's clearly in the remote server. Our opponent there had to basically get rid of this Regenesis or make it not possible to run the remote server because we're making all these plays because this is on the table. Thanks for the game. This is a deck that's been around for a long time, and maybe some people forgot how to play around it. It's an interesting deck. It has some pretty mean forks. And maybe in a world with Onicom, again, Onicom made this deck a lot harder to beat because consistently this deck will do about 6 damage. And in theory, we can have 6 hand size. We did mess that game up pretty consistently. And 6. We'll run it back. We've learned not a lot about the deck because we played not perfectly. I'm waiting for my copy of System Gateway to come in. I need to get some games in on Jinteki. Yo, Hail Blue, if you've been watching the series we put up on the channel, maybe that's a System Gateway series we did. Also, you might want to check out Chiraboga, which allows us to play, allows y'all to play against a bot, which is, it's not perfect. Like the Chiraboga bot is a mixed bag of how it plays, but it's really fun. Not perfect, but good enough. Hey, John, how's it going? All right, built the last 44 cards. I'm assuming it's Hyper Glacier. Not always an exciting matchup. Our opening hand, what do we want against Hyper Glacier? We want pressure. We want Chisel Charms. We want extra programs because they're playing SDS Drone Deployment, which is a 5/3 that says to steal this trash program. I think this hand is pretty good, actually. Thanks, you too. So we'll see how this matchup goes. Some of the face checks can be a bit ugly, like Whoredom is a problem. We have to destroy Whoredoms because triple advanced Whoredoms is not good. This matchup is get purged and lose. I don't think it's exactly that. That's where you need Cookbook and Simulchip to like rebound. But the version of the deck that I think people are familiar with does not play the virus, I don't think. Oh, wow. Okay. This might actually be like a built to blast variant. So they have something on the remote server. This Ice on 6 credits could have 3 subroutines, but also could have only a single subroutine. Now they advanced the card, so maybe it's an agenda, but if we do Botchless run remote server, we beat everything besides specifically Logjam, which they'd be on 0 credits, so we're happy with that. So I think we just do Botchless run this. I don't know if there's anything that we should price out immediately. I don't think so. Like, is there anything that we want to price out sooner? In theory, we could price out a Cookbook. Yeah, F it. Gain 2, okay. So it's Onicom. That won't trigger. Audrey, that is good to get early. Fermenter, which we already have in hand. So I'm going to go for the Onicom because it is this won't fire. Unfortunately, we already trashed an event. But it's good to get that down. Recently played the tutorial on a couple games against bots. So it is a border control. So if they trash this, at least we have a click back, which is why we do this. So Botchless will break the end the run. They will get a credit back. And if they want to trash the border control, which they can, we want to make sure we did this with 2 clicks left. This is a very common ice. We're happy to get this trashed on a board state where it's not that impactful because then they don't have a literal board state. We also make sure we have to have 4 cards in hand because they can do Public Trail to end a line if they have the requisite credits. Oh, Biovault. So they're just playing Glacier very aggressively. Wild. Okay. So we trash with Loup, which is good. But now we need to play for the late game. So if they're on Biovault, they're probably not on kill. So this border control Botchless might be a bit misplaced. So we want to get our leeches down and run central servers. I'm just going to get the Fermenter down. Next turn, we'll do Imp, Leech, and run centrals. Oh, our money's a bit tight. That's fine. We're going to need the Fermenter. I enjoyed your video series. I copied the runner you made, but attempt to make my own Corp. The smaller card pool makes me feel a little more confident making changes. That's a good thing about System Gateway. It's very easy to make changes. There's only so many cards in the card pool. You know what you do about it? Misplays Modulus Spree. We'll just Simulchip it. It's fine. All right. We're going to set up Die to Snare, but we'll get some pressure. We'll get a Leech. We'll get a Fermenter. We'll draw a card. It's a Spin Doctor. I guess we're imping that. I'd rather imp Ice. And we have an Onicom, and this is where we're going to have MU issues. We are finding out we have MU issues. This is where if you have a console that gives you 1 more MU, we actually can install the Audrey and get everything working for us. This is a good board state for Freedom. So now we want to force them to res Ice. HQ Ice, especially if they don't advance it, we can easily be a Winchester. I'm assuming because they didn't advance it, it's probably a Winchester. And Winchester, we don't really want to face check into. So we can face check into R&D. They could res, I honestly don't know what they res we'd be worried about. A single advancement, like maybe we take a tag, but if they spend all their money resing a Pharaohs, we're happy. If they res a tree line here and it gets 2 more counters, I think we're okay with it. So we're going to just be aggressive. We could crack the fermenter first to get on the Audrey. Actually, probably is worth something. Nah. We'll see. Okay. Cheap res. They get a credit back. This puts an advancement on something. It could be itself. This is a card that's really hard to deal with. Now, you just generally botchless it. But this is definitely slow Hyperglacier. So the deck only has 6 agendas, which is going to be a bit of a nightmare. So because we have no multi-axis, this is a bit of a slog. This really serves you well to have something like a, like a twinning or any sort of multi-axis. Now, exactly on going to be 5 credits means the Winchester res on HQ is totally doable. So we should just sit back here and draw up a bit. And if we draw up, we want to find crews and charms. And we want to crew this before it gets its 3rd advancement. Soundmanship is good. We can move around the Vochulus. Steel Skin is good. We could probably play the Steel Skin to draw a fair bit. I don't know if I want to. We're not going to need it for damage. Maybe we should. The problem is that this is going to draw 4 cards, so we should have done it with the first Steel Skin. So we either click for credit. Next turn, we could just like Sideline crack the Fermenter. That might be fine too. We want a cookbook. Let's just keep drawing. That's good. Get the chip down. I do want to, but I also want to have money. So let's see what Frank does here. We might just open up R&D, crack the Fermenter. Now, the Spin Doctor is important. Now, if they advance a card on their mode server, like the deck is only on 5/3s, so this is likely either to be an NGO front or likely to be a Biovault. That's fascinating because neither of those does it cost us anything to check. So we have a lot of options here. I want to trash the Aket because of Aket, but this is probably either, again, the Biovault, which we'd be happy to trash for free or for 2 credits, or it's an NGO front, which the second advancement doesn't matter. But I want to check this at least because it costs us nothing. Now, the Aket we want to bring down, and if that's the case, we have to install Aquaceris Crew, and that's going to cost us some credits. So we probably just want to do Fermenter, run this. Ugh. I don't know if we want to check. Like, they're very hard to read considering they did a Biovault play like this. So I'm just worried about them advancing the Aket one more time. Could be a Charlotte. Hey, Tron, how's it going? Yeah, it could be a Charlotte, I guess. I'd be surprised. If it's a Charlotte, we definitely want to chase it out. Yeah, we'll try. I think it's an NGO front. Hey, congratulations on your stream on the weekend. Ignore the remote, I think, and nuke the Aket before it becomes a problem. If it's a problem, like, we still leech it. It just costs us a bit more. But, it's still difficult for us to do because we have to crack our Fermenter. We'll see what this is. I'm assuming it's an NGO front. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. It's still a lot of money for them. So the second advancement's not that good. It's a click for 2 credits, which, like, whatever. So here, I think we'll just set up. We'll draw once, install the Simul chip. Probably should run archives. Another leech counter goes pretty hard. It saves us a click. So next turn we can do Fermenter for 10, crew, open up R&D. Looking forward to running another event in some months' time. Cool. Did you have any learnings about the Eternal point system in like RWR land? Again, I don't know who's in charge of the Eternal ban list anymore, or like the point system. Subsidy in the remote server, so probably a wall-to-wall or Rashida in the remote server. If they advance it as a different game, that's for sure. Now they've gone through 11 cards. Ah, shit, they advanced the Aket. That was our window. So we can still run this for free, and assuming we want to run this, because we trash it for very, very cheap. I'm going to ask for action. In theory, if they have a virus, they can purge here before we take the 10 off the Fermenter, and I feel like we're at the point where we have to take the 10 off the Fermenter, especially because we're going to be installing the Audrey. All right, let's take the 10, install the Audrey, run server 1. I don't honestly know if we play Lagu in this matchup. I feel like our card draw doesn't have to be compressed, and we're just going to need as many counters as possible. We could also let them gain a credit here. I feel like their money is going to go. I'd rather play the Botchless counter. So this should be a wall-to-wall or spin. Okay, they have to use either of those. That's fine. We need to figure out how to get into HQ. Maybe installing Audrey before we got a cookbook down is wrong. We have 2 cookbooks and 31 cards. So getting leech counters, if we get leech up to 3, we can open up our archives. Opening up HQ is technically where we want to run, because if they have agendas, that's where they'll go. So it's either draw or run archives. I think we're going to run archives because I like the leech counters. They can't really purge this turn. And then next turn, we can always steal skin scrying to draw 4 and then go from there. But the leech counters are really, really important. We want a cookbook so the Simon chip goes somewhere. Yeah, we're really going to feel not having multi-axis. Honestly, like having a Docklands pass or like what's the least amount of influence you can spend on the most impactful multi-axis? Rumor Mill and Op seem too strong. Op is crushingly strong deck, but completely crumbles to Rumor Mill, and Mill is so easy to play around and replay it that it crushes the match it cares about. Oh, Drudge Work. All right, well, at least we can trash this. They put a Basalt Spire into R&D. Okay, so they're icing up R&D. They had an agenda in HQ. But it might be 1x20, but we don't actually have any of the 20 engine. All right, they're gonna get a credit. In the run. Now this means we can trash this. We'll probably use our credits instead of the imp. Will we? So they shuffled back a Spin Doctor, right? So it's either the imp counter, which turns on Audrey. Then we're on Audrey in 3. So we have to plan the rest of our turn, which we didn't. So what are we doing here? We want to keep strike funds around to some extent until we got our buffer drives, because buffer drives are really going to matter. So either we pay 3 here, or we save 3 credits. Again, we're going to draw another card from this, which is a thing. So I'm just going to pay 3. I'd rather have the imp on HQ to trash ice. Okay, well, that's fun. Ron, I've been splashing Biotic to reduce your vulnerability to Rumor Mill. Yeah, how's it going, Jeff? So we can price here. It's going to go through 4 cards. Our best draws are like, I think we're going to be discarding cards anyways. So we have Cookbook, that's good. Solidarity Badge, that's whatever. Simul Chip, that's obviously very good in the matchup, but I think we need a Cookbook ASAP. It means we can flicker the Audrey. Now in theory, we can run HQ. If it is the Winchester, which we think it is, we can deal with it. And we have 1 click left here. We have no MU, so we can install the Lagu. I honestly don't want to use the Lagu in this matchup. We're already halfway through our deck, and this is going to be a long, drawn-out game. So I think we'll just Strike Fund. And then we have to discard a card here. I think we're going to throw out the Lagu. Someone let me know when Eternal bans Currents. I don't think they will, unfortunately. Don't have good enough data to give any strong ideas. Despite the poor performance, I also think some parts of World Tree Woo should be on the list. It's the reason I haven't engaged in the format. Yeah, Currents are not fun. I don't think they're fun. All right. So they shuffled back Biovault, or what did they shuffle back? Spin Doctor and Biovault, right? Yeah. All right. We should try and blow open HQ and then just farm Audrey and farm Imp. So this should get through most ice. We can get through 5 strength ice. So I don't know what ice they res that we can't just nuke at instant speed. Eclipse was an interesting experiment. Eclipse looked really cool. Eclipse looked like a really fun format. So this is the Winchester. We were playing around this. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to crew this, which like sucks. Especially because we have to take a tag and crew it. Like, I don't love this. Crewing it seems fine, yes, but there's better ice to be crewing. I think we're going to pay 2 to trash this. No, we have to imp it probably because we have to clear the tag. This cookbook is really useful. We can raindrops back just for credits. I think that might be fine. Do they have an SDS in hand? They might. I think we're just going to learn about the hand. In theory, we can simulchip imp flicker here. It might be correct. Actually, our simulchips are going to be really useful with Botulus. Maybe we don't have to do this. This is where like playing the deck a lot is super useful. And we'll remove the tag. So we know they have a wall-to-wall in hand. We should have been able to watch more of the RAM. It looked like there was a fun prison deck out of RP. It looked like there's 3 prison decks out of RP. All right, that's a wall-to-wall in their remote server. We still have pinholes. They didn't ice HQ, which they probably should ice HQ. They also played hedge fund going up to 16 credits, which like here they might be scared to draw into an open HQ, but they need to ice up HQ. Could have raindrops to R&D and either got another ice res, more draw. I don't know if they would res R&D ice though. This has to be a Charisma or a virus. Either way, we're happy with it. So we'll run HQ. So we don't have the card in hand, but that should be a wall-to-wall. I do think currents can be fun. It's really hard to make currents fun. So we'll see the upgrade first. It's a Crisium. We actually don't really care about the Crisium. I'd rather see the hand first. Yeah, oh, we knew this. Oh, shit. Okay, I guess we're imping that. We should have clicked for credit. Oh, man, we're botching this up. Get it? Because of Botulus. So we could consider running this. What are we doing? I don't have a win condition. Like, it's just attrition. So they're going to be drawing 2 cards a turn. Great. We have Leech Audrey. Like, they have to take a turn off the purge. And the problem is with wall-to-wall, they can comfortably purge. So I don't know what to do. I'm assuming the ice on R&D not being advanced. Like, they haven't really been clicking for credits, but it could be anything. Take a credit and run remote. Yeah, that actually definitely is it. If they want to pop the boarding control, so be it. But yeah, we need to stop the wall-to-wall. Yeah, that's really, really good. Is Steel Skin in your hand for potential kill? Nah, just to give us some tempo. They're definitely not on kill. Tree line, okay. So if they don't pop the boarding control, we take down their wall-to-wall. So tree line's a really easy ice for us to deal with in a long game because we can just like botchless it. But for now, we're going to have to trash 2 cards. I want to keep our leech counters. We can spend 2 leech counters to save. I think there might purge actually. So saving 2 leech counters here might be worth a card in hand. Then we'll trash a card from our hand. We'll get rid of the Lagu. Then we'll break. Is Ice Carver good in this deck? You're seeing Employee Strike, Rumor Mirror, cool cards that say no very well, which is the thing I like most absent. Yes, I agree. I do not like those currents. We don't want to give them credits. They're going to need their money. Ob is particularly vulnerable to run Rumor Mill. It blanks half the circle. I just don't like to play the game where the difference between your cards being blanked and not being blanked is something that happens out of hand. Like, not instant speed, but on a turn you can't interact with it. Like, I don't like it. All right, so we made the remote server less good. That's great. We have to remember that we can simul-chip the botchless, but we have to bring the wall-to-wall down. The thing is, if they purge, they leave HQ open, barring that they can res the Chrysium to prevent leech counter. But we can just do credit, run HQ if that happens. The tree line getting bigger doesn't matter as long as we botchless it. I think Ice Carver might make sense. Okay, so they have Unknown in hand, Advanceable Ice on HQ, Advanceable Ice. Okay, so they did not purge. We need to deal with this. So do we simul-chip a botchless? We only have 2 labor rates, haven't found a buffer drive yet. But we need to trash the wall-to-wall at most costs. I think if we botchless the tree line, we're in an okay spot, but we have to trash one of our cards. I actually don't want to trash any of our cards. Wait, how do we do this? I guess we just run and spend 2 cards. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. In theory, we should do these one at a time because we're going to draw too many cards. All right, we got to set up this turn. We need money. All right, pinholes are going to be really good. Now we've seen 2 Biovaults. This deck doesn't run Rashida, so we have to imp this. We're going to draw another card in a credit. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we want to get the buffer drive down. It won't fire this turn, but it's very important. Our money is pretty soft here. So getting back in our fermenters, which these are our only 2 fermenters, and we have 13 cards left. So what is worth playing and what is not worth playing? Our MU is a bit cooked. Crew is definitely worth playing. Labor rights we have to keep. So we can just do buffer drive, credit. Like, I don't even know if we price anymore. We still have 2 steel skins in, which is good. That's infinite economy. 1 steel strike fund in, excuse me. Sorry, which is not great. That's infinite economy. But notice how few credits we're using. It's only for installing cards, which is where like Paladin is so good. Do we forget you had clickless draw 3 before that run? No. No, I wanted to use it during a run. I'm not feeling like we have to set up that quickly, which might be a mistake. Like, I think the biggest thing we can do is set up to like destroy the ice on HQ on a following turn, which we just need to keep money for that. Yeah, we just need to keep money to be able to destroy ice on HQ. Because now if they top deck agendas, they don't have much to do with them. We can botchless the remote server to run it twice. So we have to spread their ice relatively thin. And the fact that the ice, like advancing cards, this seems like it's good, but you just told us it's not a Winchester, and that's super valuable. This could be anything. This could be anything. I think we're just going to botchless run it as we do. If it's a Biovault, we'll have to click for a credit. Now we could pinhole it, and then if they don't res it, that actually might be fine. The pinhole is a bit cheaper. And if they don't pop it, like, do we access an NGO front? Honestly, don't know. What if it's an agenda? I guess we should just run it. This is where like tree line's really bad with this breaker suite, where I think you generally want to just use it as 3 virus counters or 3 power counters. Could you pinhole? You could. But then they might not pop it. If it's also if it's an agenda, we touch it here, which is good. I'm assuming it's an NGO. It's a clearinghouse. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess we have to imp that. They've been hard to read of how they've been using their stuff. All right, I'm just gonna click for a credit here. We have Devil Charm Crew to open up HQ, and then ideally we're gonna be as annoying as possible on HQ. Because if they have agendas, they have nowhere to go. Again, we have to steal half the agendas in the deck because 3-point agendas are super fun. So now if they install a card on their mode server, we don't really care. Yeah, so we should run HQ here. We're just going to do Devil Charm, Crew, Credit, run HQ. We should be able to trash any ice in the format. I wonder if we wanted them to res the ice. Again, we also know this is advanceable, so it's not a border control, which doesn't really matter, but we also know it's not Winchester. I think people advance ice when it doesn't matter. Like, unless you're going to advance this to 3 and it matters. We'll see. Like, if it's... There's some ice that matters to res, to advance 3 times, but it gives information. It really does. So we have to flicker the imp with the simul chip because we want to be able to trash whatever's in hand. And we need to have 2 credits for this. Yeah, hey, no worries. Best case scenario that this is an expensive res, like nearly half their money for tree line, or not tree line, for a logjam, I think. I think if this is the Sokka's version, it's not on Pharaoh's, so 6 cost would be the most expensive ice they have. We also have to keep in mind, we can always cycle our breakers, right? Like we can throw at the Onicom, we can throw at a Pinhole to Audrey to put on the bottom of the deck to draw a card. That's something I think you have to do with this deck more, is play like you're playing a Flesh and Blood Wizard, where it's you have to use the Onicom on many turns as possible. Do we need a Labor Rights in our hand? No, I don't think we do. So we know there's a Chrysium on HQ, so we'll access the card from hand first. It's a Spin Doctor. I think I'd rather pay 2 for that. But then we're not trashing the Chrysium. I don't think the Chrysium really matters. So I will just imp this before they purge next turn. You've accessed the Chrysium. Okay. So in theory on this turn, we can just like Audrey to get the Labor Rights to the bottom of their deck. Wait, how sick is that? We can do that every turn cycle. This is why I think Audrey, like, Onicom is worth doing. We should have done this a year ago. Okay, so we can definitely run this. The question is whether we burn a Pinhole to check first or not, and I think we do. I think we just Pinhole this. Unknown card in hand. They only have 1 more Spin Doctor. So if we Pinhole this, we should be able to trash it. I wish we had an Ashen. We'd play this so much easier if we had an Ashen. It's an NGO front, okay. So we can still trash the Chrysium Grid if we wanted to. I don't honestly know if we do. I'd rather trash the card in hand. Well, we have to access it. No action. All right, we got a Friday chip. That's good. That's Infinite Imp. Now, if we install this, we won't have credits to threaten the crew, so I don't think we need to. We already have enough fires counters. Let's just touch every card they have. In theory, we could raindrops here, actually. That might have been better. Oh, no, but we don't have the crew money. Oof, that is the last Biovault. We're going to imp that before they purge, I think. Chrysium, okay. So we haven't cycled an event yet. Oh, no, we did. We played Pinhole. So we need to crew the Ket. What's our crew count? We have 1 more crew in the deck, so I just need to keep the money up. We can draw once more throughout the cookbook. Man, I wish we had an Ashen. Maybe we're onto something. I just feel like our win condition is not very good. They purge. I think purging is okay for us, because we can still run HQ here. And then we will, well, they actually can res that denies us the leech, but we can always trash. So we should just do credit, run HQ, I think. This is a tricky deck to pilot. If we do credit, run HQ, that means we can trash the Chrysium if we want to, which will give us an Audrey counter. Now we can get Friday chip down. If we get Friday chip down, we go to 3 credits. We can run HQ. If they res the Chrysium, we can, well, we can simul chip flicker the imp. That might be fine. I think we just need to do that and just play as many recursions as we can. So we can do simul chip, we're on 4, Friday chip, we're on 3, run HQ. Yeah, that seems fine. This is definitely the deck that punishes you the most for having no win con. Yes. It does. So the idea here is that the Friday chip means that they can't really purge unless they can keep us out of every server. It's an absolute nightmare. And in theory, they can purge multiple turns in a row. Our win con is actually play to time. Like, and I don't mean play to time. It's like steal 3 pointers and just wait. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we need to get the imp back in. Thank you. So, gonna rerun. Thanks. So we were just meant to do that before we access again. You can't Do that while accessing. Do we have to worry about Trojan Horse? Nah, we got 3 simul chips and 2, what's it called? Like, it's not like we can play that game. So we do card from hand, which is unknown. It's a Erratum. We'll imp that so they don't have ice. Put a counter on Friday chip. It's Crisium Grid, no surprise. We drew our Botulus, but it's pretty good. So anything they top deck, right? Like they can just purge turn after turn after turn after turn. Like that is a thing that they can do. If that's the case, like reading the Crisium Grid for a turn that we can trash it is actually kind of interesting. But again, there's 6 agendas and 23 cards in R&D. We should probably run R&D. But this is just going to be another 35 minutes of this. Like I don't feel great about it. They found ice on HQ. That's important. Okay, it's advanceable, so it's not a Winchester. That's important. I think getting the Erratum down was actually better than purging last turn. Okay, so we still can Crew Charm the Aket to open up R&D. I think we will. And then just ideally Audrey through this as much as we can. The other option is we just put a Botches on Aket and say that we don't care about the Aket. That's another cheap way to deal with the ice. That might be better because this outermost is harder to deal with. So if that's the case, we'll do Friday chip. We'll put the Friday chip on the Audrey, I think. Well, actually, maybe on the Leech, because if it's a 4 strength, we can deal with it. But what would this be? I don't think 4 strengths makes sense. We'll put in the Audrey. Uh-oh. MU. Oh no, MU. Wait, it's actually a big problem with the deck. MU is too tight. That sucks. Okay, thinking. Oh, Onicom, you failed us. We just need one more MU. Because we need a Leech, we need Audrey, we need Imp, we need Botchus. Yeah, we probably can't play Onicom in this. This is way too hard. I try to warn you. Yeah, I'm glad we ran into it. Our Nemesis MU limits. I don't know what MU card we want to play. Like, I don't think we play DZ. I don't know if there's anything better for us. In theory, we should just give up on the remote server and just say, like, we're playing mulch. Yeah, T400, I guess. Like, this sucks. This comes with a real cost. Which is they can jam into the remote server. Yeah, Lilypad was the other consideration. And honestly, like, Onicom seems better than Lilypad so far. DZ is sometimes an econ card. It's not bad. Like, we're struggling. Like, all we have to do is install cards. If we make that cheaper, it helps. It just doesn't work with Simulchip really well. So Aket will fire. If they have an Adudadois or, like, Logjam that goes on forever, but we'll ideally Devil Charm the Logjam. Logjam. Log Charm. Devil Jam. I mean, I just Chisel Charm the Aket because it's great value. We don't have Chisel, though. Yeah. Switch to Kamal and get rid of the Imp. I love the Imp. The Imp is so much more fun. It allows me to do the thing I want to do, which is be aggressive. Like, I struggle with freedom to draw. So we're not going to destroy this because we just beat it with a Botulus. Now, I'm not playing for the next turn where they purge. That's something we have to keep in mind, is that they can purge. Crew? Do you want to crew the Aket? Like, I think we have to crew this ice. You're right, Jeff. I wish we could, but I think without an Ash, if we had an Ashen, I would crew the Aket. If we don't have an Ashen, I wouldn't. This will be an agenda. Piss. So if he trashes, they draw a new card. I'd rather not them trash this. It's hard for us to deal with it. So they just have to purge. So we basically have to find a window in which purging for them doesn't make sense. All right, we have Strike Fund. So we have one more Laborites in the deck, right? 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 Yeah, one's on the bottom of the deck. The other one's on the deck too. We can run back. We probably should have. Yeah, we probably should have done this before drawing. Just got to be excited to see Mulch Lou. Was trying the deck with a friend and locked out of 3 ice servers. I think it's going to happen that we're going to get locked out. Noticeably, they're advancing this ice on HQ, which maybe it's Ferris or Logjam. I think Aket is quite good, and holding the Botchus allows you to break Purge Lock. Oh, that's important too, yeah. I think I'm going to realize that we have to beat Purge Lock, and so keeping this as an option is going to be very important, because we actually do get Purge Locked on this board state with 2 ice in every server. But no, you can't Purge Lock Botchulus. Interesting. Stop it. I don't mind if they draw this because we have Pinhole. And like that in the remote server means we beat Purge because we can Pinhole it. Oh, we should have thrown out the Strike Fund. That's fine. We'll still do it. Isn't Raindrops through Aket worthwhile? Oh yeah, it is. It is. It definitely is. Okay, so they purge. So on their turn, we're going to use Audrey to throw out the Strike Fund, which like so much value here. We'll get the Strike Fund. We'll get the 2. We'll get the Onicom. And then we'll get that. Like, that just feels good. So we know the exact card in hand, but we're back to just like running R&D here, right? Like, this purge didn't do that much. I don't think. 6 agendas and 20 cards. Again, there's only 12 minutes left in the round. Lol. You could also set up Leech plus crew. That's what we're trying to do, is we're threatening this outermost for Leech crew. That being said, we could run archives a couple times. Oh, Messney. Oh, that's really good because we can't crew it because we don't have enough money. Oh, that's very, very good. So our on encounter happens first. No, we can still crew it. So we will crew this. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait. Funny enough, we were punished by playing the strike one. Mind if I don't crew? It's okay. We can still do it. Sorry. All right. You can't lose money before crew. Yeah, I forgot. This is on encounter, but this is when accessing. The timing is a bit annoying. This is fine, though. We'll bounce back up. Like, this is honestly not that bad. We're just going to rerun. So we'll let these fire. We gain 3 and draw 2 cards. Or 3 cards, technically. So we have our labor rights. So we're just going to run it back. Yeah. Maybe it actually isn't right to do this. Maybe we should just run archives 4 times. Or 3 times. Because it keeps a double charm. That actually might be more important. At this point, I've done too many takebacks. But it might have been correct to just leeched it down because that's not the most impactful ice. There's still 6 agendas in 20. Like, we know exactly every card in hand. It's a wall-to-wall. You do get to draw like the rest of your deck because of this? Yes. Yeah, no matter what, we're going to draw cards. Assault, okay. Recursion. Okay, I wonder what Biovault is coming back. Maybe they go for a Spin Doctor to break lock. Yeah, they added Spin Doctor to break lock. So now running HQ has some value. Our money's not very good. We can cycle the labor rights to the bottom. So what do we now need? We don't need the Anacom or the cookbook, so we can just click for 3. We also could consider running archives to get the leech up. That also is pretty relevant. They can't purge. Yeah, I'll just get leech counters, I think. I'll take a credit. We need to install crews. Does buffer drive work on any one card or just the first end turn? First. It's not whenever, it's first. So you have to like plan your turn. Now things like price trash all 4 at the same time, so it's your choice, but yeah, it is first time. So that's either wall to wall or Spin Doctor. We won't know. They have an unknown in hand. That's probably Spin Doctor. So it's Spin Doctor, wall to wall, and then Biovault. Has to be Biovault, right? So Friday Chip will go on the Imp, I think. And so here we get to go do a cheeky 2-for-1, where all we do is pinhole threading. And then if they res a Spin Doctor, right? Like this is actually really interesting. They could have played us. But here we get to do a lot of value for a single click. So if we pinhole threading, we get a leech counter in archives. They have to res and pop the Spin Doctor. And then we can trash whatever they don't trash. Ideally, we hit the wall to wall. We wanted to bottom labor rights. Yeah, we did. It's not going to be that important, but we did miss that trigger. Totally. This is going to get us a 2-for-1 because if they're worried about the Spin Doctor, they have to pop it. Now they have 2 unknown, and let's see what they'll shuffle back. But we also get to get a 50-50 on... Actually, what's the upgrade? If it's not a Biovault, what is in their mode server? Wait, what upgrades in their mode server? It's more likely we lose this game to Clearinghouse. Like, that's the thing that we have to be careful for, where, like, if we had an Ashen, this would be so easy. And by easy, I mean, like, another 20 minutes and we could still lose. It's Clearinghouse. Yeah, I think they realize they're going to go for the Clearinghouse and Biovault. Okay, so 50-50 here. Wall to wall. I guess I'll trash it. Yeah. Okay. So they shuffled back in. La Costa, I'd be surprised. We've seen 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 influence so far, largely. So we'll went back in. Clearinghouse and Biovault. Okay. So we can still run the top of R&D. This is an upgrade guaranteed. We have our labor rights. We don't have an imp. So we can trash this imp to install this imp and run back. That totally is probably fine. If they purge here, I don't think we're too upset. We just need to make sure we have enough money to get the crew down sooner than later. The remote server actually is relatively secure. This deck doesn't run that many border controls, so knowing where the one border control is actually super impactful, but they can't really score out while we have Audrey counters. Oh, it is a virus. Okay, cool. I feel like that's maybe not the best use of a virus. I think you want to use this during an impactful run. Now, that being said, they purged this out, and like, that sucks. So we're at the point where we have 3 simul chips. So we are going to have to labor rights sooner than later. What's the last card in the deck? Oh, hey, Dirty Deeds, how's it going? Good evening, Under Chat. How are you doing? So we probably just take a credit here. It also poisons archives. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I would have considered running archives here. That seems like a bad run. So maybe trading for the imp there is okay. Again, time is coming up in the round soon. There's no time on Shaynet. I just keep saying that to scare people from playing this sort of slow tag. This is where Heal Amphora would be good. Yeah, but with what MU, right? With what MU? All right, unknown, advance. So either SDS or Clearinghouse is very good here. The question is, can we beat this or not? So we can decide what card we want to trash from our stack. Sort of. We can do a Audrey Flicker. We might be a day late, $1 short. What's the bottom of our stack? Does anyone remember what this is? Thinking. So they have 1 Biovault. They have 1 NGO front. I think this is an agenda. This looks like a scoring window. So the way that we beat this is by getting simul chip and what's it called back? And a simul chip and a botulus. I don't know who Martin Brundle is. Sorry. I think we'll just... Oh, we have a money issue too. I feel like we didn't play until lockout enough. Now, if this fires and SDS fires, and the SDS fires, we lose one of these breakers. I don't think it's the end of the world if we lose these breakers. Now, we'd have to hope at the top of R&D is like genuinely a trashable card. Which, in terms of trashable cards, there's 1 more Spin Doctor on 2 credits, 1 more Biovault on 2 credits, 1 GNGO on 1 credit, and then Clearinghouses for 3. Phone commentator who says the phrase a lot. Oh, I don't know that. I think 1x Helium 4 would be worthwhile. We don't have the MU. We literally can't play it. Like, we have to keep the virus captive, which costs us an MU. Like, I don't know how to do it. We already have MU problems on our own. So, still thinking, we can labor rights to get back in cards. Seems really dodgy. We'd bring back simul chip, labor rights. Then if we draw a simul chip, we can install the simul chip. We can run this. If we flicker the Audrey, we'll get 1 counter. That's not enough. We need to botulus this, so it just won't be enough. If we do labor rights, draw into simul chip, we don't have enough clicks to install it. So I think we just let this go through and repair whatever damage has been done. If that's the case, we can also install a leech, getting another leech counter, running R&D, then we'll be at 2 leech counters. That might be not worth it. Again, if there is an agenda in here, there's still in theory 4 and 17, which is pretty good odds. I'll go for the 1 and 4 and then just click for credits, I think. Imagine thinking for 5 minutes and just run R&D into it. I can't. We might have wanted to click for credits first, actually, because if we find a trashable, yeah. Actually, do you mind if I click? I don't know if this will change anything for them, but we want access with 3 credits so we can trash cards. We're going to click for 3 credits anyway, so we might as well click for credits now. Because if we find a trashable, we can trash it. And that will fire Loup, which is okay. All right, we found an SDS drone deployment. That's really good. We're on game point. Again, there's probably 3 agendas left in R&D. So we will steal this. And the question is, what do we trash? The leech is giving us value. The imp is giving us no value currently. Neither is the Audrey, but we can flicker these. The leech is easily replaceable because we have another leech counter. So the question is, what are we trashing here? That's a really hard question. I'm assuming it's the imp. The problem is like the imp feeds into the Audrey really well. But I'm assuming we're just going to find a trashable. I'm going to go for the imp. All right. Game point. If they score out. Wait, what? Oh, wow. I thought a cat was just ice. I didn't know you could advance anything like that. That's sick. They're on 3 advancements. I looked over. I'm like, oh, that's not great. So what are we going to do? I think we're just going to If it's a clearinghouse, if they do 3 damage to us with clearinghouse, we actually can lose. But if they keep advancing and don't score, we just labor rights back. So if they tempo clearinghouse and hit our labor rights, at least we'll buffer drive 1 labor rights back, so we'll be okay. So I'm just gonna take money, I think. Labor rights now for simul chips. I think I'm gonna wait. I thought it was just ice. I think we're gonna wait. I don't think I want to show what we have. Last card could be Strike Fund. Oh, I think you're right, but that's fine too, because we trash Strike Fund with the labor rights, we'll get the money. So I think we're okay with it, but you're right. The last card 100% is Strike Fund. So we'll see if they double advance here. And if they triple advance and don't do anything, we just labor rights for a pinhole. Yeah, totally. Oh, that's a cat if we trashed it. We don't know what Frank is drawing into, so R&D is going to remain open. But yeah, there's like, we're seeing some clear upsides to playing like having more influence, playing a copy of, it is just Tempo Clearinghouse. Okay, that's hilarious. So we can add a card to the bottom of our stack and then we'll know what our stack is. So the question is what we're adding to the bottom. Oh, that's so funny. It is Tempo Clearinghouse. We kept our 2 labor rights. That's honestly maybe not the best. So thinking here. So what do we want to put on the bottom? We could put nothing. Again, we know that we're going to rip these cards with labor rights. So if we have a crew, then we have a crew, and crew leech does something. I think it's probably crew. Devil Charm only really works with crew. Okay. I'm surprised they went for it. Technically, we die here to punitive if they're on punitive, but I'd be surprised by it. I'm not playing around punitive. I'll just be very clear. If we die to punitive, we die to punitive. All right. In theory, we can still contest this. We're just going to need to do some simul chipping. So we're going to just do draw. Are we actually on 3 labor rights? I thought we were playing around 2. Oh yeah, we only have 2. And then they drew last click. Okay, so they drew before they installed. So I think we're just going to do draw, labor rights for simul chips. I think I missed Ashen. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they went for it. 1 draw? No, we have to go 2 draws so we don't lose our crew because we know the strike fund's on top of it. And so if we do labor rights, we can set up our deck and then we can do strike fund with Audrey. Technically, we can still do it this turn. Wait, this is actually better, but then we'll lose the strike fund. Because if we do strike fund with Audrey, it'll be on the bottom of our stack, which means labor rights will hit it. And if labor rights hits it, we can't put it back because we've already used buffer drive. So I'll just labor rights here. So 3 cards to shuffle back in. I'm pretty sure the 3 cards are just simul chips. I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure they're just 3 simul chips. Okay. Yeah, even if they missed Ashen, we have labor rights. They were going for the Ashen, which is pretty sick. And then here I'm going to install the simul chip, which gives us the flexibility to trash our botulus, to move our botulus. And before the turn ends, I actually can do it on their turn, which will be more surprising. Oh no, I'll do it on our turn because I want the labor rights on the bottom. So I'm going to do, I think we'll do Anacom. No, I want the labor rights on top of the Anacom, I think. So I'll do Audrey, trash, labor rights to the bottom, and we draw a card. We draw a card, I think. Advanced deck stacking. Yeah, it's cool. It's like, that's a really cool interaction, Audrey Anacom, is you can just set up your deck with buffer drive. You can like pitch stack, like it's flesh and blood. For imp to flicker. So at some point they still have to purge. There are still 4 agendas among 16 cards. This is really sick right at the end of the stack. Yeah, this is really cool. They also drew after they installed. So here now we're going to use Audrey to throw out the strike fund, which draws a card. So we're going to do strike fund, then Anacom gain 2 and draw a card, and then we'll put strike fund at the bottom. It's really, really cool. So we know the order of the deck. It's labor rights into strike fund. So in theory, we have to figure out how to make accesses with these cards in hand. Virtually Rig doesn't do anything with access to infinite credits. It helps us trash cards. That's all it does. Because like crew is still expensive. So we can run R&D and we can flicker the Audrey. So I think all we do here is we run R&D for single. Assumedly there's maybe at least 1 in 6, could be 1 in 4, somewhere between those. So we do simul chip run R&D. We can trash the Audrey for a new Audrey. We're going to need cards in hand for Audrey. Oh, this is the problem. At the end of the deck, we only have so many cards. We can't actually Audrey that easily. So I guess we get a botulus. This is advanced thinking. So we could have also used simul chip on their turn, which might have been better because then we'd have 3 counters. I think we're just gonna run it. I'm just gonna run it. I'm beat. I'm mentally drained. I don't know where I have to be playing around here. It's a logjam. Okay. That is gonna be hard to beat. So this is 6 strength, and it's gonna require 2 Audrey counters to break because they all end the run. So that means we have to crew this. So that means we have to bring back Devil Charm. We have 1 Devil Charm. The other option is now we can force them to res as many things as possible. Like now running HQ kind of makes sense because if they spend 7 credits resing a Pharos or another logjam. Now this is only 4 credits, but I think we can't let this, we can't break this. If we get a botchless on this, eventually it'll break it, but I think we just do that next turn. If they purge next turn, I think we just want them to be on low credits. And because they advance this, we're not worried about Pharos. So the bad face check is if this ice here is exactly Whoredom, maybe we lose the game. If this ice is a Whoredom that he advanced to 4. If this is a Whoredom, it's really bad. Now we know where one of the Whoredoms are. Canonically, the deck from Worlds played 2 Whoredoms. What the fuck? You can botch us on their turn? Yeah, I think that's the plan. Okay, it's a Colossus. We probably shouldn't let that fire. So we're going to have to botchless this. I was not expecting this. I don't know if this is in the Worlds list. Logjam up to 8 strength is going to suck a little. It's still fine. We do crew. We do crew charm and just take a tag. So we have to consider breaking this. Install program and resource and 2 tags. So we're going to simulchip into this. We have to trash a program. I like this botchless. I guess we get rid of the Audrey. It's the Audrey or the Leech? I think it's the Audrey. A second simulchip here might have been clever because then we actually can break 2 ice. This is a bit risky if this is another Colossus. I'd be surprised. So what do we break here? If it's a Leech, the Leech is going to get 2 counters. The 2 counters are kind of useful, but not super useful. We need the Audrey to trash cards. We can always trash the Crisium. I'll keep the Leech. I mean, the opposite. Botchless. Sakura's on 1x Colossus. Okay, thank you. So we could consider flowing a tag here. I think we're not. Or 2 tags, more accurately. So here they're on average going to spend 3 credits resing an ice. Which is fine. Messney, okay. That is going to be more expensive than 3 credits. Okay, so all we have to do is install a simulchip. We can get 1 good run on R&D. We want to draw so we can do an event cycle on their turn. But then we can't do credit simulchip. We have to do credit simulchip. Ugh, need a win condition. This is where you play the one of finality. Versus Lat Colossus is very good. I totally missed that Colossus was at Worlds. Advance the Messney, no purge. Not super impactful. Single advance. Could be an agenda, could be an NGO front, could be a buy vault. Now running the server, they have 6 credits, so they can res a Messney, they can res a logjam. Here, if we want to just run R&D and get lucky, again, this is a 47-minute game. Closing the game against these Glacier decks is so tough. Yeah, we have no multi-access. Like, we just have to touch a lot of cards. It's kind of in our design, too. A problem of our design. So we don't have an event to cycle with Audrey, but we can just, like, trash a card for no reason. So here, I think we just simulchip R&D and just seed cards on top of R&D. Now, in theory, if they put the advancement on the buy vault, so be it. But, like, I think we lose the clearinghouse. If they advance this, we just go back for, we just have to make sure we don't die to clearinghouse. I will do this. So this can do 2 meat damage against us. We can run this. They get advancement and a credit. If we access the top of the deck again, they should have 4 more agendas across 14 cards, 15 cards. We should probably at least have 2 credits to trash a buy vault, and then we'll have a last click to do whatever we want. Woof. I would play Ashen. Again, the reason why we can't break a Volakette, by the way, is if it's triple advance, it just gets a bunch of strength and can't break all the subs. They advance a card on the remote server, so in theory, they could pop a buy vault here. Hedge fund off the top, hate to see it. If we draw, we get into our labor rights. Let's see what happens. We can run R&D next turn, clearinghouse. Okay, that's fine. Surprised no Banhar? Yeah, we don't have enough cards. So they hit our labor rights, which we'll put at the bottom. So our deck is just labor rights. They're trying. That's the second clearinghouse. Like, I think if they just sat on the clearinghouse, they might have been better off. Like, the temple clearinghouse is really difficult. I wish we were on another labor rights too. I feel like if we understand we build a deck with not a lot of multi-access, we have to do this. I watched 20 minutes behind live, click jump ahead to skip. The next game was chokes, the standoff is still going. I know. I honestly, not my favorite matchup. Want to advance the clearinghouse a bunch? Technically, we could pinhole it, but I think they could have just flatlined us. We only have 3 cards. All right, Biovault, NGO. We have to wait 2 turns to run this. Ideally, we get use of our simul chip, and then we run the remote server. Or sorry, we run R&D. Or sorry, then we labor rights. We could have done the Onicom on their turn. I think it's fine that we'll just do it on our turn. So we want to use the simul chip. So I think we're just going to do Strike Fund. I don't think they're on 3 clearinghouse. This is an absolute slog. We should have done this on their turn. So we just want to use the simul chip and then we'll labor rights. And then we'll have 3 cards left for the whole game. Which is not good if Audrey's your breaker. Doing this on their turn would have permanently lost the Strike Fund. Oh, that's true. That's true. Good catch. Yeah, because we lost damage. Yeah, that's why. Let's say we didn't do it. Yeah, because Onicom and Buffer Drive already fired that turn. They purge. That does not matter. This is huge. Now they can still like advance this thing. So we can bait out in theory, the one of last copy of Biovault. But here on our turn, we're going to simul chip. We're going to trash this Botulus to install potentially the same Botulus. There's no way of knowing. And then run R&D. Once this fails, we'll go back. Yeah, 2 clearinghouses, assuming his Sokka's list. Yeah, I think Sokka won by clearinghouse a fair bit more than you'd expect. This is the thing with these decks. Like, I'm playing slowly, but not too slowly. But playing these at tournaments are really difficult because of time. Now, this could be a 5-3 agenda. Okay, logjam off the top. I hate it. Do we have to consider running HQ? HQ requires botchless and botchless. Okay, so we'll just labor rights. Nice. Whoa, that's fine. That's fine. So Strike Fund. Gain 2. I forgot about this. Strike Fund's on the bottom of the deck. We shuffle 3 cards back in. So the question is, what do we want? It's easy to say strike, simul chip, simul chip, simul chip. As soon as we start showing like Devil Charm Crew, they start triple advancing, but we just want to get as many botches as possible. So we'll just do this. Then we'll draw up. If they score on Trash or Audrey, we want a simul chip on the table to respond to it potentially. I think we'll just get a simul chip down. In theory, we die to 3rd clearinghouse. I'd be very surprised. This is where Spree would be good. Spree doesn't do anything. Spree doesn't do anything. I don't get it. Spree is just simul chip, unless you want to move multiple things. All right, it's an agenda. They'll trash our Audrey. Go for the imp. Forget about scoring out. Deck them out. We don't have enough runs to do it. No cloud. You're not fast advancing. You're all good. No worries. Oh, Basalt. Okay, I was worried about an SDS. This means now there's only 3 agendas across 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What do we know about in hand? We know in hand there is 1 logjam. For a remote like this, you can run the whole tower with enough counters. Yeah, but they're not going to let us have enough counters. Maybe they must play around it. Oh, they got him a virus in hand? Okay, that's a problem. So hand has him a virus. Oh man, I want to scoop. I don't want to play the next 15 minutes of this. Like, because they have no clearinghouses, how long it's going to take them to win? It's more likely that they just turned archives off. We actually can't use that, can we? They went in 2 turns of the Basalt Clearinghouse and advanced to 4? Yes, which I think they should do. There is an unknown in archives. Like, we can't just run archives. I don't think we have that much more to do. The thing is they have to get ice on this. They threw out a hedge fund. Okay, so now there's only 12 cards. We know there's a logjam and a virus. So if we can technically always run this by flickering a Botchless. Do we have to go for a panic run? Because in theory, we can get a panic run here where we break botchless logjam, simul chip the botchless. It comes with the 2 counters, break the rest of the logjam, break a cat. I think we're going to go for it. I think we're just going to touch as many cards as we can. Why is there strike fund in the bin? Oh, just a strike fund, not the strike fund. So you can do this. So you can break. We're giving up on the remote server. I just want this game to be over. Simul chip. We'll trash this botchless for the botchless. Install the botchless here. It comes up with 2 counters. We're going to break it. Can't keep us out. You can do it this turn. Next turn, Mav is going to hit. Yeah, I want to get accesses before the virus is a problem. And I want to get accesses before the botchos actually gives them, or sorry, the cat actually gives them the ability to score an agenda. Because every time that we've been running with the botchos, it allows them to score an agenda a turn faster because they've just been going against all advance. This is a really big difference. We also have enough money to trash cards if we find cards. So Loup could fire here. And Audrey could get a charge. That'd be nice. Come on, please. Fuck. If we did have, like, you know, twinning, you'd be seeing a lot of cards. So we have twinning, logjam, a virus. So there's 6 unknown in R&D, 3 unknown in hand. Out of those 9, there's 3 agendas. So 1 in 3 of the unknown cards. Now, next turn, when they get them a virus on the table, like, we are cooked. We probably should have been playing passively. Now, if they get them a virus, all we do is we buffer drive for a pinhole threading. We haven't played an event this turn, have we? No. I think we do this. Why wouldn't we do this? Strike fund, gain 2, strike fund, bottom. So we'll just draw the strike fund so we can do this again on their turn. But yeah, all we have to do is pinhole them a virus, and then we have maybe 1 or 2 more runs. Yeah, you panic buffer drive. Yeah, we'll probably panic buffer drive for a pinhole, which makes it harder for them to go for the, well, the issue now if they install 2 cards, if they advance 1, we know which one the virus is. But like, again, this is going to be a grind. They have to score 3 agendas to win, unless they want to use a Basalt Spire to grab a clearinghouse, which then we'll pinhole that, I guess. Okay. I think we should, oh, sorry. We're meant to do this on their turn. That actually really matters. No, it doesn't matter that much. It's only just plus 2 credits. In theory, does it draw itself? Wait, can you draw itself with Onicom? So we're assuming that's a virus in the remote server, which now this is probably mess and chess for a logjam, which means that we need to get Trash or Audrey. So we can still run R&D. There is a bunch of unknowns in R&D. Should we deal with them a virus sooner than later? If we deal with them a virus right now, we have to pop the buffer drive, get the, yeah, I think we do with it, but then they just Basalt Spired back. So that's probably not right. But I think we need them to do that as opposed to anything else. Like, if they Basalt that, they trash a card and then they're in a hard spot. I think I'm just going to go for it. So we could have 2 more credits here. Seems like you could tax out the map by making a run. No, we can't run this right now. The problem is that they have another Basalt Spire counter. It's them a virus. They didn't res it. They actually probably should have resed it. It could have done damage to us. That actually super matters. Ooh, that super matters because we got a Friday chip. So all we do here is simul chip. And we can make 1 good run. So they have Messney or Logjam in hand. Basalt trash top of R&D, which could have been an agenda, force them to grab that instead of the map. Yeah, exactly. Like, it forces them to do a weird thing. Stall advance. Yep. Okay, so Mav is in bin. Agenda potentially in the server. Now, I honestly think that this is probably the clearinghouse. Oh no, there's 2 clearinghouses. Grab clearinghouse and IA. If they do that, we can run this. Okay, thinking. So this could be the final Biovault. If they score this, they trash maybe a program that's pretty bad. It's not the clearinghouse. Turn 25. Yeah, I know. We need a win condition. This is our fault. But If we run this, what do they res that we care about? Colossus is the only bad face check, and because they advance this ice, we know it's not the Winchester, which is like pretty bad if it's a Winchester. So we can run this and force them to res. Ashen Epilogue is a win con. Honestly, yeah, Ashen Epilogue would be very, very good for us because then we actually have more ice destruction. We only destroyed 2 ice this game, which is what you need to do. I feel like the Freedom deck I played on the weekend would do a better job of this. Now, if we want to run this, we'll have 1 botchless, 1 botchless. So we need to do 2 botchless on this and then 2 counters on this. So we can do it. Pivot the deck and continue. Every team seems to have an interesting decision on both sides. Maybe on one side, but it's like the attritional obvious decision. I don't think it's particularly interesting. We have Friday Chip 2. You could just not run the remote, wait to choose chips and Andre. Can you just not just run the remote? I think we can. But if it's a Biovault, we lose our, like, if it's a Biovault, we lose the game. If this is not an agenda, we lose the game. Now, in theory, they have 1 NGO front left and 1 Biovault left, so it's not super unlikely to, it's more likely to be the agenda. Like, I think they need a win. I think this deck is too divided if it wants to labor race for Simon Chips or Cruise. Yes, I agree. I agree. I don't think we can break anything with Audrey. Yeah, we can. No, we can't. Yeah, we probably can't. Unless this is an Aket. This might be an Aket. I think we're just going to run this server. If this doesn't work out, we'll pivot to R&D. I think we need Ashen Theogen. I think we should play Ashen. Okay, it's a Hortum, so we have to simulchip this. If we simulchip this, we can break it fully. Then we go through this. We have to simulchip this and simulchip this. So unless this is an Aket, we can't break this. I think we're better off bouncing and running R&D. Again, if this is an agenda, there's 2 agendas and 5 cards. Those are pretty good odds. And if they res this, it has to be the, what's it called? For that to be good. So that's the problem is if they res, oh, actually, no. If they res a wall to wall here, or sorry, a logjam, we're in a bad spot. You can break border controls with it once. With Audrey, yeah, we can break also Aket with it once. So our big gamble is whether this is the Aket or not. What have we seen? We've seen, sorry, looking. God, this is so slow. Looking at archives. So we know it's advanceable, so it's not a Winchester. We know there's 1 Mess and Chesto in hand or on the table, so it's not Mess Day. We've seen 1 Hortum. I'm assuming the deck is on 3 Aket. I think we bounce and go in R&D here. I think we just, well, the problem is if we go R&D, we actually can't break Logjam. We need to force him to res this and hope it's a Mess and Chesto. If it's a Logjam, we're in a bad spot because it's, nah, we're not that bad. Let's see what happens. Wait, no, it's kind of bad. You have chips to get in? Not really. I don't think so. I don't think we have chips to get in. Okay, this is a logjam. So we can decide what to do here. They have credits to score on their remote server. If we want to break this, we can't. This is why we can't get in. What about bouncing and going HQ? We know one of the cards in HQ is an ice. Going HQ is pretty reasonable, but then, like, I think we just let this fire, and if they score out, like, what does Frank do? I think Frank shouldn't score out. You should go take the tags and run HQ twice. Yeah, that's probably the better run on the turn that we're losing. We'll just run HQ twice. But we can't break this, right? Oh, in theory we can. We can simulchip for Audrey. Sorry, simulchip for Botulus. Botulus breaks 2. It's 5 strength though, so no, Audrey can't do it. How's this one lower than the other one? So we have to let this fire. And then we'll see what happens here. If it's an SDS, we're kind of annoyed. I think we just do credit. I think we just do credit. I hate this. Otherwise, we could run HQ twice. I think next turn we should wait, because if there's an agenda here and they have an agenda, they probably won't push it, right? They'll just score out or purge. So that running HQ will be just as easy. Again, it could be an upgrade, and we'll get more information on the following turn. Fuck, it's Biovault. That's bad. Oh, that's really bad. So now if we run the remote server, we win. So we have to run this remote server twice, and we're guaranteed to win the game. We know the agenda is in here. Okay, last big think maybe. So we have to be able to run this twice.
Luckily, simulchip breaks Whoredom. We can't. So if we put a simulchip, okay, so we can break the Whoredom twice, no problem. We can break the tree line twice, no problem. The issue is, can we break this ice twice, no problem? And I think the answer is no. We can't break this ice twice, no problem. So if that's the case, we probably don't run this. It chases out the Biovault, which is worth something, but these are our last simulchips, right? Because if we run this break twice, we can only break this ice once, no matter what it is. Now, if we simulchip on Logjam and run this, like we break this for 3, we break this for 3, we break this, they get an advancement. And if they get an advancement, they score out the agenda and push the next agenda. That's bad for us. So all we have to do is wait for next turn where we run HQ twice and they score out an agenda. I think that's it. I think all we do is click for 4 credits. And then we can run HQ a lot of times. And just hope that they have an agenda in hand. And then we'll trash the Crazy Many thing. Can we run HQ 3 times? We can, but we have no reason to do that. Because if we do nothing, they can't score out. Sorry, if we do nothing, all they do is score out. And if they score out, they'll just have 1 more card in hand. If you just had Spree, genuinely, yeah. Is that unres a Messney? We have no idea. If it is a Messney, they res it. They can't score out, but I actually am okay with them scoring out. Okay, this is the board state where Spree's actually really good. Honestly, maybe you play mulch Spree. I don't know. Who can know? So this is the best case scenario that they score this out, because now we can get a shot on 4 cards. There's 2 agendas and 7 cards. What did they trash? That's fine. So here we need to respond and run HQ 4 times. How many in archives? How many what? Messneys? 1. And we saw 1 in hand. So it's less likely to be a Messney. So now all we do is we simulchip here, and then we simulchip here, and we just run this as many times as we can. It's unlikely to be a Messney. So we can make a couple runs, not that many runs. This is why we need credits too. But we'll get basically 2 runs on HQ. We can maybe trash some things, but that's largely it. Why break Colossus? Because we need to keep our virus counter around. Oh, you're right. We could fire the first Colossus and then just simulchip from there. Trash is a resource. The resource actually matters because it means we can break Messney 1 last. We might have acted to do it. You're right. I didn't consider that the Colossus might not matter, but because it trashes the resources, it trashes the cookbook, and it limits the amount of runs we can make. In theory, it doesn't matter. It might matter. It might matter. Remember to overwrite the botchos with the other botchos as well? Oh, I used both of our simulchips. I might have done it wrong. I'm not sure if this matters. There's a chance I didn't do this perfectly. I'd have to think it through. We're gonna have some tags here. Now they could use the Biovault. If they don't have points in hand, they're all in R&D, and then it's like hyper cursed. Like we lose the game 100%. So we'll lose 3 credits once. That's fine. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'll eat that. Yeah, sorry. We don't break the first subroutine. Yeah, that doesn't matter. We can still run this as many times as we want. All right, so if they Biovault here, which this isn't an upgrade, that just says end the run. But there should be, again, there's 18 points in the deck, so they're Biovaulting. That means they 100% have agendas on HQ, so we just have to run HQ as many times as we can, which is probably a 1 and 4, maybe a 1 and 2. So same thing here, we have to break one of these subroutines, which is trash the program because we need the program. We also need a program installed, mind you, to win the game for the SDSs, but that shouldn't be an issue. We're going to lose 3 credits. So again, we have exactly, well, we have 1 more credit. So we'll lose 3. Continue. Let me free. The 1 card we knew. We can't trash the Crisium. Run HQ. If this loses, if this whiffs, we don't necessarily lose the game because they could still draw into another agenda and they have to ice up HQ and they don't have a lot of money. But it's not going to be good for us. I wonder if you could more runs by just running through the Colossus and simulchipping new botchos each time. Yeah, I would have to think about it. It wasn't intuitive, but there was a, like, this doesn't, the other option I have to spend more time thinking about, it might have been okay. All right, y'all. Oh, please don't access the message chestfo. Yes! We're free! Yes, 68 minutes. How many in there? What a slog. You know what? They should have Basalt Spired. I think they should have Basalt Spired to make it a 1 in 5. I think they missed that trigger. They could have made it worse for us. Oh, it's still in hand? Yeah, Basalt allowed them to add another card to hand to dilute it, which I think is technically correct. Oh, man. We did not play that perfectly. I'm not going to pretend we did. I am exhausted. But yeah, there's reasons why if you want to play into a late game like this, you either have to play Ashen or multi-condition win. And I can't tell, the Onicum does cool things, but like we had MU problems. Yeah. Pulling back was good for many reasons. Yeah, if they pulled back the Mavirus and we touched the Mavirus, we would have lost. They had a couple ways out there, so we're lucky that they missed that angle. The real Glacier win con. Game went to time and double Sourced. Hey, Tuck. Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks you too. Thanks for the game. Oh man. Yeah, it's hard though. It's like genuinely hard to bring this to an event, and I think we saw that too. I'm not sure how many. I know Eddie played this on Saturday. Our game like went to time. It just happens, right? Just need to run my Banhar variant. Who needs to trash ice? Yeah, if you have Banhar, I think you need to play Ashen. Hey, cheers. You need to play Ashen. There's no way around it. Just joined, so I'm just catching the end of this. Yo, Sokka, how's it going? I think someone just played your deck. We got real lucky there at the end. I think they missed the trigger. How are you doing, by the way? How are you doing? We've been streaming for about 4 hours. Let's get one more game in. Actually, for the sake of it, let's try Rohit's list, which is going to be different. It's not going to be Imp, which like I do love, or sorry, not going to be Loup, but it is Hoshiko, so more card draw, more consistency. We're on Ashen. We have a bit of a win condition on Finality. We have 3 Laborites Ashen, so we're very good at getting back into our deck. We also have Lagu, which we did install that game, which probably was correct, and we have Twinning and 2 Banhars. This seems totally fine, and Tranquilizer actually is like pretty mean. I haven't played in a while. There was an Aket there, so not my deck. I take no responsibility. Oh, I heard that also on this weekend is like folks are playing your deck or getting to the game and they're like, I like Aket because Aket is good. I'm like, yeah, cool. Aket's annoying. It seemed like it was very based on it. Just watched a whole episode of Arcane and came back to find you still in the same game. Yeah. Yeah, I was also, no, I didn't watch Arcane. I should watch Arcane. Season 1 was good. How you doing, Turdock? What do you think about Aket, Sokka? Ooh, wait, what? This grabbed the Hoshiko alt art? Oh, I set it as the Hoshiko alt art because Hoshiko wasn't loading for a week or so. Do you take time to explain the streaming and pads the time? It does, but I'll be honest, like it does pad the time and there's a bit of chat interaction, but it only pads the time like maybe 10%. If you remove 10% of that game length, you still run into single side Swiss problems. Doing good though. My last uni final exam is tomorrow. Yo, what is it on? You feeling good? Like, are you stressing it or you just like have to get ready about it? I don't know how, like, I'm imagining you're pretty good at doing school stuff. Still luck tomorrow. I remember the feelings. I don't think my last university final was like a particularly difficult one, so it was just kind of a good feeling. Games are faster online. Yeah, games are faster online. That is true. I heard from local meta folks that they hopped online for like the day of the ban list or the day after, and like all of JNet was just Sable. It's like, I don't know if Sable's really winning from this ban list change. But it's gonna be interesting to see. Like, clearly, if you scroll through this, I guess I'm hiding it. Like, you're not seeing too many of those Shaper keys. I worry that a lot of people are gonna play Virus Anarch for a while because it's rough. I've seen more Wayland since the ban list. Yeah, I think Wayland's a bit of a winner. Aket is good if you get it to advance. It's very slow though. It requires you to be able to sit the wall to wall. So the games are where you don't get a wall to wall are a lot worse with Aket in the deck. Yeah, you don't want to. Huh? Why does this happen again? This is custom biotics. It's not a standard deck, and then they just have no deck. This happens for a reason. We've seen this before, and I don't remember why. I only recently learned that you can hover over the faction icon to see the ID in the game. Wait, you can do that, Rohit? Season 2 Arcane is really pretty, like absurdly pretty. The writing is mid, but if it hits. They left before the game started. Oh, okay. Weird. You can find the ID? I can't. It's Alex. Oh, you can. Whoa, that's absurd. That is good tech. All right, Ag Infusion. We don't have crew. This is where I'd love to have crew. I think Ag Infusion is definitely a deck you can try if people are playing Criminal. Okay. So our world champ. Best of luck. Have fun. Yeah, there's a weird window where they can leave, and then that happens. Okay, so early buffer drive, whatever. Early Keiko, fine. We have Steelskin Strike Fund, Simulchip. I don't love this hand. I think it's very important if you're on crew, which again, we're not, and I have to remember that, is like I really just like getting tokens very quickly with Fermenter. Unfortunately, that's not this deck. So I'm assuming we want to set up with like Lagu and get Audrey Imp early, but I'm not 100% sure. Again, I do think setting up maybe our companion engine is very good early. Exams on legal theory, it's awful. It's one of those exam classes that you just want to be done with. Oh, best of luck, man. I'm gonna mulligan this. Ooh, that's not much better. No, Revolver's really good because we can be aggressive and face check, so we don't die to Silenton on turn 1, and we can break a Nancy for 4 credits. Like, that's pretty good. We have a Paladin. Can't complain about that either. I think we're just going to touch whatever server they don't ice up, as Hoshiko usually does, and we'll see how aggressively they push here. So looks like a Rashida. We can put their money where the mouth is and just do Revolver run and force them to res. Now, if they res something nasty, it's pretty bad to Ag Infusion, and we don't have Pinhole, do we? We don't have Pinhole, so we're just going to have to let the Rashida fire. So if that's the case, we're going to draw once. Did Alex mull? Alex kept. So we also want to be aggressive early to steal an early bacterial. Whether it's on HQ or R&D, I'm okay doing, we could draw once, Paladin. I don't think we really need a Banhart early. And so we either want to run HQ or R&D. I'll rather run HQ. Again, there's no mulligan. There might be an agenda in here. Good to know. It's probably not, it's not on the table because Alex doesn't want to res that. So we got Hoshiko to flip. And so we can either click for a credit or put down Banhart. Banhart gives us some flexibility, and then we'll Hoshiko flip. It is Rashida, no surprise. 3 cards, 3 credits, pretty good. But if we face check into that, it's probably a Tattoo Bola. I don't think it's, if it's an Anansi, I'm happy taking an Anansi. The mulch day harp, yeah. This is Rohit's version. We built our own version. It was like okay. So this could be Anansi into, it looks like it is Charlotte. There's a chance Alex can play like 4-2s and be a bit aggressive, but this screams Charlotte, right? And you don't really want to Banhart into Anansi for obvious reasons. So I'm actually gonna put Banhart nowhere. Whoa, yeah. We could do Revolver run this, and if that's the case, like we're still gonna have financial issues. We'll see what we draw with Hoshiko. So we have Keiko Paladin. I think we can just let this Charlotte go through. That might be fine. Now, the weird thing with Keiko and Paladin Puemo, I never, like, it's so unintuitive to me, is that you install this for 2 and you don't touch Paladin, and it just doesn't work. So we'll put this on server 1, we won't run it. Assuming it's a Charlotte, we still can afford to touch central servers. There's definitely an agenda in hand. Whatever, we'll run HQ. Hedge fund, not good. Okay. Like, this is where I like playing Loup and having Imp, is that we are really afforded to make these accesses. Here, it's a bit more expensive. So we can either install Keiko for 2 and keep her Paladin, or install Keiko for 2 and use her Paladin. I think I'll do the former. Yeah, you don't use the Paladin, yeah. You don't, why? Because Keiko, if you spend the Paladin credits to install good old Keiko, you don't get the ability because it's no longer the first time this text isn't active. So I think we're just gonna click for a credit here. I don't want to show the Revolver. 95% of the time yeah, there's the Charlotte. It's fine to let the runner do their thing. If you self-play quickly, then it sets the tone a bit. I usually don't say anything unless it's really an issue, maybe 2+ minutes. I know as a player, I play pretty fast, and generally, you know, it just feels like a social contract that people have to keep up to your speed, which is a terrible thing for new players. But classically, I'd always play very fast and loose. It feels like I've slowed down a fair bit on JNet, especially when I'm playing decks I don't know, but that's just because I don't want to be like, I know what I'm doing when I don't. We always start with the Hoshiko to get the card draw. Okay, Cookbook early is fine. We definitely want to find an Imp, so we'll do Paladin. This could be anything. We know there's a Hedge Fund in hand still. That's the only card we know. So, oh no, that was played. So we can draw for, honestly don't know. That's fine. I'd rather install that. So we can run HQ here, install the daily casts, gaining no credits. And then we can install the Cookbook. We're not on Fermenter, are we? No, I'd like Fermenter here. I just wanted an Imp. So we'll run HQ here for a single. Just keeps Hoshiko working. Spin Doctor. Huh. If we trash that Arzon doesn't have a spin doctor, he doesn't really need a spin doctor. It bottoms us out on credits though, but if we install the daily cast anyways, like Hoshiko's going to eat our credits. We're going to need credits. This hand is expensive. Why not unflip Hosh? We probably should, but we need cards, right? Like we're not drawing cards if we don't flip Hosh. And it's very likely, like we've drawn through 37 cards. There has to be an agenda somewhere. So not trashing this is okay. If we trash this, we can do credit install daily casts and then be on 1 credit, which we lose to Hosh. Let's not do that. So this installs for free because we get a Keiko credit. And then if we do cookbook, we're okay. We can afford to do that. We haven't installed any viruses, so Audrey coming down is okay. But letting the Charlotte every turn is an absolute crime. Absolute crime. This turn we might flip Hosh, but again, like every turn, Alex is drawing 2 cards. Again, the deck is on 8 to 9 agendas, if I'm not mistaken. He's gone through, 15 cards. There has to be agendas in hand. So I like the single accesses. It's not Hosh tax. It's paying a credit for a card draw. So spin doctor, agenda. Let's see what Hosh draws. Order doesn't matter here. Okay, Banhar. Oh, we can go on server 1, 21 credits. By the way, I'm going to China in 2 days. I'll be there up until January 6th. I think Netrunner has been picking up in China, especially in Hong Kong. Excited to meet some people there. Yo, Sokka, let me know how it goes. I've seen some events in China on ABR. I'm not sure exactly where though. No, you get the draw without spending the credit, but I want to touch the card. Okay, so Alex is pushed to what looks like a 4-2. I don't know if it's a Sisyphus. This looks like a spin doctor. Now we can force the spin doctor and then run HQ. We can also just take a turn to set up. Probably will take a turn to set up. Now, if we price here, we're going to have 2 credits plus 3 credits from the price. So we should be able to install anything. We haven't seen Strike Funds or Steel Skins. Please don't draw that many cards. Our option is price, moshing, Steel Skin, daily cast price. Okay, fine. Free casts is good casts. Here we can we want to install a card with Paladin. So we're just going to install a revolver and then we're going to flip because this is free. Oh, wait, we have 2 clicks left. Why did I do that? That's still fine. So if we run HQ, we'll see a card. We can also run the Spin Doctor sooner than later. There's cards in archives, so we could threaten the Spin Doctor. We could do credit, run, Spin Doctor. We're assuming Alex is not going to let us touch it, which means we'll still remain flipped. But it's awkward to have 7 cards in hand going to score your agenda. So maybe he'll just like put a Lacosta. Or maybe this is a Biovault. But yeah, now we didn't touch a card. So it went Hanse an unseen card. So it looks like there's an agenda we got back in the deck. So now he has a fork between what he wants to do. We've also haven't been aggressive, so there's no Ag Infusion ability, at least in terms of a face check. And here, he probably doesn't score the agenda. Which, with Revolver into, like, we're going to need either a Buzzsaw or a Cleaver, because we're assuming there's a Tattoo Bola or a cheap End the Run on the table. But that Spin Doctor Res made it ugly for Alex to score out. He probably was happy enough just scoring out if he didn't have 7 cards in hand. It looks like we're building like Reg Hosh though. Like a turbine coming down wouldn't be surprising. None of these cards suggest that, besides Cookbook, are suggesting that we're doing anything weird. And unfortunately, we haven't seen the weird part of our deck. Like Imp and running HQ would have been incredible. So maybe Spin Doctor, advance. I worry it's a Sisyphus, but just scoring and pushing the next card in the mode server is pretty good. So cast, Poemo. Money's okay. So I think running the mode server, we're assuming this outermost is an Anansi, the innermost is just a cheap End the Run. If that's the case, we need Buzzsaw, we need the other thing. Revolver's pretty weird. Revolver's like sort of weird. I think if a Hoshiko played Revolver against me, I'd be like, yeah, okay. You don't want to echelon through a drafter, I get it. We'll still do this. Okay, so I'm assuming this is a Spin Doctor. I'd be surprised if it's a Powers. Could be Rashida. So we need a draw here. I don't think I Tempo Labor Rights. I don't like Tempo Labor Rights. 1 credit Grimoire cracked. It is 1 credit Grimoire. It doesn't give you MU though. A Simulchip check, nothing. They'll draw once. Okay, I'm going to moshing this hand. We have 1 more Labor Rights, so if we lose everything, I think we're going to lose the game before it matters, but we have to be very careful because if we moshing Labor Rights, Ashen, Labor Rights, we're in a pretty bad spot if we lose our last Labor Rights. So I think we're in a bad spot regardless. We're just going to take this risk. We should check if we had a 3rd Labor Rights. We did. So we have to make sure that we don't play our 3rd price because if we hit the Labor Rights, we're cooked. All right. Still have Buzzsaw. Still have Strike Fund. I think here it's likely we can check server 3 to see if it's the Spin Doctor, then run HQ. We just want to get our Hoshiko on. We didn't do much to develop board state. And we want to pressure here before a card, yeah, goes score and then Alex pushes the next card. I think we should have moshed the Buzzsaw. Oh yeah, maybe it's fine. I don't mind installing the Buzzsaw soon. It sucks that we're not getting Paladin this turn, so we can install the Simulchip, but I want to get Hoshiko online. Yeah, with Simulchip throwing out the Buzzsaw is not that bad. It's a Lacosta. I'm happy trashing that. Hosh flip. Gain a card and credit. We're on a leech, right? Leech fixed strength breakers? Man, I miss some aggro. That breaker suite's so good in system gateway. Okay, third ice. Leaving HQ way open. If you swap the text of Keiko and Cookbook, would both of those cards still be playing this deck? I think yes. Grimrock power level creep confirmed. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so Lacosta. I think this is a Sisyphus, honestly. I'm scared. So we'll do Hosh first. Can't play that price. Paladin, daily cast, daily casts. We can only play this if we think we're taking so many risks that we have to like just do this anyways. So Revolver means that Vampire will be 4 damage, but we can break anything else. So we have a twinning we need to find. I do not like how our hand is going. Open HQ, yeah. We need to just draw into an imp or into something else. Do you want to take the risk? Okay, chat. Do we risk to play the price? And if we hit our Laborites, we're in a bad spot? Do we want to hit this button? Because I think the game might be over before. Must be 2 sentries underneath. We're pretty sure because the Rashido is pushed out, it might just be a cheap end to run, but sometimes you just have what you have. We did see an Anansi in hand. Risk it? Okay. Sick. 4 good installs. Lagu, which is risky. Imp, Simulchip, Botulus. I'm just going to go for the Imp and run HQ. There has to be agendas in here, right? 2 face downs got shuffled back, so maybe not. Sick. Okay, we didn't want the money. We'll run back. I'm gonna pay 1 to trash that. I'm running back. Celebrity gift. It's gone now. Hoshiko, Paladin. Install a trash card. Okay, I'll trash the daily casts. This is worth less money for us. Okay, so we're going to need to Simulchip a Buzzsaw. Now Alex is forked. If we score Fuji, we don't die. What the fuck? Huh? This is Clearinghouse Ag Infusion? Oh. That's why Fuji's in here. we're playing Keeling Glacier. You're about to get cleared. Okay, so this is Clearinghouse. So we don't have any way to have 6 cards in hand. So we have to run this remote server. And then we're assuming server 1 is a defensive upgrade. Whether it's an Anoetic, he can only fire that once. We have what I would call a problem. It's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, this is not what we expected. Let's get the Hoshiko card draw. Okay, that's a start. So we'll get the Paladin credit. Okay, we'll put the daily cast, get a 9. And then we'll choose where to run. This is actually where the daily cast credits would be better than the Paladin. False flag? It could be false flag. Okay, we have no way to draw off turn cycle. We have no Class Act, no Anacom, no Stone Chip. So we have no Pinhole, Rohit. So that's just going to be a thing. We have to run this many times. So Jumani forgot to score it. So we know there's an Anansi here. That's going to be 10 credits. The Anansi is fine because we'll draw or we'll break it for 4. The problem is that we have to run through an Anansi twice because the innermost can be Ag Infusioned. The other way is that we can just win. Like, just winning is an option. Do you think we can win this turn? The problem is if we find the 5-3 that lets him set up the top of the deck, we don't win. So we might have to set up the 5-3 that wins off the top of the deck. Big Biobot. Hey, Kevin. Thinking. So we can test the remote server, right? If the outermost is a thimble rig, we're cooked. If there's a board control, we're cooked. If it's very hard to run it. Yeah, no Audrey. Oh, wait, actually, do we have Audrey in this deck? Yeah, we do. Oh, wait, yeah, no, Audrey is a way in. We have 2 Audreys and 22. So no, Audrey is how we can survive this. I think that's worth keeping in mind. There's no Audrey in the bin, is there? No, we haven't seen Audrey yet. Yeah, if we can find and install an Audrey, we're okay. I think we'll try and win. I think we're going to try and win / find an Audrey. The problem is, like, we want to play the steel skin, but how many steel skins are left? Because Audrey's only good if we have a steel skin. There's only 1 more steel skin. So we basically have 3 draws. The issue is that that's functionally just kicking the can down the road, right? If we find the Audrey, we get up to 6 hand size, but if we get up to 6 hand size, we still lose the game. On the following turn, where it's like now you have to get up to 7 hand size, or even 6 hand size again. So I feel like we have to mix pressuring and finding Audrey. Draw. All right, maybe, I don't know. Maybe this hits the steel skin and draws a steel skin. Draw by running server 1, clicking and hitting the steel skin. Oh, it's a Nancy. That's fine. So either we can take all this damage, but that lets Alex set up the top of the deck, which means he can't lose. I'm not going to let that happen. Botchus is good. I don't think Botchus is that good. Wait, we have 1 click to draw top deck and Audrey. We have a 1 in 10 chance. We'll just break this. I'd rather Alex draw that. Unless we can run back twice, but we can't through Anansi. So I'm not going to imp that, I don't think. So we can draw into the Audrey and buy ourselves another turn. So it's a 2 in 21 if we top deck an Audrey. Lou draw for Audrey? We're not Lou, we're Hosh. Fuck. I mean, good game, I guess. I guess Clearinghouse wins. Oh, man. Yeah, fun. We have no way of winning. Play Steelskin? It's you. Oh, you're right. It's strictly better to play Steelskin. Yeah. You're right. It's because in theory, well, no, it's not strictly better. Actually, that's really interesting. Need to get deep in the deck, but Sokka, we lose this turn. We can't run back the Anansi twice. Like, if this is a clearinghouse, we lose, and then we only can run through Anansi once more before the subroutines fire, and if the subroutines fire, we can't. Well, actually, no, maybe not the case, because we can break some of it. Assuming you survive this turn, yeah, we're not going to survive this turn. Because we, in theory, could break all but 1, and then do it again, maybe? Like, just not do the rearrange. So if we play the Steelskin, it's only better because we see more cards, but then we have to see 2 exact cards from our deck as opposed to 1 exact card. Yeah, I just think because we're losing this turn, this is not worth it. The game's over. Is there any way it's not a clearinghouse? No. There's no way. This makes sense why he wasn't icing HQ. It's basically like as Mari 3-point combo. Good game. What was the remote? Oh, we're gonna find out. Shit, it was Brawn into Sandstorm into Saisentan. So this is the Anansi we saw in hand. It was Heinlein servers, so we were just gonna die to Saisentan. Oh, this doesn't seem like healthy Netrunner, y'all. I'm a bit scared. So Helheim servers can make the Brawn infinite strength. Well, actually, we did carve the hand. Sandstorm means we have to run this again. So we actually have to run the server 3 times through Massive Saisentan. And this is only during a run for the run. Gives you info plus guarantees you hit the Steelskin? Sorry? I was actually joking about the server 1 play. You don't care about your current hand at all. We do, because we need to keep the Steelskin. Gives you info plus guarantees you hit the Steelskin? I can't afford all of that. Yo, good game. No, you can't afford all of that, but like, you can afford enough of it for it to be a problem. Right? Like, even if you Sandstorm us, we can't run back because of Brawn. Yeah, like, I don't know if we can win it. Like, we just have to play Pinhole, right? Like, that's obviously it. Just play Pinhole and this doesn't do anything. But yeah, this is like the sort of Keeling list. If you build a server and you just advance Clearinghouse, like, what beats that? And it's like, Pinhole? But look at all this value we get. What is really weird, and maybe because we spent too many clicks making central server accesses, like, this did not play like the deck we imagined it would be. Like, we played just Reg Hosh, and Reg Hosh did not have enough disruption until the imp came down. So I don't know what we get out of that. Really weird. Yeah, we needed to draw the Audrey. That was our way out. I do think we could have challenged the Charlotte on the first turn if it was out. Yeah, maybe we could. Maybe I was a bit too scared to run the Charlotte, but there was 2 ice Charlotte. And we saw an Anansi in hand, and we assumed it was an Anansi. I think you're right. If we run to the Anansi and Alex pays for the Anansi, we don't care. I think what we said is we don't want to turn Ag Infusion on. And it turned out like putting Ag Infusion on the remote server was totally fine. So maybe that was okay. I don't know if we had a Revolver on turn 2. But yeah, we lost to like Charlotte going for 4 turns. Very easily. You'd make me do Sandstorm and Brawn and go poor. Yeah, that would be fine. That would be fine. But like, that is the worst, the least bad face check we could worry about. Like, imagine with Saisentan, we wouldn't lose the game if Revolver was down, but like, Revolver is in our opener. Yeah, but we didn't install it on turn 1. Maybe we should have done Revolver run the remote server. Maybe that would be fine. I think that would be fine. Our early money, for what it's worth, wasn't very good though. Like, we didn't actually play economy for a bit. I don't think we played this moshing. I think we lost this moshing. So we didn't have econ for a while.
Oof. Okay. Frightening. All right. I don't know we learned much about these Anarch decks. Honestly, we don't. They're probably good. They're definitely good. I think you have a lot of flexibility on the build to figure out how far you want to go in each direction. Viruses, trashing things every day, having synergy suites, being wrecked to purging, having real breakers. Like there's a lot of real options. For what it's worth, like I think there's other Anarchs you can be playing in the modern format, like Essa. Nobody talks about Essa. Essa did really well. You can definitely play some Essa. Otherwise, like good stuff Hoshiko is probably just fine. I think the Anacom buffer cycle is cool. I think the Anacom buffer drive cycle is so cool that it's worth exploring. There's a chance, well, you need to play Audrey, that's the problem. But like there's a chance that you can build a whole deck around that. It's just as consistently as possible, allowing you to flip a card forward. I have no doubt Tang is playing this Hoshiko or Imp Lu deck. Let's see if it hovers over, if it says. It is Lu, yeah. Tang has been playing that deck for a long time. But that sort of like interaction is just genuinely so cool. And I haven't seen people capitalize on it enough. That it's probably worth something because it gives you like free card cycling. Free card cycling is really cool. The issue though is you need buffer drive and you generally don't want to play more than one. All right. That is it for today. Huge shout outs to a couple folks. We had a couple people join, but we also had some people like increase their pledges, which is like absolutely incredible. I want to shout out Mercury. Mercury originally was on Daily Cast Pledge, moved up to Sure Gamble. So I'm gonna have to update this, but thank you so much. We also did have one slot open up in what's it called, in Degree Mill. And recently we had someone join. I want to shout out the name. Again, this happened, I think, yesterday. Brett, thanks so much. I'll be sending out a message to you really soon. Again, Métropole Grid, we're supported on Patreon, so all these names here and more. Give us the time to hang out on Tuesday afternoons and do all the live streaming work and all the video editing and all that sort of great stuff that hopefully you appreciate. And if you appreciate content like this, you want to support the channel, you can find Patreon below. Any amount of help really does genuinely help. Otherwise, if you want to take a second to like the video, that also is a huge, huge boon. Notably, when it comes to things like Degree Mills, like Degree Mills is a thing we do where we have regular sessions with people to like help them get more out of the game, where we sit down and do like a 2-hour 1v1 sessions. I only have so many slots currently up on Patreon. Now, if this is something you're interested in and you want to get into the game and push yourself forward, accelerate yourself, either getting up to playing organized play or play more competitively, let me know if that's something you're interested in. And the thing that's keeping you out of that is having slots. So you can always hit me up in comments, metropolegrid@gmail.com, or any other way you can find out to contact me, because that's something I want to keep in mind. If there's more demand for that, we can probably make more time for it. It's just, that's how many slots I had for now because it was easy to schedule. But do let me know if that comes up and you think that's an interesting thing. Maybe we need a version of this with Zero and moshing to run to the end of the deck as fast as possible. Yeah, I could see that with Ashen. Is just like, that was a problem in our first deck. We didn't play Ashen, so we were a bit more conservative. Like we didn't even play Lagu, and Lagu is like so much tempo with Anacom as well. Like there's some really good genuine interactions with Anacom, Lagu, all that sort of stuff. It's pretty cool. I know there's a couple other top players that offering coaching as well. If Andre has slots, are all free. Yeah, no, you can definitely advertise other people's businesses while I'm advertising my business. Thank you, Alex. I'm totally kidding, but that is entirely true. I know Eric Whiteblade is. I'm not sure if other people are, but very interesting. I'm just kidding. I thought it was really funny. With that, we'll be back on Thursday. We are going to try and have some video content out for next week. Again, next week there will be no streams. Happy holidays to all y'all. We'll talk about that more on Thursdays, I reckon. But that's mostly it. Yeah. Decklist of the week is B-Bloom's list. That's all. It's gonna be good fun. We'll figure out what we're gonna do there. Thanks so much. Also, if you want to watch other stuff, again, there's a bunch of VODs up on Null Signal Games YouTube channel if you want to watch either RAM and, of course, also Eternal, which is on Saturday, which is great. Howdy again, Andre. Howdy, David. Take care, y'all. Ciao.